across Sri Lanka, not just
पानी की बोतल फेंकी जा रही है जिससे कि लोग अपना चेहरा धो सके, मुंह धो सके। लगातार मिलिट्री का चॉपर ऊपर घूम रहा है, लेकिन लोग रुक नहीं रहे। अभी हमने आपको तस्वीरें दिखाई कैसे पानी की बोतल फेंकी जा रही है लोगों के बीच। और अब गो गोटा गो के नारे के साथ गो रानीला गो के भी नारे लग रहे हैं। यानी विक्रम सिंघे ने जो इमरजेंसी इम्पोज की है, आपातकाल इम्पोज कर दिया है श्रीलंका पर, उसको लेकर लोगों में गुस्सा है, नाराजगी है। लोग रुकने का नाम नहीं ले रहे। पूरी सड़कें खचाखच भरी, आप देखिए पूरी सड़कें खचाखच भरी है। और ये वेस्टर्न प्रोविंस है जहां पर कर्फ्यू इम्पोज किया गया है। तस्वीरें हम लगातार आपको लाइव एक्शन की दिखा रहे हैं। कोलंबो श्रीलंका से रिपब्लिक हर एक तस्वीर आपके सामने रख रहा है। श्रीलंका की जो आपात स्थिति बनी हुई है, वहां पर किस तरह से लोगों में नाराजगी है, गुस्सा है, वो हम आपको दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और देखिए लगातार एम्बुलेंस से लोगों को ले जाया जा रहा है क्योंकि हालात खराब हो रहे हैं, हालात लगातार खराब हो रहे हैं, इसलिए लोगों को एम्बुलेंस की मदद से यहाँ से ले जाया जा रहा है। जो ये आज तस्वीर आप देख रहे हैं, ये वर्षों का गुस्सा है, दशकों का गुस्सा है राजपक्षे परिवार के खिलाफ, जो लोग इस तरह से सड़कों पर उतर आए हैं। और साफ तौर पर लोगों ने उद्घोष कर दिया है कि अब किसी तरह की मनमर्जी, भ्रष्टाचार, मनमानी, पैसों की मिली भगत बर्दाश्त नहीं की जाएगी। तस्वीरें हम लगातार आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं। देखिए हर तरफ आपको लोग नजर आएंगे। पूरी तरफ सड़कों पर अगर हम आपको दिखाएं तो दूर दूर तक लोगों का हुजूम आप देख पाएंगे। और साफ तौर पर श्रीलंका की जो आर्थिक व्यवस्था है, जो फूड सप्लाईज है वो ठप है, पावर सप्लाईज है वो ठप है, दयनीय अवस्था में पहुंच चुका है देश। और लोग अब इसको बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे। लोगों ने तय किया है कि जो जिम्मेदार हैं उन्हें जवाब देना होगा, चाहे वो रानीला विक्रम सिंघे हो, चाहे वो गोटबाया राजपक्षे हो, चाहे वो महिंद्रा राजपक्षे हो, राजपक्षे परिवार हो, उनको जवाब देना होगा। और लोग झंडा लेकर पहुंचे हुए, झंडा भी आप देख रहे हैं श्रीलंका का। लगातार ये पूरी सड़क लोगों से खचाखच भरी हुई है। और ये एक दिन का गुस्सा नहीं है, ये वर्षों का गुस्सा है, सालों का गुस्सा है, जो आज फूट पड़ा है लोगों पर। और साफ तौर पर देखिए लोग अब खुद हटा रहे हैं बैरिकेडिंग्स। अब है तस्वीरों दिखाइए, बैरिकेडिंग्स लोग हटा रहे हैं। लोग यहाँ पर दरअसल जिस तरह से इन्हें रोका जा रहा था उसकी खिलाफत कर रहे हैं, विरोध कर रहे हैं। और पूरा रास्ता लोग खुद खाली कर रहे हैं। देखिए लोगों ने अब हाथ में ले लिया है सब कुछ, लोगों ने हाथ में ले लिया है सब कुछ, चाहे वो यहाँ का कानून हो, चाहे वो यहाँ की व्यवस्था हो। लोगों ने साफ कर दिया है कि अब न्याय वो खुद करेंगे, क्योंकि जो राजनेता थे, जिन पर उन्होंने भरोसा किया, जो जिम्मेदार थे, वो पीछे के रास्ते से फरार हो गए। वो अगर बात करें गोटबाया राजपक्षे की तो मालदीव में है और दुबई जाने वाले, ये कहा जा रहा है। जिम्मेदार फरार हो चुके हैं, लेकिन जनता सड़क पर उतरकर अब जवाब मांग रही है। लगातार ये तस्वीरें आपको श्रीलंका से दिखा रहे हैं। देखिए आगे अगर हम तस्वीरें दिखाएं तो वहां पर ही आंसू गैस के गोलों का इस्तेमाल किया गया है और वेस्टर्न प्रोविंस में पूरी तरह से कर्फ्यू इम्पोज कर दिया गया है। लोगों ने अब खुद तय कर लिया कि पूरा रास्ता खाली करेंगे। देखिए बैंड लगाए हुए हैं गो गोटा गो के, और लगातार यहाँ लोग सड़कों पर डटे हुए हैं, अड़े हुए हैं। 1 बजे की जो टाइमलाइन थी, 1 बजे का जो समय था, वो खत्म होने वाला है, 1 बजे की टाइमलाइन दी गई थी। देखिए बैरिकेड्स कैसे हटाए जा रहे हैं। साथ में आपको तस्वीरें हम दिखा रहे हैं, आपको तस्वीरें लगातार दिखा रहे हैं। जो हालात बने हुए हैं वो बता रहे हैं श्रीलंका के लोग दरअसल आजिज आ गए श्रीलंका के लोग। एक देश जिसके राष्ट्रपति ने सिर्फ अपने लिए पैसे बनाए, चाइना से नजदीकियां की तो अपनी जेबें भरी, सिर्फ अपनी जेबें भरी, देश के लिए कुछ नहीं किया, देश के कल्याण के लिए कुछ नहीं किया, देश के विकास के लिए कुछ नहीं किया। तो लोग अब तय कर चुके हैं कि वो अब इसके जो सिंहासन पर बैठे लोग हैं उन्हें हटाएंगे, उन्हें यहाँ से हटाकर एक नई सरकार। लेकिन देखिए जो भी अब राष्ट्रपति बनेगा उसके सर पर ये कांटों भरा ताज है, क्योंकि यहाँ की आर्थिक स्थिति बेहद खराब है। गोटबाया राजपक्षे ने जो टैक्स में छूट दी, उन्हें लगा जनता खुश होगी, फौरी तौर पर जनता खुश भी हुई, लेकिन उसके बाद कैसे भविष्य तय होगा ये नहीं समझ पाए राजपक्षे। गोटबाया ये नहीं समझ पाए कि आगे का भविष्य कहाँ जा रहा है। फॉरेन रिजर्व शून्य थे। भारत की तरह ये देश भी देखिए तेल का आयात करता है, और जब आयात किया जाता है एक मोटा अमाउंट फॉरेन रिजर्व का लगता है उसके लिए, और जब तेल नहीं होता तो देश में हर तरह की स्थिति खराब होती है। तेल ना होने पर पैसे नहीं होते हैं ट्रांसपोर्ट के लिए, ट्रांसपोर्ट महंगा होता है, फूड सप्लाईज महंगी होती, पूरी चेन फ्यूल पर निर्भर करती है, पूरी चेन फ्यूल पर निर्भर करती है। और जब फ्यूल ही ना हो तो पूरा सिस्टम कोलैप्स कर जाता है। और वही हुआ है यहाँ श्रीलंका में। आर्थिक व्यवस्था पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त हो चुकी है। और तस्वीरें जो हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, ये सड़कों पर लोगों के गुस्से की तस्वीर है, बयां कर रही है उनका गुस्सा जो दशकों से राजपक्षे परिवार ने राज किया और उसके बाद उनके हाथ कुछ नहीं लगा, विकास तो नहीं लगा। सुनामी के दौरान कहा गया जो फंड मिला उससे भी राजपक्षे परिवार ने पैसे बनाए। कोविड के दौरान जो फंड जनरेट किया गया उसमें भी राजपक्षे परिवार ने पैसे बनाए। टूरिज्म पर 70% ये देश टूरिज्म पर निर्भर करता है। टूरिज्म 2 साल कोविड के दौरान पूरी तरह से खत्म रहा और उस दौरान जो एड चाहिए था, जो श्रीलंका को एड चाहिए था, वो नहीं मिला। तो ऐसे साफ तौर पर देखिए श्रीलंकन्स अब तय कर चुके हैं, पीपल विल नॉट बैक आउट। ये लगातार नारे लग रहे हैं, गो गोटा होम लग रहा है, अब रानिले गो होम भी नारे लग रहे हैं क्योंकि ये प्रधानमंत्री का दफ्तर है। रानिले विक्रम सिंघे ने कर्फ्यू का ऐलान किया इस वेस्टर्न प्रोविंस में, इमरजेंसी का ऐलान कर दिया है। तस्वीरें दूर तक आप देखिए, अगर इस चौराहे की आप तस्वीरें देखें तो लोग यहाँ पूरी तरह से डटे हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, हट नहीं रहे हैं, रुक नहीं रहे हैं और तय कर दिया है कि अब यहाँ से इनको जाना ही होगा। ये तय कर दिया है। जिम्मेदार भाग जरूर खड़े हुए। किसी भी देश के लिए कितने दुर्भाग्य की बात है बताइए कि जहां जिस राष्ट्रपति भवन से देश की तकदीर, जिस प्रधानमंत्री भवन से देश की तकदीर तय होती है, उस प्रधानमंत्री भवन को फांद कर जब आम जनता को अंदर जाना पड़े, जब विरोध दर्ज कराना पड़े, तो आप समझिए कि उस देश का दुर्भाग्य है ये। और यहाँ श्रीलंका का दुर्भाग्य है कि लोग इस तरह से सड़कों पर निकले हुए हैं। आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं, सालों लग जाएंगे इन राजनेताओं की टेढ़ी रीढ़ की वजह से इस देश की रीढ़ को सीधा करने में। सोचिए आप, सालों लग जाएंगे। फिर वो दरार पाटे में जो दरार राजपक्षे परिवार के द्वारा आर्थिक कमजोरी की पैदा की गई है इस देश में, क्योंकि अब पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त हो चुका है। हाँ, आर्थिक जो पूरी व्यवस्था है, जो खराब नीतियां रही गोटाबाया राजपक्षे की, उसका नतीजा ये रहा कि सड़कों पर लोग उतर आए और लोग अब कहीं ना कहीं इंसाफ की मांग कर रहे हैं। हम कोशिश करेंगे कि अगर कुछ लोग इंग्लिश में बात कर पाए। डू यू स्पीक इंग्लिश? Why you are protesting here? You will accept Ranil Wickremesinghe as a president or not?
I know English.
No English? देखिए, यहाँ पे सिंगली भाषा बोली जाती है, थोड़ी तकलीफ यहाँ पर इसीलिए हो रही। भाषा की मर्यादा है, लेकिन कोशिश करें। भाषा का एक बैरियर है जिसकी वजह से थोड़ी दिक्कत आ रही है। हालांकि हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि कुछ लोग जो अंग्रेजी बोल पाए उनसे हम बात करें। डू यू स्पीक इंग्लिश? डू यू एक्सेप्ट रानिल विक्रमसिंघे एज अ प्रेसिडेंट इफ Rajapaksa resigns? Will you accept Wickremesinghe as a president?
No, these all are the game of thorn. So we will put an end to this, sure.
You will put an end to this if Wickremesinghe takes the charge?
No Sri Lankan like Ranil Wickremesinghe to become a president even a single hour.
देखिए, तो कार्यकारी राष्ट्रपति भी नहीं बनने देना चाहते लोग विक्रमसिंघे को। लगातार श्रीलंका कोलंबो से ये तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। आप बने रहिए हमारे साथ, रुक रहे बहुत थोड़ी देर के लिए, जल्द लौटे, बने रहिए रिपब्लिक भारत के साथ।
And there you had it, my colleague Saloni, in fact, on the ground reporting from Colombo, showing you the images, viewers, really as to what's really happening in Sri Lanka. How the people of the country, in fact, have come out on the streets. They have been there for quite some months now. But now we are seeing more and more developments when it comes to the president that has fled the country, the prime minister that has been sworn in as the president as well. And we'll be getting you all the updates from the ground in Sri Lanka right after this very short break. A quick roundup of news in brief. Congress High Command is reportedly unhappy with Congress MP Manish Tiwari, who is part of the Consultative Committee for Defence in the Parliament after he refused to sign the opposition's memorandum seeking withdrawal of the centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme. There is an outrage within the Congress against Manish Tiwari, we are told, who has openly supported the Agnipath scheme contrary to Congress stand.
Despite heavy rains in Kedarnath in Rudraprayag district of Uttarakhand, the journey to the sacred temple has resumed. Starting today, the rain has caused slight drop in the number of devotees as well travelling to Kedarnath. However, despite the rains and the roads that have been damaged as a result of these rains, pilgrims are enthusiastically seen continuing with their journey to the temple.
And here's a look at some more news in brief. The National Investigating Agencies conducted searches of 9 locations in Rajasthan's Udaipur district in connection with the killing of a Hindu tailor, Kanhaiya Lal, last month. Now, the NIA has seized all digital devices and other incriminating materials, which will further help in the probe. Further investigations in the case are underway. Shocking footage shows the Coast Guard's flag and the Indian flag dumped in Kochi's Irupanam. The police have registered a case in the matter while further investigation is underway. Apart from the tricolour, Coast Guard helmets, uniforms and other accessories were also found in the dump. Karnataka's Home Minister has announced that he will reduce jail term for prisoners if they reveal whether other inmates are using mobile phones or any other.
बड़ी बात यह है कि हालात बद से बदतर हो गए श्रीलंका में। लोगों को हटाया जा रहा है, कर्फ्यू इम्पोज किया गया इस पूरे इलाके में और टीयर गैस छोड़ी जा रही है। लोगों को यहाँ से हटाने के लिए लोग भाग रहे हैं। तस्वीरों में देखिए जो स्थिति है, हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। टीयर गैस छोड़ी गई है यहाँ पर टीयर गैस छोड़ी गई है क्योंकि आप लोगों को यहाँ से टीयर गैस छोड़ी गई है यहाँ पर लोगों को यहाँ से हटाने के लिए। हंगामा बढ़ता जा रहा है। प्राइम मिनिस्टर का ये दफ्तर जहाँ पर टीयर गैस का इस्तेमाल हुआ है, देखिए लोगों की भीड़ आप देख रहे हैं।
There you have it, viewers, the visuals, the very dramatic visuals that are coming to light from Sri Lanka now, where massive protests that had been going on since quite some few months, and now we are seeing a crescendo of those protests as well, as hundreds have thronged the streets, have also blocked the presidential residence as well. There had been some attempts to set fire to parts of the Prime Minister's private residence as well. Those were the images that we were putting out.
ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं और लोग नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं। लगातार यहाँ पर आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े गए और लोगों की आंखों से लगातार आंसू गिरे। लोगों के लिए खड़ा होना मुश्किल हो गया है यहाँ पर इस जगह पर। ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर का दफ्तर जहाँ लगातार प्रदर्शन श्रीलंका में चल रहा है। कर्फ्यू इम्पोज किया गया वेस्टर्न प्रोविंस की। आप तस्वीर देख रहे हैं, सड़कें खचाखच भरी हुई है लोगों से और लोग लगातार प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, रुकने का नाम नहीं ले रहे हैं। नॉर्मल हालात नहीं है यहाँ पर, हालात लगातार बद से बदतर होते जा रहे हैं क्योंकि आंसू गैस का गोला लगातार छोड़ा जा रहा है। तस्वीरें हम दिखा रहे हैं आपको, दूर तक लोग नजर आ रहे हैं और कोशिश कर रहे हैं बचने की, लेकिन लगातार मिलिट्री यहाँ पर लोगों को कर्फ्यू इम्पोज करने के बाद हटा रही है और पूरे श्रीलंका में इमरजेंसी विक्रम सिंघे जो प्रधानमंत्री उन्होंने लागू कर दिया। देखिए किस तरह से दबाव बनाया जा रहा है लोगों पर, ये हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। चॉपर लगातार यहाँ पहुंच रहे हैं, आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े जा रहे हैं। तस्वीरों में आप देख रहे हैं लगातार ये तस्वीरें हम आप तक ले जा रहे हैं। देखिए लोगों की हालत खराब हो रही है, क्या सिचुएशन है देखकर समझना मुश्किल नहीं है। लोगों को ले जाया जा रहा है। पहली तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। लगातार यहाँ पर पहली तस्वीरें कैसे चॉपर्स घूम रहे हैं आप देख पा रहे हैं। हालात बद से बदतर हो गए श्रीलंका के। लोग प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं और रुक नहीं रहे हैं। हम लगातार आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, आपको दिखाएंगे हालात कैसे खराब हो रहे हैं यहाँ पर। देखिए ये वो तस्वीरें जो कहानी बयां कर रही है श्रीलंका की, लोगों का गुस्सा बयां कर रही है और यहाँ पर आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े गए, लेकिन लोग हट नहीं रहे हैं, तितर-बितर नहीं हो रहे हैं। पहले भागे लेकिन फिर एक बार रुक गए। तस्वीरें हम आपको चॉपर्स की भी दिखा रहे हैं लगातार किस तरह से। ये देखिए चॉपर के जरिए, यहाँ पर मिलिट्री चॉपर के जरिए दबाव बनाने की कोशिश हो रही है, लेकिन श्रीलंका के लोगों ने तय कर लिया है कि वो रुकेंगे नहीं, हटेंगे नहीं और कहीं ना कहीं हाथ खड़े नहीं करेंगे जब तक सिंहासन खाली नहीं होता। विजय अभय के साथ सलोनी श्रीवास्तव, रिपब्लिक भारत, कोलंबो, श्रीलंका।
And that was my colleague Saloni once again getting you that ground report, viewers, that very detailed ground report as to what's really happening in Sri Lanka, and the images that she is also beaming with her video journalist on the ground really tells us the kind of situation that is deteriorating in Sri Lanka as well. And we had seen over the past few months how thousands of people had come out on the streets, and more people in fact throng the streets right now as we see a state of emergency that has been also levied in the entire country of Sri Lanka. And we are seeing that the president as well had fled the country, and the Prime Minister has been, as per the constitution, temporarily sworn in as the president as well. Apart from that, of course, we are seeing the kind of anger in the people of Sri Lanka, claiming that the economic crisis has only gotten deeper because of the people like the president that has fled the country and the Prime Minister in the country right now that did not take any steps whatsoever to save the citizens of Sri Lanka from this growing economic debt trap that Sri Lanka finds itself in today. And those are the images, those are the ramifications that we are seeing on the streets of an inaction that was there was absolutely no action that in fact that had been taken by the government there, and that is the ramification on the streets that we are seeing of the citizens. The anger of the citizens, of course, very much palpable in these images as well, where the citizens had been claiming that they are not been even given basic facilities, and hence these protests had been going on by the normal people, the civilians there in Sri Lanka, claiming that the Prime Minister and the President were the ones who were supposed to take some kind of decision, but there were only continuous appeals that had been made by Rajapaksa as well. He had been saying that all the parties, all the political parties, even the opposition needs to come together and those are the images in fact of those protesters that are on your screens right now. And we have our correspondents on the ground keeping you ahead on this story, getting you all those images from Sri Lanka. Lahiru Dolaswala, in fact, also joins me on the broadcast. Lahiru, if you can hear me, take us through what's really happening now. We saw those very dramatic images coming to light from Sri Lanka. The anger of the citizens only growing by the minute, isn't it?
Yes, so all these protesters are now flocking towards the Prime Minister's office, and the Prime Minister's office is the center of attention for all protesters, and still they are still going towards that place. And there are no other places where the protest is taking place except for the Prime Minister's office. And the Prime Minister's office has also said that they are going to take control of the situation. We are also hearing that multiple choppers and helicopters are now flying over Colombo, monitoring the situation. The Prime Minister's office has also said they are going to take control of the situation. And the most dramatic scenes of Colombo are now happening in front of the Prime Minister's office.
Well, that being said, Lahiru, you know, we are seeing that there is some kind of decision that is being taken when it comes to the political decisions that need to be taken since the president has fled the country. But stay on with us. We also have Shanakian Ramanikam, in fact, who's also joining us on the broadcast. Sir, if I could come to you, what really is happening in Sri Lanka is pretty much evident from the images that are coming to light from the streets. The anger of the citizens is getting even bigger by the minute. But what's really expected as per the constitution for remedying this situation?
Well, this is a man-made crisis from the beginning. The president himself is solely responsible, and now he has made the crisis even worse by fleeing the country without his resignation being given. So right now, Sri Lanka does not have a president, and there is, and we are slowly. It looks like we are moving into a constitutional crisis because the Prime Minister has issued a state of emergency and has declared curfew in the Western Province, and he is not legally authorized to do that because he is still not the president. To declare state of emergency, he needs to be the president. However, with the president not resigning, the Prime Minister is acting out of the order. And also, the protests are intensifying because the president and the Prime Minister refuse to resign. On the 9th of July, the president promised that he will resign and that he will resign on the 13th. And it's almost 12 hours since the 13th of July has started, and the president still has not given his resignation.
Sir, but if I may, sir, you're a politician yourself, and we have been seeing the kind of statements that have been made by the president, who has now fled the country as well. But I want to thank you for joining us on the broadcast and sharing your perspective with us as well. I want to also go across back to my colleague Saloni, who's been on the ground reporting for us from Sri Lanka.
गोलों का इस्तेमाल किया गया क्योंकि विक्रम सिंघे ने आदेश दे दिया है। ये वेस्टर्न प्रोविंस है, जो दर्शक हमें देख रहे हैं वो समझे, ये वेस्टर्न प्रोविंस है और यहाँ कर्फ्यू और देखिए एम्बुलेंस की गाड़ी आ रही है क्योंकि लोग घायल हो गए, ले जाई जा रही है गाड़ियां और लोगों को इसमें जो घायल है उन्हें ले जाया जा रहा है। यहाँ पे तमाम वॉलेंटियर्स हैं जो घायलों को लेकर जा रहे हैं। देखिए ये घायल को यहाँ अंदर ले जाया जा रहा है क्योंकि यहाँ लगातार भगदड़ की भी स्थिति है और आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े जा रहे हैं। आंखें जल रही है लोगों की। हमारे लिए भी ये समस्या है। हम लोग लगातार चेहरा पानी से धो रहे हैं और यहाँ पर प्रदर्शनकारी भी वही कर रहे हैं। देखिए वहाँ की तस्वीर दिखाइए जरा, वहाँ की तस्वीर दिखाइए जरा। यहाँ सड़कों पर देखिए श्रीलंका के लोग अब तय कर चुके हैं। और देखिए ये तस्वीरें पानी की बोतल्स, क्योंकि लगातार यहाँ पर आंसू गैस के गोलों का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। ऐसे में पानी की बोतल्स फेंकी जा रही है जिससे कि लोग अपना चेहरा धो सके, मुंह धो सके। लगातार मिलिट्री का चॉपर ऊपर घूम रहा है लेकिन लोग रुक नहीं रहे। अभी हमने आपको तस्वीरें दिखाई कैसे पानी की बोतल्स फेंकी जा रही है लोगों के बीच। और अब गो गोटा गो के नारे के साथ गो रानीला गो के भी नारे लग रहे हैं। यानी विक्रम सिंघे ने जो इमरजेंसी इम्पोज की है, आपातकाल इम्पोज कर दिया है श्रीलंका पर, उसको लेकर लोगों में गुस्सा है, नाराजगी है। लोग रुकने का नाम नहीं ले रहे। पूरी सड़कें खचाखच भरी, आप देखिए पूरी सड़कें खचाखच भरी है। और ये वेस्टर्न प्रोविंस है जहां पर कर्फ्यू इम्पोज किया गया है। तस्वीरें हम लगातार आपको लाइव एक्शन की दिखा रहे हैं। कोलंबो श्रीलंका से रिपब्लिक हर एक तस्वीर आपके सामने रख रहा है। श्रीलंका की जो आपात स्थिति बनी हुई है वहां पर किस तरह से लोगों में नाराजगी है, गुस्सा है, वो हम आपको दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और देखिए लगातार एम्बुलेंस से लोगों को ले जाया जा रहा है क्योंकि हालात लगातार खराब हो रहे हैं, इसलिए लोगों को एम्बुलेंस की मदद से यहाँ से ले जाया जा रहा है। जो ये आज तस्वीर आप देख रहे हैं, ये वर्षों का गुस्सा है, दशकों का गुस्सा है राजपक्षे परिवार के खिलाफ, जो लोग इस तरह से सड़कों पर उतर आए हैं। और साफ तौर पर लोगों ने उद्घोष कर दिया है कि अब किसी तरह की मनमर्जी, भ्रष्टाचार, मनमानी, पैसों की मिलीभगत बर्दाश्त नहीं की जाएगी। तस्वीरें हम लगातार आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं। देखिए हर तरफ आपको लोग नजर आएंगे। पूरी तरफ सड़कों पर अगर हम आपको दिखाएं तो दूर दूर तक लोगों का हुजूम आप देख पाएंगे। और साफ तौर पर श्रीलंका की जो आर्थिक व्यवस्था है, जो फूड सप्लाई है वो ठप है, पावर सप्लाई है वो ठप है, दयनीय अवस्था में पहुंच चुका है देश। और लोग अब इसको बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे। लोगों ने तय किया है कि जो जिम्मेदार हैं उन्हें जवाब देना होगा, चाहे वो रानीला विक्रम सिंघे हो, चाहे वो गोटबाया राजपक्षे हो, चाहे वो महिंद्रा राजपक्षे हो, राजपक्षे परिवार हो, उनको जवाब देना होगा। और लोग झंडा लेकर पहुंचे हुए, झंडा भी आप देख रहे हैं श्रीलंका का। लगातार ये पूरी सड़क लोगों से खचाखच भरी हुई है। और ये एक दिन का गुस्सा नहीं है, ये वर्षों का गुस्सा है, सालों का गुस्सा है, जो आज फूट पड़ा है लोगों पर। और साफ तौर पर देखिए लोग अब खुद हटा रहे हैं बैरिकेडिंग्स। अब है तस्वीरों दिखाइए, बैरिकेडिंग्स लोग हटा रहे हैं। लोग यहाँ पर दरअसल जिस तरह से इन्हें रोका जा रहा था उसकी खिलाफत कर रहे हैं, विरोध कर रहे हैं और पूरा रास्ता लोग खुद खाली कर रहे हैं। देखिए लोगों ने अब हाथ में ले लिया है सब कुछ, चाहे वो यहाँ का कानून हो, चाहे वो यहाँ की व्यवस्था हो। लोगों ने साफ कर दिया है कि अब न्याय वो खुद करेंगे, क्योंकि जो राजनेता थे, जिन पर उन्होंने भरोसा किया, जो जिम्मेदार थे, वो पीछे के रास्ते से फरार हो गए। वो अगर बात करें गोटबाया राजपक्षे की तो मालदीव में है और दुबई जाने वाले ये कहा जा रहा है। जिम्मेदार फरार हो चुके हैं, लेकिन जनता सड़क पर उतरकर अब जवाब मांग रही है। लगातार ये तस्वीरें आपको श्रीलंका से दिखा रहे हैं। देखिए आगे अगर हम तस्वीरें दिखाएं तो वहां पर ही आंसू गैस के गोलों का इस्तेमाल किया गया है और वेस्टर्न प्रोविंस में पूरी तरह से कर्फ्यू इम्पोज कर दिया गया है। लोगों ने अब खुद तय कर लिया कि पूरा रास्ता खाली करेंगे। देखिए बैंड लगाए हुए हैं गो गोटा गो के, और लगातार यहाँ लोग सड़कों पर डटे हुए हैं, अड़े हुए हैं। 1 बजे की जो टाइमलाइन थी, 1 बजे का जो समय था, वो खत्म होने वाला है, 1 बजे की टाइमलाइन दी गई थी। देखिए बैरिकेड्स कैसे हटाए जा रहे हैं। साथ में आपको तस्वीरें हम दिखा रहे हैं, आपको तस्वीरें लगातार दिखा रहे हैं। जो हालात बने हुए हैं वो बता रहे हैं श्रीलंका के लोग दरअसल आजिज आ गए हैं श्रीलंका के लोग। एक देश जिसके राष्ट्रपति ने सिर्फ अपने लिए पैसे बनाए, चाइना से नजदीकियां की तो अपनी जेबें भरी। सिर्फ
And Saloni there getting us all the updates when it comes to what's really happening on the ground there, viewers. And as she was also pointing out, the anger of the citizens and crescendo there on the streets. And we are in fact getting you several voices from Sri Lanka as well. Azad Sali, the former governor of the western province of Sri Lanka, is also joining us on the broadcast. Azad Sali, in fact, if I could come to you, sir, what's really happening there in Sri Lanka? The kind of anger of the citizens, in fact, growing by the minute. But the question still remains, the president has fled the country. What next, and what can really be done by the politicians to remedy the situation so that there can be some relief to the citizens?
Actually, that is a very pertaining question that you asked me. The president of Sri Lanka has left the country, or virtually fled the country, and his letter of resignation has still not been given. People are still waiting because he had, the speaker announced to parliament and to everybody that the president is intending to resign on the 13th, and the letter will be sent to me. But up to now with the time is 12:45, and up to now the president's letter of resignation has still not reached the public or announcement being made. And also, this is not a time for the opposition to play games. This is a time for all politicians, everybody, every citizen of this country to get together to build Sri Lanka as and to bring the country into a stable situation. This is what every politician should be doing. But we can see the opposition trying to play games, because we have to go by the constitution and nothing to change the constitution. And if Parliament has announced that the Parliament will meet to elect a president on the 20th, so today to the 20th, you need a cabinet of ministers sitting and deciding on things. Now we don't have fuel, we don't have gas, we don't have medicine. All these have to be met by the cabinet, and approval has to be given by the cabinet to import these things, or to order these things, or to open a LC. All that approval has to come from cabinet. So if the opposition is trying to play politics, I don't think we will succeed in anything. So it's high time the religious leadership get together and tell the opposition that what you are doing is wrong. And we see the Bar Association of Sri Lanka, the Sali.
But sir, if I may, we are way past that point, don't you think so? Because the president has already fled the country. Of course, as per the procedure, the prime minister has been sworn in as the president as well. But going forward, what decision needs to be taken? Because the problem has not been solved for Sri Lanka. The debt trap that the country is still in, what ramifications will it have, and what kind of decision needs to be taken to rebuild the country now?
No decision can be taken because the president has only fled the country. President has not tendered his resignation yet. President's letter of resignation must be tabled and that be announced by the speaker. Only after that the prime minister becomes acting president. Right? Prime minister takes over, and till the 20th he has to act for 7 to 8 days to act as acting president. This opposition is not allowing. They are issuing statements over, they are instigating people to come before the Prime Minister's office, demonstrate that. You see the entire President's house, the temple trees, then the President's office, all have been totally destroyed. Right? The archaeological department has now gone to see what are the valuable things that are there, what are missing and all that. So you can't allow this to happen. So everybody, this is a time that everybody has to come together, tell these boys also that what you are doing is wrong. Right? Now at least get out of those places, clear these places up. That gives a very wrong image of Sri Lanka. This is the most important thing. You can't do this international image on Sri Lanka. We had a good name, we had a good image, we had a good brand name, Sri Lanka. That brand name is destroyed by the former president, and more than that, is now being destroyed by the opposition. This is the worst characters that we can see today. So they are only interested in coming to power and not interested in solving the country's problem. So all have to get together and support the present Prime Minister to come out of this mess. And after that, you do whatever you want, because we have to work in a democratic framework. We have to work according to the constitution of Sri Lanka. We have a parliament with 225 members. You sit there and discuss and do whatever changes you all want. But for God's sake, leave your damn politics. Leave your damn politics. Leave your damn politics. Get together for the sake of the country to save the name Sri Lanka. That is what we are trying
Absolutely.
to
All
do.
right. Azad Salideh, the ex-governor of the Western Province of Sri Lanka, thank you for joining us on the broadcast with that perspective. But of course, the images still really remain from Sri Lanka, telling us the real story of what's really happening on the ground, the citizens of the country.
और अभी हम फिर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. देखिए यहीं पर आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े गए. थोड़ा तितर बितर जनता यहाँ हो गई है. तितर बितर जनता हो गई है. चॉपर यहाँ पर आसमान में नजर आ रहा था. अब हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. एक बार फिर जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर का दफ्तर है, प्राइम मिनिस्टर के दफ्तर के अंदर घुस गए थे प्रदर्शनकारी. कई लोग घायल भी हुए हैं. कई लोग घायल भी हुए हैं. कर्फ्यू इस पूरे इलाके में इम्पोज किया गया है, लेकिन लोग मानने को तैयार नहीं है. लोग रुकने को तैयार नहीं है. लोगों का कहना है कि जब तक, देखिए 1 बजे तक का समय था और सिर्फ 13 मिनट बचे हैं. 1 बजे तक का अल्टीमेटम दिया गया था लोगों की तरफ से, और यही वजह है कि लोग लगातार अभी भी सड़कों पर है. देखिए हम अभी भी लोगों की है, अभी भी लोगों की भारी भीड़ है. लोग हटे ही नहीं है. आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े गए, बल प्रयोग किया गया.
And thousands on the streets, viewers, tracking those images for you very, very closely. Out on the streets, anger on the crescendo. The protests continue in Sri Lanka as citizens claim that the politicians of the country have not looked out in their best interest and in fact have led Sri Lanka to a deeper economic crisis, the ramifications of which we are seeing on the streets of Sri Lanka as thousands of the citizens, of angry citizens, throng the streets and demand answers. And we had been learning of the kind of developments that have also been taking place in Sri Lanka, where the emergency has been levied, and of course as the president Rajapaksa as well has fled the country, and of course as per the constitution the sitting prime minister in fact will be sworn in as the president. And of course there will be several statements that we had heard from the political fraternity of Sri Lanka coming in, claiming that there will be an all-party meeting that will take place to remedy the situation. Words like swift resolution had been used by the political fraternity of Sri Lanka. But right now, of course, we are seeing the authorities on the streets trying to pacify the anger of thousands of citizens who have been demanding answers from the president, from the prime minister, then by coming to the streets and then also marching straight inside the president's residence and claiming that this is the property of the public. And these are the politicians, in fact, who did not look out in the best interest of their citizens, of its electorate. And that is why we see the ramifications of that kind of an anger out on the streets of Sri Lanka, claiming that these are the politicians who did not get them out of this debt trap. And viewers, that is a very massive developing story that we are tracking for you from Sri Lanka. We'll be tracking for you all the updates right after this very short break.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
A group of nearly 8 terrorists tried to sneak in via the Poonch line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. An infiltration attempt was witnessed during the midnight along the line of control. Indian Army has neutralized 3 terrorists on the spot in heavy firing. Now, this comes just days ahead of the Amarnath Yatra. The AIADMK's interim General Secretary EPS and ousted party leader OPS moved the Madras High Court against the sealing of the party headquarters by the Tamil Nadu government on the 11th of July. The High Court is likely to hear the matter today. In a heart-wrenching incident in Pune's Kher Taluka, 3 children have lost their lives after falling into a huge pothole. As per the complaint that has been given by the father of these children, his children lost their lives after falling into a huge pothole in Ambethan area of Kher Taluka of Pune. The Mumbai Police Commissioner Vivek Phansalkar has Well, the Mumbai Police Commissioner Vivek Phansalkar has revoked a circular which mandated that no FIR needs to be filed for molestation or under the POSCO Act should be registered without the Zonal Deputy Commissioner of Police's permission.
A quick roundup of news in brief. Congress High Command is reportedly unhappy with Congress MP Manish Tiwari, who is part of the Consultative Committee for Defence in the Parliament after he refused to sign the opposition's memorandum seeking withdrawal of the centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme.
And cutting across back to those visuals that are coming to light from Sri Lanka, viewers from Colombo, in fact, where thousands of protesters are still marching on the streets, not budging from where they are, even after we saw those dramatic visuals of a tear gas being lobbed as well at the angry protesters by the authorities to pacify these kind of protests that have been breaking out in Sri Lanka. And even now today, since the state of emergency has been divided in the country and thousands of citizens are still out on the streets demanding answers from their politicians, and we have been seeing images like these coming to light since over the past few months, and where thousands of citizens in fact have been saying that these politicians did not do anything to help them come out of this economic crisis, this debt trap that Sri Lanka finds itself in. And as per the procedure of the constitution, and we have seen how the president has fled the country, and it means that the sitting prime minister, if the president resigns, will function as the president as well till at least the parliament elects a new president. And on that note, let me also bring in our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor on the broadcast. Abhishek, we are seeing these very dramatic images coming to light from Sri Lanka. The anger of the citizens really hitting a crescendo when it comes to the protests that have been carried out. But speak to us a little bit about the procedure going forward and what can really Sri Lankan political fraternity do to remedy this situation, Abhishek?
Priyanka, so the procedure is as per Article 40 of the Constitution of Sri Lanka as it exists today. In case of a vacancy in the office of the president, in case of a vacancy in the office of the president, in case of a vacancy of the office of the president, the Prime Minister takes over in the interim, and then the Parliament from among its members has to determine who can be the next president, and then the charge is given to that person. So it seems that as of now, with the formal announcement of resignation of Gotabaya Rajapaksa is still awaited. We are told that in a while the Speaker is going to do that. The resignation has already been sent to the office of the Speaker. It is for the Speaker to announce. Following which the Parliament convenes on July 15th, which is day after tomorrow, on which day the resignation would be accepted. In the interim, as things exist, Ranil Wickramasinghe, who is the Prime Minister, takes over as the President for the time being. And then on July 20th, the Parliament meets again and the members of the Parliament determine who would be the President. Most likely it is that Sajit Premadasa, Priyanka, he could be the President. He's the leader of opposition as of now, and given the fact that there is nobody else left, it's likely that he might be given the mantle. It's a difficult time to, head the Sri Lanka government, and we have seen how of late, even army is becoming active. We are seeing pictures of the Air Force choppers flying low, like we see in these pictures. And right, before Abhishek, that, we have seen yesterday, Priyanka, how army has taken over the state television. So I think things are fluid. and the pictures really speak for themselves.
Well, absolutely, Abhishek there explaining the entire procedure for us as well, viewers, and we are going to take a small break and come back with Abhishek as well to understand more as to what's expected for Sri Lanka going forward.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta and Amity University.
And here's a look at some more news in brief. The National Investigating Agencies conducted searches at 9 locations in Rajasthan's Udaipur district in connection with the killing of a Hindu tailor, Kanhaiya Lal, last month. Now, the NIA has seized all digital devices and other incriminating materials, which will further help in the probe. Further investigations in the case are underway. Shocking footage shows the Coast Guard's flag and the Indian flag dumped in Kochi's Irupanam. The police have registered a case in the matter while further investigation is underway. Apart from the tricolour, Coast Guard helmets, uniforms and other accessories were also found in the dump. Karnataka's Home Minister has announced that he will reduce jail term for prisoners if they reveal whether other inmates are using mobile phones or any other banned substances inside the prison. Now, he further added that a reward of 2,000 rupees will be given to police personnel who cite these malpractices.
ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಪರಾಧ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಈಗ ನಾವೊಂದು ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾದಕ ವಸ್ತುಗಳು ಜೈಲು ಒಳಗಡೆ ಯಾರು ಹಿಡಿದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Now, following the Karnataka Home Minister's announcement on the reduction of the jail term, opposition has slammed him, questioning his constitutional right to do so. Opposition said that the Karnataka Home Minister has lost trust in his own police and hence is seeking help from prisoners to help them cite other inmates involved in illegal activities. Punjab's Advocate General A.G. Sidhu was attacked by unidentified people while he was travelling via train. Some unidentified people pelted stones at him near Panipat. The AG filed a complaint to the police for further investigations. Punjab Advocate General appeared in the Supreme Court in the Lawrence Bishnoi case yesterday. In another jolt to the Uddhav Thackeray camp, the Yuva Sena leader Vikas Gogawale has joined Eknath Shinde's camp. Vikas was seen at the Chief Minister's residence last night, formally extending support on the occasion of Guru Purnima. He also claimed that more than 50 office bearers of the Yuva Sena will join the Shinde camp this week. A group of nearly 8 terrorists tried to sneak in via the Poonch line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. An infiltration attempt was witnessed during the midnight along the line of control. Indian Army has neutralized 3 terrorists.
Top headlines this afternoon: complete chaos in Colombo, state of emergency declared by Ranil Wickremesinghe. Law and order goes for a toss. Thousands hit streets. Massive protests break out of open large-scale loot. Tear gas shells also fired. Country in mess. Lankan outgoing president Gotabaya Rajapaksa flees to Maldives for layover. Final destination not known. NCB pins down Ria's role, says Ria was in touch with drug peddlers, supplied drugs. Three-layered mega Ria role in drug case. She procured, she was in touch and funded and supplied drugs as well. Lutyens' campaign to save Ria has now officially flopped. Shocking attack by Vadra Congress on Draupadi Murmu, says she represents evil philosophy. BJP retorts, says attacked for tribal background. Good afternoon. afternoon, viewers. I'm Samiksha Srivastava, tracking all the latest on Sri Lanka crisis, which has only snowballed. Hundreds and thousands of protesters have now taken to streets. Emergency has also been declared. Meanwhile, Vikramasinghe has been sworn in as the acting president, as per reports. So we have our senior executive editor Abhishek also joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, if you could talk us through the situation that is unfolding in Sri Lanka as we speak.
Samiksha, the situation is dire, and law and order situation is absolutely out of control, and that's why we have seen even the army getting concerned, and that's why, for example, the army choppers coming out, flying low, and we have seen instances of police, of course, using tear gas shells to control the mob. We had seen how they had put to fire private residence of Prime Minister Ranil Vikramasinghe. Two attempts of the Rajapaksas to escape did not fructify. Finally, the Air Force had to shepherd them out. And the fact that the United States have refused to give visa to the Rajapaksas, they have landed in Maldives. In fact, it's creating problem in Maldives as well. We have latest coming in from the Maldives National Party, which is in opposition, which has the parliamentary group of that party has petitioned the Speaker of the Maldives Parliament asking, or they are putting a motion in the Maldives Parliament asking on what grounds and why President Gotabaya of Sri Lanka was given refuge in Maldives. So I think the situation remains very volatile. And but the important point is that the protesters also have to realize, unless they calm down, unless law and order prevails, it would be very difficult for the next government to take over. Their anger is justified, their angst is justified. The fact that basic items like a packet of biscuit, which was available for 5 rupees, is now available for 30 rupees or even 50 rupees. A loaf of bread is available for almost $200, which was earlier available for 30 rupees, 40 rupees. Is obviously creating a crisis of just being about to manage to live properly. And that's why all these people have gathered. They are not from just Colombo, Amiksha. All the protesters we see have come from across the hinterland of Sri Lanka, hoping that these protests would ultimately lead to some sense prevailing among the ruling elite. We have seen that despite his best efforts, Ranil Vikramasinghe also could not help much. Of course, he also became guilty by association of not really getting rid of the Rajapaksas. The real anger, if you look at it, is against the Rajapaksa clan, the family. At one point in time, Samiksha almost controlled 70% of the Sri Lankan budget. They have been accused of hobnobbing with the Chinese establishment and the deep state and enriching themselves at the cost of Sri Lanka getting into a debt trap. There is a Lotus Tower that has come up in Colombo, in this very area where these protests are taking place. Imagine, just for vanity's sake, it's a Chinese project, Chinese company given this project, $100 million, no revenue, except for some vanity that they have a 300-meter tall tower modeled on the lines of Shanghai Tower in Colombo, tallest tower in South Asia, 300 meters plus, but that has added to the debt of Sri Lanka. Similarly, Hambantota, similarly, the port project of Colombo, Port City Colombo, and these have, apart from all these projects, apart from having created security concerns in the region with the Chinese ingress, they have also landed Sri Lanka in good measure because of these projects that Sri Lanka is.
All right. Yes, Abhishek, stay with us. We'll just come back to you. Saloni is getting us ground updates. Let's take a look.
चुके हैं मालदीव जा चुके हैं दुबई जाने वाले, लेकिन जनता सड़कों पर आ चुकी है और पूछ रही है उन सत्ताधीशों से सवाल जिसने श्रीलंका की किस्मत के साथ इतना बड़ा मजाक किया। लगातार आर्थिक स्थिति खराब होती गई, लेकिन फैसला नहीं लिया गया राजपक्षे परिवार की तरफ से। सिर्फ और सिर्फ अपनी जेबें भरने का फैसला लिया गया और अब जनता कह रही है सड़क पर आकर कि जनता आती है, सिंहासन खाली करो। श्रीलंका की ये तस्वीर, धधकती लंका की ये तस्वीर अब इंसाफ की मांग कर रही है उन जिम्मेदारों से जो पीठ दिखाकर फरार हो गए हैं। विजय के साथ सलोनी श्रीवास्तव, रिपब्लिक भारत, कोलंबो, श्रीलंका से।
senior executive editor Abhishek continues to be with us. Abhishek, what do you think is the way out? The situation we see on the ground right now is only spiraling from what the visuals show us.
Samiksha, I was coming to that. So the protesters also, the fact of the matter is this is an absolutely organic protest with people coming in and there is no particular leader. It's just that a group of people comes and they start protesting, and these have been going on for a couple of months. In fact, similar things were seen exactly 2 months back when the protesters got after the then Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa and then he had to flee. Since then, they have been protesting at what is called the Gaul protest site or the Gota-Gogama protest site, where they were ultimately wanting Gotabaya to go. And now that Gotabaya has gone, they are after the Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe.
पोस्टर बैनर लेकर लोग पहुंचे हुए हैं और तस्वीरें देखिए और वहां पर वापस टीयर गैस का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है। ऐसे में थोड़ी मुश्किल यहाँ पर हो रही है, लेकिन हम आपको कोशिश कर रहे हैं वहां तक एक बार फिर से दिखाने की तस्वीरें देखिए। दरअसल राजपक्षे अब फरार हो चुके हैं, वो जा चुके हैं मालदीव्स के माले बताया जा रहा है, और वहां से दुबई उनकी जाने की तैयारी है। दुबई जाने की तैयारी है। लोग झंडा पहन कर आए हैं। ये श्रीलंका का झंडा है और इस पर जो शेर बना हुआ है उसी तरह के अंदाज में शेर बनकर लोग सड़कों पर उतरकर सत्ताधीशों से सवाल पूछ रहे हैं, जवाब मांग रहे हैं कि आखिर 2 दशकों की सत्ता में राजपक्षे परिवार ने या विक्रमसिंघे ने श्रीलंका के लोगों के लिए क्या किया, उनके उत्थान के लिए क्या किया, उनके विकास के लिए क्या किया। देखिए अनाउंसमेंट हो रही है, लोगों को एकजुट करने के लिए सिंधी भाषा में अनाउंसमेंट लगातार हो रही है, क्योंकि लोगों को समझाया जा रहा है कि ये मुश्किल हालात हैं, इसमें आप कहीं जाइए मत, आपको बने रहना है, आपको इस संघर्ष को जारी रखना है, लगातार संघर्ष जारी रखना है। ये लोगों को समझाया जा रहा है, हम अगर सड़कों की तस्वीरें आपको दिखाएं तो यहाँ लोगों ने दरअसल सवाल किया है कि आखिर पहले जिस तरह से एक्शन लिया जा रहा है उस वक्त ये क्यों नहीं सोचा गया कि जनता का उत्थान कैसे होना है, जनता का विकास कैसे होना है, आर्थिक समस्या कैसे हल हो, किस तरह से फ्यूल रिफिलिंग की जो समस्या है उसको ठीक। गैस के गोले छोड़े गए, जनता इस तरफ भागती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। लगातार हालात बद से बदतर हो गए। देखिए पानी की बोतल, आंसू गैस के जो गोले छोड़े जा रहे हैं यहाँ पर आ रही है, कार्टन्स 100 कार्टन्स 1000 कार्टन्स पानी बोतल यहाँ पर पहुंचाई जा रही है, क्योंकि इसी के जरिए लोग मुंह धुलकर लगातार यहाँ डटे हुए हैं। अनाउंसमेंट भी किस तरह से हो रही है ये भी हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, अनाउंसमेंट किस तरह से हो रही है ये भी हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। लगातार सिंगली भाषा में लोगों को ये समझाया जा रहा है कि उन्हें ये स्ट्रगल, ये संघर्ष जारी रखना है जब तक फैसले की घड़ी नहीं आती। देखिए लोग मुंह धो रहे हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पर आंसू गैस के गोलों का जिस तरह इस्तेमाल किया, लोगों की आंखें जल रही हैं, ट्रकों में भर के लाई जा रही है, लोगों को दी जा रही है और लोग उसका इस्तेमाल श्रीलंका में
So several such visuals that are coming from Sri Lanka at this point. You can see unprecedented crisis that is unfolding in Sri Lanka as we speak. Hundreds and thousands of protesters have taken to streets to protest against Rajapaksa and his family. So a lot of anger, massive outrage there among the people, and the biggest leads of course with Republic. Reporting from the ground, getting you all the latest updates. We are told that Ranil Wickremesinghe is now the acting president of Sri Lanka, and this was reported just minutes after state of emergency that was enforced in the country in
लगातार अपना चेहरा धुल रहे हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरह से आंसू गैस का इस्तेमाल हुआ है उससे लोगों का चेहरा जल रहा है, आंखें जल रही हैं, लोगों के लिए दिक्कत आ रही है, हम तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं, लेकिन लोगों ने अब ये तय किया हुआ है कि वो सवाल पूछेंगे ही, क्योंकि नीतियां अभी तक तय नहीं की गई। कोई ऐसी नीति नहीं बनाई गई जिससे जो ये आर्थिक
दौरे पर था तो उपराष्ट्रपति तत्कालीन हामिद अंसारी जी मुझे बुलाते हैं, कहते हैं आओ भारत, और जो हमारी बातचीत होती है और जो जानकारी पत्रकार के साथ साझा की जाती है वो अति संवेदनशील और गोपनीय है, क्योंकि हमें नहीं भूलना चाहिए कि उपराष्ट्रपति का जो पद है यह एक संवैधानिक पद है और इसमें आपको बहुत से तथ्य ऐसे हैं, बहुत सी बातें हैं जिनकी जानकारी होती है और उसको साझा नहीं करना होता है, क्योंकि वो अति गोपनीय होती है, संवेदनशील होती है, देश की सुरक्षा से जुड़ी होती है। तो ये पाकिस्तानी पत्रकार बताता है कि ये संवेदनशील अति गोपनीय जानकारी एक बार नहीं, 2 बार नहीं, 3 बार नहीं, 4 बार नहीं, 5 बार जब वो भारत यात्रा पे आया, जो कि बुलाया गया, उसने ये जानकारी हामिद अंसारी जी से ली और इस जानकारी को भारत के खिलाफ इस्तेमाल किया गया। ये उसका साक्षात्कार बता रहा है कि ISI जो पाकिस्तान की खुफिया एजेंसी है, इस जानकारी को ISI के साथ साझा किया गया भारत को कमजोर करने के लिए। भारत पूरे विश्व में आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जो मुहिम है उसमें अग्रणी भूमिका निभा रहा है और कांग्रेस की सरकार 2005 से 2011 के बीच में 5 बार ऐसे व्यक्ति को भारत आने का निमंत्रण देती है, वो भी हामिद अंसारी जी देते हैं। वही जानकारी हमारे देश की सेना, हमारे देश के नागरिकों के खिलाफ उसका इस्तेमाल किया जाता है। तो सबसे पहले तो देश की जनता यह पूछना चाहती है कि आतंकवाद का खात्मा करने के लिए क्या कांग्रेस की जो सरकार रही उसकी यह नीति थी? हमारे देश की खुफिया जो अति गोपनीय जानकारी है उसको साझा आप कर रहे हैं ऐसे देशों से जो इसका इस्तेमाल करेंगे आतंकवाद के लिए। और इसीलिए देश की जनता आज व्यथित है। हामिद अंसारी जी को इस देश की जनता ने आदर दिया, सम्मान दिया, संवैधानिक पद पे वो रहे, वो इस देश की जनता का आशीर्वाद था। बदले में उन्होंने क्या दिया? क्या यह कांग्रेस पार्टी को जवाब नहीं देना चाहिए कि ऐसा क्यों हुआ? इसके साथ ही इस साक्षात्कार में जो दूसरी बात आई है जो बहुत चिंताजनक है, नुसरत मिर्जा, इनको 2010 में आप मेहरबानी देखिए, यह रिश्ता क्या कहलाता है? यह मेहरबानी कैसी? हामिद अंसारी जी ने इन पत्रकार महोदय को आतंकवाद पे एक बहुत बड़ा सेमिनार हो रहा था और बुलाया और कहा कि आप भारत को सीख दीजिए, यह बताइए कि आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हम कैसे लड़ें। एक मुल्क जिसे पूरा विश्व जानता है कि वो केवल आतंकवाद का व्यापार करता है, आतंकिस्तान उसका नाम है, पर्याय है, वो व्यक्ति जो ISI से भारत की अति संवेदनशील जानकारी को साझा करता है, उसको निमंत्रण देके बुलाया जाता है कि आप भारत आइए, जिस देश में आतंकवाद फैला रहे हैं उस देश को बताइए कि आतंकवाद से लड़ना कैसे। यह है कांग्रेस पार्टी की जहरीली सोच, यह है कांग्रेस पार्टी की नीति आतंकवाद से लड़ने की। एक तरफ श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी इस देश की अखंडता को मजबूत कर रहे हैं, आतंकवाद का खात्मा करेंगे, यह हमारा संकल्प है। दूसरी तरफ कांग्रेस पार्टी की सोच है, और जब ये तथ्य स्वयं पत्रकार नुसरत मिर्जा ने साझा किया तो यह स्वाभाविक है कि केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी को नहीं, हर नागरिक को चिंता हुई, हर राजनीतिक दल को यह सवाल पूछना चाहिए। तीसरी बड़ी बात, यह तथ्य भी साक्षात्कार से ही उठाया गया है, यह सवाल है, जो प्रक्रिया है, सरकार किसी भी व्यक्ति को जो भारत का दौरा करता है वीजा देती है। तो आप वक्तव्य सुनिए पाकिस्तानी पत्रकार का, कहता है कि वैसे तो वीजा 3 शहरों में जाने का मिलता है भारत में, लेकिन मुझे 7 शहरों में जाने का वीजा मिला। तेरी मेहरबानियां, 3 क्यों, 7 शहर जाओ, वहां का अध्ययन करो, जो जानकारी आतंकवादी हमारे देश के खिलाफ इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, पूरा रेकी करो, पूरा अध्ययन करो, और उसके बाद वो साझा करो। जो वो खुद कबूलता है मैंने साझा करी। अब ये प्रश्न, कुछ प्रश्न हमीद अंसारी जी से हैं और कुछ कांग्रेस पार्टी से हैं। सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी जी, सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी जी तो शायद देश में नहीं है, लेकिन यह आशा जरूर है क्योंकि राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा से जुड़ा हुआ मुद्दा है, वो भी इसका संज्ञान लेंगे और सोनिया गांधी जी और राहुल गांधी जी इन प्रश्नों का उत्तर देंगे। सबसे पहला, जब यह बात सार्वजनिक हो गई है कि यूपीए कांग्रेस शासन की सरकार में एक पाकिस्तानी पत्रकार हमीद अंसारी जी के न्योते पे
Well, we continue with a live coverage on the situation that is only spiraling out of hand in Sri Lanka. As you can see there, the visuals of the protesters who have gathered in large numbers again.
आगे 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 गाड़ियां जा रही हैं, लोगों को ले जाया जा रहा है, लोगों को लगातार ये अपील की जा रही है, जो लोग आंसू गैस के गोलों से पीछे हट रहे हैं। Sir, you are continuously appealing people to go there.
Yes.
So that they can make it strong. Can you please say it on the camera? Yeah.
All people is gone out of the Ranil. Don't like your Ranil, Prime Minister and President. All like to another people is the President and Prime Minister. Very bad fellows are Ranil and the Pakha man, Gotabe. It's a very dangerous man. He's political is Bachul and
Who do you want as a President? Who do you want?
Who's the Aragal? Some people is asking who's take sometime Sajid, sometime Antakumar Dishanak, I don't know. Everybody is like that people after some time this Prime Minister is the President. After that good country, no petrol, no gas, no like that. Already that's not a problem Sri Lanka.
तो आपने सुना, एक अच्छा देश ये कह रहे थे कि इट वाज अ गुड कंट्री, लेकिन अब नो फ्यूल, नो पेट्रोल, नो फूड, नो सप्लाईज, यानी जो समस्या है मूलभूत बुनियादी चीजों की हम बात करें तो 470 रुपए प्रति लीटर पेट्रोल खरीद रहे हैं लोग यहाँ पर, और वो भी ब्लैक में जब मिलता है तो सोचिए आप दाम कितने ऊंचे होते होंगे। खाने पीने की जो चीजें हैं वो 3 गुना से 4 गुना दामों में बिकती हैं, लोगों को खरीदनी पड़ती हैं क्योंकि उनका घर परिवार है, नौकरी नहीं है, रोजी रोटी ही नहीं है तो वो कैसे अपना सब कुछ चलाएं, कैसे अपना सब कुछ मैनेज करें, ये उनके सामने चुनौती बनी हुई है। आपने सुना कि विक्रम सिंघे के लिए, रानी ने विक्रम सिंघे के लिए भी कह रहे थे कि ये लोग बुरे हैं, ये लोग बुरे हैं और इन्होंने सिर्फ अपनी जेबें भरी हैं, सिर्फ अपनी जेबें भरी हैं। देखिए, अगर हम बात करें यहाँ पर राजपक्षे की, तो राजपक्षे तो साफ तौर पर चले गए हैं, मालदीव्स माले में हैं, दुबई जाने की खबर है और राजपक्षे का ही एक्सटेंशन लोग मानते हैं विक्रम सिंघे को, विक्रम सिंघे को राज एक्सटेंशन मांगते हैं। लोगों का कहना है कि विक्रम सिंघे भी उन्हीं की तरह हैं, उन्हीं की तरह हैं और उन्हीं की तरह भ्रष्टाचार करेंगे। तो बड़ी बात यह है कि अब जनता सड़कों पर आ गई है, सवाल पूछ रही है और कह रही है कि सत्ताधीशों को बदलो, जो सत्ता पे सवार रहे हैं, जिन्होंने अपनी भलाई की है, सिर्फ जनता की भलाई नहीं की, जनता के लिए कुछ नहीं किया, वो जवाब दें और जवाब देकर सिंहासन को खाली करें, ये कह रही है जनता। और यही वजह देखिए, लगातार अबे तस्वीरें दिखाइए, फिर से टियर गैस का इस्तेमाल, लोग भाग रहे हैं, लोग उल्टी तरफ आ रहे हैं क्योंकि टियर गैस का इस्तेमाल लगातार हो रहा है, रुक नहीं रहा है। देखिए लगातार ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं, लगातार ये धुएं का गुब्बार जो देख रहे हैं आप, ये टियर गैस का इस्तेमाल यहाँ लगातार हो रहा है। मिलिट्री लोगों को रोक रही है लेकिन लोग रुकने वाले नहीं हैं। लोगों ने तय कर लिया है कि अब यहाँ पर सत्ता बदलेगी, सत्ता करने का तरीका, सत्ता हासिल करने का तरीका बदलेगा और ये वक्त आ गया है परिवर्तन का। लोग ये संदेश लगातार दे रहे हैं और इस संदेश का समर्थन करने के लिए सड़कों पर भारी भीड़ है। बेहद दयनीय हालात है, इस देश की आर्थिक स्थिति पूरी तरह से चौपट हो चुकी है, रोजी रोटी के लिए लोग तरस रहे हैं, जिम्मेदारों से सवाल पूछ रहे हैं। अपना आलीशान भवन छोड़कर जिम्मेदार कहीं लापता है, प्रधानमंत्री लापता है, तो राष्ट्रपति फरार है। ये वो परिवार है जिसने वर्षों तक श्रीलंका पर राज किया और सिर्फ अपने परिवार का कल्याण किया है, सिर्फ अपने परिवार का कल्याण किया है, सिर्फ अपने परिवार का। और भ्रष्टाचार से संलिप्त रही है सरकार, जिसकी आज श्रीलंका की जनता सड़कों पर है, आह निकल रही है श्रीलंका की जनता की सड़कों पर उतरकर और साफ तौर पर पूछ रही है कि इतने समय तक गद्दी पर बैठाया तो क्यों बैठे। और ये देखिए, ये आर्मी यहाँ से जा रही है, आर्मी जब जा रही है तो लोग जश्न मना रहे हैं, लोग जश्न मना रहे हैं, लोग जश्न मना रहे हैं। आर्मी यहाँ से जा रही है, लोग जश्न मना रहे हैं क्योंकि लोगों को ये अपनी जीत लग रही है। आर्मी इलाके को खाली करा रही थी, अब लोगों ने जश्न मनाना शुरू कर दिया है। लोगों का कहना है कि उन्होंने आर्मी को भी खदेड़ दिया, वो सत्ता परिवर्तन भी करेंगे। और तस्वीरें देखिए, लगातार ये तस्वीरें देखिए, आर्मी के जवान जा रहे हैं, आर्मी के जवान जा रहे हैं और उन्हें साथ में ले जाया जा रहा है, उन्हें छोड़ा जा रहा है, ले जाकर उन्हें एस्कॉर्ट किया जा रहा है बाहर तक, क्योंकि यही वो जवान थे जो लगातार आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़ रहे थे। तस्वीरें सबसे पहले आपको रिपब्लिक नेटवर्क पर दिखा रहे हैं, हर सूरत हाल रिपब्लिक नेटवर्क पर आपको दिखाते रहेंगे। रुक रहे बहुत थोड़ी देर के लिए, जल्द लौटते हैं, बने रहिए रिपब्लिक भारत के साथ।
And on that note, let's also take a look at some of the reports that have been filed from Ground Zero on the situation being seen in Sri Lanka.
जानकारी मिल रही है कि मालदीव्स चले गए और वहां से दुबई भी जा सकते हैं, जो जानकारियां मिल रही है। इस वक्त हम खड़े हैं प्रेसिडेंट की सेक्रेटरी ऑफिस के बाहर और देखिए, यही वो जगह है जहां से संघर्ष शुरू हुआ और उसके बाद प्रेसिडेंट हाउस को पूरी तरह से घेर लिया प्रदर्शनकारियों ने, प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स ऑफिस पर कब्जा कर लिया। और अभी भी अगर हम आपको दिखाएं, अभय से मैं कहूंगी दिखाएंगे किस तरह से लोग यहाँ अपना पूरी तरह से बैठे हुए हैं और प्रदर्शन दिन हो या रात, 24 घंटे ये जगह खाली होती नजर नहीं आ रही है। आप देखिए, अगर देखें, लोगों में नाराजगी है और हम आपको आगे भी दिखाएंगे। ये देखिए, ये जो एरिया है, यहाँ आर्मी ने, ये मेन एंट्रेंस है, प्रेसिडेंट की सेक्रेटरी ऑफिस का मेन एंट्रेंस है और आर्मी डिप्लॉय है, उनका रोष है ये जो वो सामने आ रहा है और भावुक होकर वो इस तरह की बात कर रहे हैं कि अब उन्हें वापस भेजा जाएगा, विक्रम सिंघे को भी वापस भेजा जाएगा, ये बात कह रहे हैं लोग। और लगातार आंसू गैस का इस्तेमाल हो रहा था अब, लेकिन जो मिलिट्री के अधिकारी वहां थे उन्हें अब हटा दिया गया है। जनता ने यहाँ पर उसे अपनी जीत समझा है, जश्न मनाया है। वो तस्वीरें भी हम आपको लगातार रिपब्लिक पर दिखा रहे हैं किस तरह से रिपब्लिक पर आप देख रहे हैं कि जनता जब यहाँ से उनको लेकर जा रही थी तो वो जो हुजूम था उसमें जश्न का माहौल था, क्योंकि अब लोगों को लग रहा है कि सत्ता परिवर्तन तो करेंगे ही। और मिलिट्री के अधिकारियों को भी रोक दिया उन्होंने, आंसू गैस का इस्तेमाल जिस तरह से हो रहा था उसे भी रोक दिया है, कर्फ्यू लागू कर दिया है विक्रम सिंघे ने इस पूरे वेस्टर्न प्रोविंस में, और साथ ही देखिए आपातकाल इमरजेंसी लागू कर दी गई है। लेकिन लगातार हर तस्वीर हम आपको रिपब्लिक नेटवर्क पर दिखा रहे हैं। यहाँ रुक रहे, बहुत थोड़ी देर के लिए जल लौटे, बने रहिए रिपब्लिक के साथ। लंबे समय तक राज करता रहा, जिसके बाद लोगों के लिए समस्या खड़ी हो गई, परेशानी खड़ी हो गई। ये जो भीड़ आप देख रहे हैं, अगर आप पूरी तरह से देखें, यहाँ पर जो ये हाथ में तख्ती लिए हुए दरअसल सिंगली भाषा में लिखा हुआ है, बाकी भीड़ है यहाँ पर मौजूद है, देखने की कोशिश कर रही हूं मैं। लेकिन देखिए तुरंत ही एक व्यक्ति को लगाया गया आपात स्थिति में, क्योंकि जो आंसू गैस के गोलों का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है उससे लोग मूर्छित होकर गिर जा रहे हैं, आंसू निकल रहे लोगों के। हमारी भी स्थिति वैसी है, क्योंकि आंसू गैस के गोले जब इस्तेमाल किए जा रहे थे लोग लगातार अपना मुंह पानी से धुल रहे हैं। हमने भी कोशिश की, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं उसका असर रह रहा है, जिसकी वजह से लोग घायल हो रहे हैं। अभय तक मैं पहुंचने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ। अभय, हर तस्वीर पब्लिक पर आप दिखाने की कोशिश करें। देखिए भीड़ एक बार फिर भाग रही है, लगातार आंसू गैस के गोलों का इस्तेमाल है।
Quick roundup of news in brief. Congress High Command is reportedly unhappy with Congress MP Manish Tiwari, who is part of the Consultative Committee for Defence in the Parliament after he refused to sign the opposition's memorandum seeking withdrawal of the centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme. There is an outrage within the Congress against Manish Tiwari, we are told, who has openly supported the Agnipath scheme contrary to Congress stand. Despite heavy rains in Kedarnath in Rudraprayag district of Uttarakhand, the journey to the sacred temple has resumed. Starting today, the rain has caused slight drop in the number of devotees as well travelling to Kedarnath. However, despite the rains and the roads that have been damaged as a result of these rains, pilgrims are enthusiastically seen continuing with their journey to the temple.
And here's a look at some more news in brief. The National Investigating Agencies conducted searches of 9 locations in Rajasthan's Udaipur district in connection with the killing of a Hindu tailor, Kanhaiya Lal, last month. Now, the NIA has seized all digital devices and other incriminating materials, which will further help in the probe. Further investigations in the case are underway. Shocking footage shows the Coast Guard's flag and the Indian flag dumped in Kochi's Irupanam. The police have registered a case in the matter while further investigation is underway. Apart from the tricolour, Coast Guard.
And now, viewers, tracking for you all that is happening in Sri Lanka, and the latest that we are learning now is that the Sri Lankan Army Air Force in fact now is patrolling the streets and skies, and Lankan Army in fact has taken over the state television and radio as well. These are the latest details that we are picking up from Sri Lanka, and we had seen the kind of absolute chaos that has ensued in Sri Lanka over the past few months. And of course, that chaos hitting its crescendo over the past 2 to 3 days since the president has also fled the country. And thousands of the citizens of Sri Lanka are thronging the streets, and the anger in the citizens growing by the minute. And the protests also not stopping anytime soon. And that is why these kind of developments that we are tracking from Sri Lanka, where the Lankan army has taken over the state television and radio. And for more on this, let me bring in our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor on the broadcast. Abhishek, speak to us about the kind of developments that we are tracking out of Sri Lanka. Now the Lankan army has taken over the radio and the television and is also patrolling the streets and the air as well.
Absolutely, Lanka. So we have seen the defense forces of Sri Lanka becoming active in the last 24 hours. The state television and the radio were taken over, in the sense the premises were taken over in the forces late evening, and We saw how overnight Gotabaya Rajapaksa, the president, was shepherded out by the Air Force along with his family. And now we have seen choppers flying around Colombo, around the protest sites to send across intervene at some stage. We have also seen pictures coming in from the ground where our crew is reporting of the protesters engaging with the soldiers, but obviously very friendly. That the army is still held in high esteem, but the fact is that we are seeing increased visibility of Sri Lankan armed forces apart from the police. So is it that the defense forces essentially sending us a message that at some stage they might have to intervene, and that's why preparation is going on? What is important is that the situation remains volatile and the protests continue. And now it seems that Gotabaya Rajapaksa, instead of resigning and calming down the tempers, has chosen a move which could be provocative as far as protesters are concerned, because what he has done is, instead of leaving under Article 40 and letting Parliament decide who would appointed Ranil Vikram, time that Gotabaya is out of the 37 of the Constitution. So I think this also might cause a bit of a heartburn among the protesters. Not very good signs, but that's how developments taking place in Sri Lanka. Everyone is closely watching. The IMF and the friendly nations, including India, they may maintain that once calm prevails, focus can come back on governance issues, and to make sure that despite bankruptcy, a general humanitarian crisis does not pan out in Sri Lanka. We are seeing how there is absolute scarcity of food, fertilizer, fuel, everything, and that
लोगों की भीड़ नजर आएगी। ये आपको तस्वीरों के जरिए हम दिखा रहे हैं। ये हालात है श्रीलंका के, ये स्थिति है श्रीलंका की, और जनता अब अपनी तकदीर खुद तय करना चाहती है। जनता अब हिसाब मांगना चाहती है उन लोगों से जिन्होंने सालों साल राज तो किया, लेकिन श्रीलंका के लोगों का भला करने के बजाय सिर्फ और सिर्फ अपना भला किया है, अपना ध्यान रखा है और तमाम व्यवस्थाएं अपने लिए तमाम व्यवस्थाएं रखी। राजपक्षे पर यह आरोप लगे कि जब सुनामी की त्रासदी आई तो उसमें जो पैसा मिला वो उनकी जेब में गया। राजपक्षे पर यह आरोप भी लगे कि जब कोविड काल आया तो उन्होंने वो पैसा भी अपने परिवार और अपनी जेब में भरा। राजपक्षे पर यह आरोप लगे कि चाइना से जितनी डील हुई उसमें भी जितना कर्ज लिया गया वो अपने परिवार के भले के लिए इस्तेमाल किया गया। और देखिए एम्बुलेंस दोबारा ले जाई जा रही है, लगातार लोग घायल हो रहे हैं क्योंकि वहां पर लोगों को हटाने के लिए तमाम चीजों का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा था। आर्मी की तरफ से कई लोग घायल हुए, लगातार आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े जा रहे हैं। लोग मुंह धुलकर अपना किसी तरह यहाँ पर खड़े होने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। सबके हाथ में जो आप वाटर बॉटल्स देख रहे हैं, दरअसल हजार क्रेट वाटर बॉटल लेकर तमाम जो यहाँ पे जो प्रोटेस्टर्स हैं वो पहुंचे हैं और लोगों के बीच यहाँ पर बांटी गई है वो वाटर बॉटल्स। तस्वीरें हम आपको लगातार दिखा रहे हैं और कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम कुछ लोगों से भी बात करें, कुछ लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। डू यू स्पीक इंग्लिश?
And once again, that was my colleague Saloni getting us all the updates on the ground, getting us the images from the ground as well, viewers, as to what is really ensuing on the streets of Sri Lanka, where thousands of angry citizens are thronging the streets, coming out in protest against their politicians, namely the president who has fled the country and the prime minister as well, who will be now technically the sitting-in president in the interim till there is an election. And now we are seeing that the authorities are on the streets trying to make sure that they pacify these citizens as well. We had seen dramatic images of tear gas also being lobbed on these protesters to make sure that there is no more untoward incident that also breaks out, since thousands of protesters, angry protesters for that matter, were also on the streets, are still continuing to be there on the streets and protesting against the politicians, demanding accountability from the politicians as well. Also, there were several slogans against Rajapaksa as well, who has now fled the country, namely has gone to also Maldives, is what we were learning. And now we are learning that even more, as authorities are trying to take control of the situation, the military presence also that has been deployed on the ground. Let's go back once again to Saloni on the ground.
people is gone out of the Ranil. Don't like your Ranil, Prime Minister and President. All like to another people is the President and Prime Minister. Very bad fellows, Ranil and the Paka man, Gotabe. It's a very danger man. He's political is Bachula and
Who do you want as a president? Who do you want?
Who's the Aragal? Some people is asking who's the take sometime Sajid, sometime Antakumar Disana, I don't know. Everybody is like that people after some time this Prime Minister is a president. After that good country. No petrol, no gas, no like that. Already that's not a problem Sri Lanka.
तो आपने सुना एक अच्छा देश ये कह रहे थे कि इट वाज अ गुड कंट्री, लेकिन अब नो फ्यूल, नो पेट्रोल, नो फूड, नो सप्लाईज, यानी जो समस्या है मूलभूत बुनियादी चीजों की हम बात करें तो 470 रुपए प्रति लीटर पेट्रोल खरीद रहे हैं लोग यहाँ पर।
Also now viewers, that was Saloni getting us the ground report from Sri Lanka, talking to several of the citizens of Sri Lanka as well who are expressing their anger on the politicians who have fled the country and the politicians who did not take any action to help the citizens of Sri Lanka, help their electorate as well. On that note also, let me bring in our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor on the broadcast. Abhishek, let's continue as we were talking about earlier about the procedure going forward, because we have seen that the president in fact has fled the country. But as you are also breaking for us, Abhishek, instead of activating Article 40 under which the new president has to be appointed, there has been an Article 37 that has been activated to appoint a replacement till he is not able to discharge the responsibility. Take our viewers through the entire procedure of this and what really can be expected for Sri Lanka going ahead.
Well, yes, Priyanka, that is exactly what has happened, and it seems going by the kind of groundswell of anger we are seeing on the streets of Colombo, around the capital area, around the area where the establishment is, essentially the Parliament, President's office, the President's residence, and of course the Prime Minister's office and residence. It is clear that it is not going to be appreciated.
टीयर गैस का एक बार फिर इस्तेमाल यहाँ पर किया गया है। देखिए, लोग मुंह पर पानी डालकर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और जल्दी से हट रहे हैं वहाँ से। भारी इस्तेमाल टीयर गैस का किया गया है। सफेद धुआं ये आप जो देख रहे हैं, देखिए स्थिति खराब हो रही है लोगों की। लोगों को ले जाया जा रहा है एम्बुलेंस के जरिए। ये श्रीलंका के प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफिस का ये हाल है। देखिए, तस्वीरें लगातार आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं और लोग भारी भीड़ यहाँ भागती हुई लौटते ही भारी भीड़ नजर आ रही है। देखिए हालात खराब होते जा रहे हैं कैसे। छोटे बच्चों को भी देखिए, छोटे बच्चों को के ऊपर भी टीयर गैस का इस्तेमाल किया गया। देखिए पूरी तरह से लोग यहाँ पर किसी तरह जाते नजर आ रहे हैं। आप हालात देख रहे हैं, यहाँ हालात खराब हो रहे हैं, बहुत ज्यादा स्थिति खराब हो रही है लगातार। बहुत बेतरतीबी से इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, हटाए जा रहे हैं लोगों को हटाया जा रहा है। तितर बितर कर रहे हैं लोगों को, लगातार लोगों को तितर बितर कर रहे हैं। हम आप तक तस्वीरें पहुंचाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। छोटे बच्चे, छोटी बच्चों की भीड़ यहाँ पर है, छोटे बच्चों की भीड़ है। इसके बावजूद लोग यहाँ पर टीयर गैस का आर्मी की तरफ से इस्तेमाल हो नजर आ रही है। लगातार लोग यहाँ पर बाहर निकलने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हम आप तक तस्वीर पहुंचाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। कई लोग घायल भी हैं। और पानी यहाँ पर दिया जा रहा है लोगों को चेहरा धुलने के लिए। लगातार पानी भी दिया जा रहा है। हमें भी थोड़ी तकलीफ हो रही है इस चीज से। हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं, हालांकि कोशिश हमारी जारी है कि आप तक हम तस्वीरें पहुंचाएं। आप तक हर तस्वीर पहुंचाने की हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लेकिन देखिए अभी हालत लोगों की किस तरह से खराब हो रही है। ये सड़क खाली कराने की कोशिश हो रही है, लोग यहाँ से हटाने की कोशिश हो रही है। लोग यहाँ से निकल रहे हैं किसी तरह से निकलने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं क्योंकि ये देखिए और आंसू गैस के गोले। पूरी सड़क को खाली कराया जा रहा है। प्राइम लगातार ये तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं, आप तक पहुंचा रहे तस्वीरें, लोगों के लिए मुश्किल खड़ी हो गई है। आप देखें अगर तो दूर दूर तक आपको लोगों की भारी भीड़ नजर आएगी। लोगों की आंखें लाल हो गई हैं। हम तस्वीरें दिखा रहे, चेहरा जल रहा है, लोग अपने चेहरे धुल रहे हैं। लगातार हमारी भी स्थिति वैसी ही है, क्योंकि आप तक तस्वीरें पहुंचाने की जिम्मेदारी हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं। रिपब्लिक कोशिश कर रहा है कि आप तक जो हालात है श्रीलंका के, जो इकोनॉमी की हालत है, जो जनता की हालत है, जो सड़कों की हालत है और जो प्रदर्शन का दौर है, वो आप तक बखूबी पहुंचा पाए। देखिए लोगों ने अपने मुंह को ढकने की कोशिश की है, जिससे कि अभी भी, अबे दिखाएं, तस्वीरें दिखाएं, अभी भी आंसू गैस का इस्तेमाल पूरी तरह से भीड़ को वहां से तितर बितर करने के लिए। वैसी तस्वीरें हम आपको लगातार दिखा रहे हैं। माफ कीजिएगा, कुछ प्रदर्शनकारी यहाँ पर लगातार चिल्लाते हुए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, रानिल सिंघे, विक्रम सिंघे के खिलाफ ये प्रदर्शन चल रहा है और प्रदर्शन रुकेगा नहीं। धुएं का जो गुब्बार आप देख रहे हैं, दरअसल वो यहाँ के लोगों का रोष है, जो कुछ इस तरह से सामने आ रहा है। हम लगातार हर तस्वीर आप तक पहुंचाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि काफी भीड़ है यहाँ पर और आंसू गैस का लगातार इस्तेमाल थोड़ा बोलने में तकलीफ हो रही है, दिखने में दिक्कत हो रही है। देखिए यहाँ शोरगुल लगातार जारी है। लोग हैं वो डटे हुए, फिर से वापस जा रहे हैं लोग। ये हम आपको तस्वीरों में दिखा रहे हैं, फिर से लोग वापस जा रहे हैं। और देखिए प्रेस के लोग जो हैं, कई लोगों ने ऐसे मास्क लगाए हुए हैं जिससे कि उनको बेहतर तरीके से आपको हम तस्वीरें दिखाएं। लोगों ने मास्क भी लगाए हुए हैं, आम लोगों ने भी। और अभी यहाँ पानी की बोतल्स दी जा रही हैं, जिससे कि लोग मुंह धुल सके अपना लोग, इसलिए पानी की बोतल्स दी जा रही हैं। जो हालात है वो बद से बदतर श्रीलंका में हो गए हैं। आपातकाल तो लागू कर दिया है, लेकिन जनता सवाल पूछने से रुक नहीं रही है और साफ तय किया हुआ है जनता ने। ये देखिए व्यक्ति चोटिल हो गया, खून रिस रहा है, लगातार खून रिस रहा है, इसे ले जाया जा रहा है अस्पताल, मेडिकल एड के लिए ले जाया जा रहा है। कई लोग चोटिल हुए हैं, कई लोग घायल हुए। इस तरह से जो प्रदर्शन रोकने की कोशिश की गई है। देखिए तस्वीरों में हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, लोग अपना चेहरा धुलते हुए आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लगातार यहाँ हालात बद से बदतर है। श्रीलंका की जो आर्थिक स्थिति है, जो कंडीशन पूरे देश के बिखरता ये देश नजर आ रहा है और समझ नहीं आ रहा कि अब इसे समेटेगा कौन, जनता में विश्वास लाएगा कौन, क्योंकि विक्रम सिंघे पर विश्वास नहीं है, राजपक्षे गोटाबाया पर विश्वास नहीं है। और देखिए लोग लगातार कह रहे हैं कि आगे बढ़ने का नारा दे रहे हैं। लगातार लोग कह रहे हैं कि रुकना नहीं है, प्रदर्शन का हिस्सा बने रहना है और लोग वापसी भी कर रहे हैं। देखिए लोगों को मोटिवेट किया जा रहा है, उन्हें इस संघर्ष में बने रहने के लिए अपील की जा रही है। हर तस्वीर रिपब्लिक आप तक पहुंचाने की कोशिश कर रहा है। हम लगातार कोलंबो श्रीलंका से लाइव रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, हर तस्वीर आप तक पहुंचाएंगे। और देखिए एक बार फिर भीड़ वापस जाती हुई, क्योंकि संघर्ष यहाँ पर श्रीलंका के लोगों ने, धधकती लंका ने, अब गुस्से से जो धधक रही है लंका, वो सड़कों पर उतरकर संघर्ष करने का फैसला ले चुकी है और ये संघर्ष रुकने वाला नहीं है। चाहे आपातकाल लागू हो जाए, चाहे कर्फ्यू लगा दिया जाए, चाहे आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े जाए, ये समझ में आ रहा है। देखिए लगातार और एम्बुलेंस लाई गई है। कई लोग क्योंकि घायल हुए हैं, उन्हें ले जाने के लिए, उन्हें राहत पहुंचाने के लिए देखिए एम्बुलेंस लाई गई है। एम्बुलेंस के जरिए लोगों को ले जाया जा रहा है। तस्वीरें हम आपको तक लगातार पहुंचाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ आपाधापी की स्थिति लगातार बनी हुई है, हालात खराब हो रहे हैं। थोड़ा हमारे लिए भी बोलना मुश्किल हो रहा है, क्योंकि लगातार आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े जा रहे हैं और उसका असर हमारे ऊपर भी हो रहा है। हर तस्वीर रिपब्लिक नेटवर्क आप तक पहुंचा रहा है। विजय भैया के साथ सलोनी श्रीवास्तव, रिपब्लिक भारत, कोलंबो, श्रीलंका।
And once again, we're getting you all the ground updates from Sri Lanka, and we are tracking for you those images, viewers, that are unraveling there in Sri Lanka, where massive protests are still underway as there is a sense of chaos in the entire political fraternity of Sri Lanka, as well as the president has fled the country. And going forward, what will be the decision taken to get the country out of this economic crisis is also something being mulled upon, and we'll be getting you all the updates on the other side right after this short break.
Punjab's Advocate General A.G. Sidhu was attacked by unidentified people while he was travelling via train. Some unidentified people pelted stones at him near Panipat. The AG filed a complaint to the police for further investigations. Punjab Advocate General appeared in the Supreme Court in the Lawrence Bishnoi case yesterday. In another jolt to the Uddhav Thackeray camp, the Yuva Sena leader Vikas Gogawale has joined Eknath Shinde's camp. Vikas was seen at the Chief Minister's residence last night, formally extending support on the occasion of Guru Purnima. He also claimed that more than 50 office bearers of the Yuva Sena will join the Shinde camp this week. A group of nearly 8 terrorists tried to sneak in via the Poonch line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. An infiltration attempt was witnessed during the midnight along the line of control. Indian Army has neutralized 3 terrorists on the spot in heavy firing now. This comes just days ahead of the Amarnath Yatra. The AIADMK's interim General Secretary EPS and ousted party leader OPS moved the Madras High Court against the sealing of the party headquarters by the Tamil Nadu government on the 11th of July. The High Court is likely to hear the matter today. In a heart-wrenching incident in Pune's
Welcome back, viewers. Straight away cutting across to those images that we are tracking for you from Sri Lanka, where massive protests are still going on by the angry citizens on the streets, and we are seeing the authorities also trying to pacify those citizens. Tear gas shells had been lobbed as well, and we had seen several parts of the protesters also being dispersed, and there were medical aids also being given to these protesters as well. And in the latest, we are learning that the military presence is also being increased on the ground. Air Force is also monitoring the situation, is what we are learning. The images of those are also on your screens, and we are continuing to have this conversation with our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor also. Abhishek, we had been talking about this absolute chaos that is now ensuing in Sri Lanka, where there is a lot of confusion over who really is the decision maker going forward, because the president has fled the country. In fact, we were also tracking the leader of opposition claiming that there is no power to the sitting prime minister to declare emergency as well. So what really can be expected going forward?
Well, that's what we have been discussing, Priyanka, that even the protesters, and it's an organic protest, so we don't know who's leading. It's a ragtag coalition of all sorts of people who have come together, essentially angst-ridden Sri Lankans, and their concerns are genuine. But then if they do not let things come to order, if they do not let law and order prevail, it's going to be very difficult for the government to negotiate with the international financial institutions like the IMF, or to talk to friendly governments to bail out the struggling economy. And I think in that sense, these protests perhaps beyond a certain point are going to prove counterproductive, and that's what we are seeing happening, panning out in Colombo. Having said that, even Gotabaya Rajapaksa, with his latest move to not resign and appoint Ranil Wickremesinghe in his place as an acting prime minister, also complicates the situation and does not give the protesters an opportunity to really call it, taper off the protests and move back to their homes. Which means that both sides are not willing to blink. It seems that there is very intense politicking happening still on the ground, irrespective of whether this is coming in from the opposition ranks or this is coming in from the Rajapaksa clan. Remember, the Rajapaksas have been very strong in Sri Lanka over the last 2 decades, with a mix of authoritarianism, nepotism, cronism. They have really ruled the roost. At one point in time, the family controlling almost 70% plus of the budget of Sri Lanka, hobnobbing with the Chinese, bringing in those projects which have proved to be a disaster in terms of the fiscal stability of the government, and ultimately leading to this economic crisis. Some bad policy measures, for example, in 2020, the government of Rajapaksa decided that Sri Lanka would completely go organic and stopped all fertilizers. That really had a detrimental effect on food production in the country, which has contributed to spiraling inflation, which stands at about 80%. I was going through the reports, and if you look at the global situation where high inflation is ranging between 8 to 12%, in India at about 7%. 80% inflation is a killer, and that's what has brought the protesters out onto the streets. But Rajapaksa there also not letting things calm down with his very provocative act of not resigning. So we don't know who's really controlling, who's in charge, who's guiding, whether there is sage advice available to all these top leaders to really pull back and let calm prevail so that the island nation can be brought back to stability somehow. The fact that India has pumped in almost $4 billion worth of aid, either in cash or kind or line of credit or materials provided, fuel supplies given, and yet it has not really helped, shows the scale of disaster we are looking at. And despite that, if provocative actions continue, now Lankan TV has suspended broadcasts after the army takeover late evening, Priyanka, and that really shows that the situation is dire and the consequences could be even severe if from here on both the sides, the protesters and the government and these leaders, Ranil now, Rajapaksa then, they don't really work in the best interests of the country rather than making ego issues. Gotabaya Rajapaksa should have resigned. He should not have waited for 2 months for really protests to boil over, despite the fact that the protests have been going on for the last 2 months after Mahinda Rajapaksa also vanished under similar circumstances, and yes, yet his whereabouts are not known. They are being kept secret. But the Gotabaya clan has chosen to leave the country. In fact, it was believed that he was wanting a US visa, which was denied to him yesterday, and on the grounds that it would seem to be interfering in the internal affairs of the country or to be taking one side with the American government really does not want. So it seems he might, from Maldives, given the fact that there are, protest voices coming out of Maldives as well, it's likely that Gotabaya finally might have to leave Maldives also, either to Dubai, the United Arab Emirates, or possibly Singapore, depending on which government is more favorable and favorably inclined. Having said that, protests continue on the streets, pictures coming in, our crew is there, army and the defense forces really sort of not fully out in the streets, but taking over vital installations like the broadcasters, both the television and the radio, and choppers flying in, low flying, indicating that this is more like a flag march, fly past kind of thing. And similarly, we have seen soldiers going between the protesters. So I think the army is also just testing the waters. So we have had General Sarath Fonseca making a statement saying that he would advise council and he would advise the protesters to go back now, given the fact that the president is not there. Also, given the fact that Gotabaya Rajapaksa was the defense minister during the civil war, and he's credited with having eliminated the LTT and Prabhakaran, and also the Rajapaksas really shielded the armed forces from international scrutiny and war crimes demand to be tried for war crimes. Generally, the army would be little well disposed toward the Rajapaksas, as we have seen in their escape being facilitated by the Air Force. So in that sense, it would not be good if the army comes out on the streets and there is a confrontation between the forces and protesters.
Abhishek, that is a very interesting information that you're also giving to our viewers about the way ahead for Sri Lanka, and of course a fantastic analysis there about what has really ensued in Sri Lanka so far, and of course the details of the political background of Rajapaksa as well that are very important right now. Abhishek, stay on with us as we take a very short break, and we'll be bringing all the updates to our viewers on the other side. Viewers, we are seeing more and more visuals coming to light of these kind of protests that are ensuing in Sri Lanka, getting you updates on the other side.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
A quick roundup of news in brief. Congress High Command is reportedly unhappy with Congress MP Manish Tiwari, who is part of the Consultative Committee for Defence in the Parliament after he refused to sign the opposition's memorandum seeking withdrawal of the centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme. There is an outrage within the Congress against Manish Tiwari, we are told, who has openly supported the Agnipath scheme contrary to Congress stand. Despite heavy rains in Kedarnath in Rudraprayag district of Uttarakhand, the journey to the sacred temple has resumed. Starting today, the rain has caused slight drop in the number of devotees as well travelling to Kedarnath. However, despite the rains and the roads that have been damaged as a result of these rains, pilgrims are enthusiastically seen continuing with their journey to the temple.
And here's a look at some more news in brief. The national investigating agencies conducted searches of 9 locations in Rajasthan's Udaipur district in connection with the killing of a Hindu tailor, Kanhaiya Lal, last month. Now, the NIA has seized all.
प्रधानमंत्री आवास की ओर ये भीड़ बढ़ रही है क्योंकि सुबह ही जानकारी मिल गई थी लोगों को कि महिंदा राजपक्षे और गोटाबाया राजपक्षे फरार हो गए। ये जानकारी मिल गई थी लोगों को। लोग बैरिकेडिंग हटा रहे हैं यहाँ पर। देखिए जिस तरह से रोका जा रहा था लोगों को बर्दाश्त नहीं कर रहे, बैरिकेडिंग हटा रहे हैं और पीछे तक ले जा रहे हैं। लोगों ने दरअसल ये तय कर लिया है कि ये प्रदर्शन रुकने वाला नहीं है। यहाँ पर टीयर गैस छोड़ी जा रही है, तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं। लगातार यहाँ पर देखिए अब लोगों को तितर बितर करने के लिए टीयर गैस छोड़ी जा रही है। बड़ी बात यह है कि हालात बद से बदतर हो गए श्रीलंका में।
Back-to-back dramatic visuals that are surfacing from Sri Lanka. This particular visual in which you can see the protesters have stormed the TV station. So this is the latest visual that we are getting of the protester who've stormed the TV station that has in fact they've taken over the TV station of Sri Lanka. That is the latest coming in. The visuals of Lankan protesters storming the TV station. Of course, this comes in the backdrop of a state of emergency that continues to remain enforced in the country. Dramatic visuals coming in of how the president fled earlier this morning. The chaos that unfolded, an open loot that was also captured on camera, and tear gas shells, of course, that were fired on the protesters. In fact, several protesters, we are told, were also injured after these tear gas shells were fired on the angry protesters. And back-to-back updates coming in, the latest coming in of news coming in of the protesters who have stormed the TV station of Sri Lanka. It's the national TV broadcast that has been suspended. A lot of visuals coming in that show how the state broadcaster has stopped its services as the protesters stormed the TV station and took over this TV station. In fact, the TV broadcast, the national broadcast has now been suspended. A lot of updates coming in, tracking all those updates very closely. Of course, this comes in the backdrop of the state of emergency that continues to be enforced, that remains in force across the country. A lot of protesters, in fact, hundreds of thousands of protesters that have taken to streets to protest against Rajapaksa and the family. So country, they're reeling from extreme economic crisis, and in the backdrop of that we have the situation that is only spiraling out of control as we speak. In fact, those are the live visuals also that we are getting of the heavy security that has been deployed. Remember earlier this morning, choppers were also seen hovering over the protesters. So in the visuals, you can see how the army is seen patrolling the streets amid the massive protests that have spiraled out of control in Sri Lanka. In fact, earlier this morning, we also got visuals of the protesters who stormed the Sri Lanka's Prime Minister's office, who is also now the acting president of the country. Our senior executive editor, Abhishek, continues to be with us. Abhishek, talk to us about the visuals we are seeing right now of the heavy security deployment. We understand that the Lankan army has also taken to streets in some parts.
Well, we have seen the defense forces of Sri Lanka, the Sri Lankan army becoming very active Samiksha, over the last 24 hours, we have seen how they have taken over the installations of broadcast networks, state-owned broadcast networks, the TV and the radio. And subsequently, we have seen how the broadcast has been stopped. We have also seen the Air Force of Sri Lanka shepherding and taking Gotabaya Rajapaksa and his immediate family out. And now we are seeing increasingly soldiers coming out on the streets of Colombo. So I think there is a message being given. There is a message being given by the forces that ultimately, if the chaos prevails and if the situation does not improve, they might have to intervene. It would not be good for the country. Remember, if the forces intervened, they would have typically they would have soft corner for the Rajapaksas, given the fact that the army was given a free hand to finish the civil war during the 2005-2015 period. In fact, the Rajapaksas went on to really shield the then army brass from allegations of war crimes. And since then, we have seen how the army has been protected. So obviously, a confrontation between the soldiers and the protesters won't be good, Samiksha. But then, given the fact that the protesters are out in the streets in full force and full numbers, and they are refusing to budge, they are refusing to go back, and every now and then we see increased mobilization, again moving towards government installations like the Prime Minister's residence we have seen happening earlier in the day. And tear gas shelling has gone on for a few hours now by the police, and despite that, the situation refuses to come down to normal. It's not good for the country. Even the protesters have to realize that till the time that calm prevails, the international financial institutions or friendly governments cannot come to the rescue, and the economic crisis cannot be solved. Someone has to be there to talk to those organizations and to governments. And Ranil Wickremesinghe has been doing that job. $4 billion worth of aid coming in from Indian side. Even other governments have chipped in, other organizations have chipped in. But it's a long-term process. The kind of crisis that Sri Lankan economy finds itself in, it's not going to be a month or two affair. It's going to be long drawn process by which the Sri Lankan economy would come out of the mess that it is in. And someone from amongst the protesters has to realize that this is not a one-day affair, one-night affair. They cannot continue to. They are suffering, of course, because of the mess that has been created by the Rajapaksas essentially and the Sri Lankan ruling elite. But then they have to still let them work themselves out of the crisis with international support, and that's why it is being said again and again that these protests are detrimental and counterproductive, and someone has to come, some wise sage council has to come in and bring peace and calm back. Of course, the government is not helping, the Rajapaksas have not helped. Gotabaya Rajapaksa in his escape also has been provocative, Samiksha, by not resigning and instead appointing Ranil Wickremesinghe in his place till the time that he is out of the country. This is not good sign. This clearly shows that wisdom is still not prevailing, and that even the Rajapaksas, despite the fact that they have just about managed to survive the storming of the presidential palace, we are hearing these sounds of tear gas shelling by the security forces. And in fact, Samiksha, if you look at these numbers, you did not see these high numbers of security personnel also earlier. So it seems that the security is being bolstered. What is feared is a confrontation between the forces and the protesters, till now very amicable. If it turns into a confrontation, this can really lead to a bigger human tragedy, and that's something which the Sri Lankan government has to avoid.
Yes. Abhishek, what is the solution from here on? Is this the only solution, firing tear gas shells at these protesters who are also getting injured as we speak while these shells are being lobbed at them?
Well, Samiksha, as I was saying, that this is not the best option, obviously. Confrontation between the security forces and protesters, if it goes really out of hand, can lead to a disaster. I mean, look at the pictures that were coming in of the number of protesters who were there when the storming of the presidential palace happened. And if this continues, And if the security is bolstered, we are already seeing more number of security personnel out there on the streets. And we have seen a couple of times that the exchange between the security personnel and the protesters has been healthy despite the tear gas shelling. But if it turns into firing in the air, if it turns into firing at the protesters, if there are some casualties, it can lead to disaster. And it is hoped that those who are really guiding these events on the ground from both the sides, from the government and the protesters, see reason and see through the possibility of a disaster happening. We are seeing security personnel arranging themselves in files and facing the protesters on both the sides. And these are not good signs. They are not good signs. Tear gas shelling by itself is a crowd control measure. But then if it escalates and the escalation leads to firing, and if the firing is on the protesters and if there are casualties, it's not good. We have seen this is a tear gas shell. We have seen how situation can go really out of hand. Protesters continue to troop in from outside Colombo. Still, it's not that it's just these many. They are still increasing in numbers because it seems that if there is food and basic necessities crisis in Colombo, you can imagine the situation would be worse off in hinterland areas outside of Colombo, in rest of Sri Lanka, in rural areas. And the World Food Programme has said that there is going to be a case of mass starvation if the world community does not intervene immediately. But then the world community can intervene if there is some order in Colombo whom to talk to. That might be a big issue for the governments. Remember, India, we broke it from sources that India is willing for another $1 billion worth of aid or line of credit, apart from almost $4 billion that has been already extended. But then in this situation, when we don't know where the food supply, if we send some food supply, where would it go? So I think on that count, there is definitely an element of chaos and uncertainty prevailing in Colombo till that time that it is sorted, and both sides have to come together. There has to be some back channel communication. Unfortunately, the problem is these are organic protests. There is no leader, no one person whom you can talk to. And so I think this is going to continue for a while. Only expectation, or only hope is that the protests don't turn violent, that there is no clash between security forces and these protesters, and that it does not escalate beyond tear gas shells. Samiksha.
Yes, and Abhishek, like you were telling us earlier, not to forget the role China seems to have played in driving the situation to this state, particularly if we talk about the Chinese debt trap.
Oh, that's huge. In fact, that's a substantial contributor to this situation that Sri Lanka finds itself in, Samiksha, beginning with the Hambentota. Of course, the entire blame is not Chinese. The Rajapaksas played along. The Rajapaksas did it. Given their authoritarian streak, they thought
जाएगा विक्रम सिंघे को भी वापस भेजा जाएगा, ये बात कह रहे हैं लोग। और लगातार आंसू गैस का इस्तेमाल हो रहा था अब, लेकिन जो मिलिट्री के अधिकारी वहां थे उन्हें अब हटा दिया गया है। जनता ने यहाँ पर उसे अपनी जीत समझा है, जश्न मनाया है। वो तस्वीरें भी हम आपको लगातार रिपब्लिक पर दिखा रहे हैं। किस तरह से रिपब्लिक पर आप देख रहे हैं कि जनता जब यहाँ से उनको लेकर जा रही थी तो वो जो हुजूम था उसमें जश्न का माहौल था, क्योंकि अब लोगों को लग रहा है कि सत्ता परिवर्तन तो करेंगे ही, और मिलिट्री के अधिकारियों को भी रोक दिया उन्होंने। आंसू गैस का इस्तेमाल जिस तरह से हो रहा था उसे भी रोक दिया है। कर्फ्यू लागू कर दिया है विक्रम सिंघे ने इस पूरे वेस्टर्न प्रोविंस में, और साथ ही देखिए आपातकाल, इमरजेंसी लागू कर दी गई है। और तस्वीरें देखिए, आपको लगातार दिखा रहे हैं किस तरह से टीयर गैस का इस्तेमाल एक बार फिर से किया गया, और बहुत बेतरतीबी से टीयर गैस का इस्तेमाल किया गया है। देखिए ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं, लोग यहाँ भागते हुए, भारी भीड़ भागते हुए नजर आ रही है। हालात खराब हो गए, एक बार फिर हालात खराब हो गए, लोग मुंह ढके हुए हैं अपना। टीयर गैस का एक बार फिर इस्तेमाल यहाँ पर किया गया है। देखिए लोग मुंह पर पानी डालकर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और जल्दी से हट रहे हैं वहां से। भारी इस्तेमाल टीयर गैस का किया गया है। सफेद धुआं ये आप जो देख रहे हैं, देखिए स्थिति खराब हो रही है लोगों की, लोगों को ले जाया जा रहा है एम्बुलेंस के जरिए। ये श्रीलंका के प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफिस का ये हाल है। देखिए तस्वीरें लगातार आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं, और लोग भारी भीड़ यहाँ भागती हुई लौटते ही भारी भीड़ नजर आ रही है। भारी भीड़ नजर आ रही है। देखिए हालात खराब होते जा रहे हैं कैसे। छोटे बच्चों को भी देखिए, छोटे बच्चों को के ऊपर भी टीयर गैस का इस्तेमाल किया गया। देखिए पूरी तरह से लोग यहाँ पर किसी तरह जाते नजर आ रहे हैं। आप हालात देख रहे हैं, यहाँ हालात खराब हो रहे हैं, बहुत ज्यादा स्थिति खराब हो रही है। और तस्वीरें आपको दिखाई, देखिए जो बैरिकेडिंग है उसे हटाया जा रहा है। लोग बैरिकेडिंग हटा रहे हैं। देखिए लगातार ये तस्वीरें हम आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं। लोग बैरिकेडिंग हटा रहे हैं। यहाँ पर देखिए जिस तरह से रोका जा रहा था लोगों को बर्दाश्त नहीं कर रहे, बैरिकेडिंग हटा रहे हैं और पीछे तक ले जा रहे हैं। लोगों ने दरअसल ये तय कर लिया है कि ये प्रदर्शन रुकने वाला नहीं है। यहाँ पर इस तरफ प्रधानमंत्री का दफ्तर है, यहाँ पर लोगों की भीड़ इकट्ठा है। आंसू गैस के गोलों का इस्तेमाल किया। देखिए एम्बुलेंस जा रही है अब, क्योंकि कई लोग घायल हुए। हमने वो तस्वीरें भी आपको दिखाई दी। हम और आगे बढ़ेंगे, आपको आगे ले जा रहे हैं, जहाँ पर देखिए लगातार लोगों का प्रदर्शन चल रहा है। देखिए एम्बुलेंस यहाँ आ चुकी है, क्योंकि आंसू गैस के गोलों का इस्तेमाल यहाँ लगातार हो रहा था। नारेबाजी हो हंगामा सड़कों पर नजर आ रहा है, क्योंकि लोग अब तय कर चुके हैं। राष्ट्रपति ने जैसे ही ये जानकारी मिली कि मालदीव जा चुके हैं, वैसे ही लोगों का गुस्सा बढ़ गया। देखिए लोग अब कानून अपने हाथ में ले चुके हैं। पहले लोग शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे, बैरिकेड्स हटाए जा रहे हैं। देखिए अब है ये तस्वीरें दिखाइए, बैरिकेड्स आम लोग लेकर जा रहे हैं, बैरिकेड्स आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। रानिल विक्रम सिंघे का ये दफ्तर, और उससे पहले देखिए अनाउंसमेंट आगे करते जा रहे हैं, आगे बढ़ते जा रहे हैं ये लोग। तस्वीरें हम आपको लगातार दिखाने की कोशिश करें। ये श्रीलंका की सड़कें इस वक्त लोगों के हुजूम से भरी हुई, और प्रदर्शन का ये दौर थमने वाला नहीं है। जो जज्बा है लोगों का वो कमजोर होता नहीं नजर आ रहा है। प्रदर्शन रुकना नहीं है, ये तय किया हुआ है लोगों ने, क्योंकि 9 तारीख से जब आपने देखा होगा कि प्रेसिडेंट का जो सेक्रेटरी ऑफिस जो था, सेक्रेटरी का ऑफिस, वहां के बाद से लगातार देखिए फिर आंसू गैस का इस्तेमाल। देखिए यहाँ से दूर से वो धुएं का गुब्बार देखिए। प्रेसिडेंट का जो सेक्रेटरी ऑफिस था वहां से इस संघर्ष की शुरुआत हुई, और उसके बाद राष्ट्रपति भवन पर कब्जा, प्रधानमंत्री भवन पर कब्जा, और अब प्रधानमंत्री के दफ्तर से भी हटने को तैयार नहीं है लोग, और लगातार आंसू गैस का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है। ये हम आपको तस्वीरों के जरिए दिखा रहे हैं। ये ताजा हालात है श्रीलंका में इमरजेंसी लागू है, कर्फ्यू लागू है, लेकिन लोग अब हटने वाले नहीं हैं। आर्मी यहाँ पर लगातार उन पर कोशिश कर रही है, उनको हटाने की कोशिश कर रही है। देखिए यहाँ उद्घोष किया जा रहा है कि आगे चलिए, थमिए मत, रुकिए मत, आगे चलिए। देखिए लोग अपील कर रहे हैं। अब वो तस्वीरें दिखाइए, जो वो समर्थक यहाँ पर हैं, जो लोग यहाँ पर हैं, जो प्रोटेस्टर्स हैं, वो लोगों से अपील कर रहे हैं कि आगे बढ़िए, रुकिए नहीं, आगे बढ़िए, लगातार आगे बढ़िए और समर्थन दीजिए उस प्रदर्शन को जिसमें जनता की आवाज लगातार उठाई जा रही है। देखिए ये गाड़ियों में भरकर पानी की बोतल्स प्रोवाइड की जा रही हैं लोगों के समर्थन लोगों को समर्थन देने के लिए, लोगों को बल देने के लिए, लोगों की इच्छा शक्ति बढ़ाने के लिए लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए और पानी की बोतल्स लगातार पहुंचा रहे हैं। Do you want as a president? Who do you want?
Who's the Aragala? Some people is asking who's the take sometime Sajid, sometime Antakumar Disana, I don't know. Everybody is like that people after some time this prime minister is the president. After that good country. No petrol, no gas, no like that. Already that's not a problem Sri Lanka.
ये देखिए ये है गुस्सा लोगों का। कुछ इस तरह से इसे मिमिक किया गया है, दिखाया गया है। सबसे बीच में आप गोटाबाया राजपक्षे को भी देख पा रहे हैं, गोटाबाया राजपक्षे को भी देख रहे हैं। और अनाउंसमेंट जो हो रही है, क्या व्हाट आर यू अनाउंसिंग दादा, व्हाट आर यू अनाउंसिंग, व्हाट आर यू अनाउंसिंग दादा?
Today is I can't explain very well for English. Okay, I am very sorry. But today I come, my family is, I come today. Okay? Die, today, die, oh, do or die.
गैस के गोले छोड़े जा रहे हैं। हम बिल्कुल करीब पहुंच चुके हैं आपको वो तस्वीर दिखाने के लिए जो श्रीलंका के ताजा हालातों को बेहतर तरीके से बता रही है। श्रीलंका की जनता हट नहीं रही है और लगातार वहां से आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े जा रहे हैं। लोग मुंह धुलकर भी लगातार उसके असर को कम कर यहाँ पर डटे रहने को तैयार हैं, लेकिन हटने को नहीं तैयार हैं। जनता ने साफ संदेश दिया है, हटना है तो अब सिर्फ विक्रम सिंघे को हटना है या गोटाबाया राजपक्षे को हटना है। नारेबाजी की तस्वीरें भी आपको दिखा रहे हैं, नारेबाजी की भी तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं। देखिए लोग डटे हुए हैं यहाँ पर। आप ये जो बॉटल्स की ये खाली शीशियां देख रहे हैं, चप्पलें देख रहे हैं, लोग चप्पलें छोड़ के भागे हैं, बॉटल की शीशियां छोड़कर भागे हैं, क्योंकि बहुत आपाधापी की स्थिति। ये पूरी सड़क उस पानी से भरी हुई है जिससे लोगों ने अपने चेहरे धोए हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पर संघर्ष चल रहा है, सत्ता बदलने का संघर्ष, और लोग उस संघर्ष का हिस्सा बन रहे हैं। लोग ये तारीख याद रखने के लिए हमेशा यहाँ पर जुटे हुए हैं कि किस तरह से श्रीलंका में इतनी बड़ी तब्दीली लाने के लिए जनता सड़कों पर आई। ये बता दिया यहाँ की जनता ने कि जब जनता चाहेगी तो हटना पड़ेगा सत्ताधीशों को। जनता ही चुनती है, जनता ही सत्ता पर बैठाती है, तो जनता हटाने का भी हक रखती है। जनता ये बता रही है श्रीलंका की कि अब बहुत हुआ भ्रष्टाचार, बहुत हुआ परिवारवाद, बहुत हुआ जिस तरह का अत्याचार किया गया, बहुत हुआ फूड सप्लाईज ना होना, बहुत हुआ इस तरह से तेल ना मिलना, कतारों में खड़े रहना। लोगों के लिए ये समस्या बनी हुई थी और लोगों ने, जनता ने बता दिया है कि अगर वो सत्ता पर बैठाने का हक रखते हैं तो सत्ता से हटाने का भी हक रखते हैं। विजय अभय के साथ सलोनी श्रीवास्तव, रिपब्लिक भारत, कोलंबो, श्रीलंका। खाने पीने की जो चीजें हैं वो 3 गुना से 4 गुना दामों में बिकती हैं, लोगों को खरीदनी पड़ती हैं क्योंकि उनका घर परिवार है, नौकरी नहीं है, रोजी रोटी नहीं है, तो वो कैसे अपना सब कुछ चलाएं, कैसे अपना सब कुछ मैनेज करें, ये उनके सामने चुनौती बनी हुई है। आपने सुना कि विक्रम सिंघे के लिए, रानी ने विक्रम सिंघे के लिए भी कह रहे थे कि ये लोग बुरे हैं, ये लोग बुरे हैं और इन्होंने सिर्फ अपनी जेबें भरी हैं, सिर्फ अपनी जेबें भरी हैं। देखिए अगर हम बात करें यहाँ पर राजपक्षे की, तो राजपक्षे तो साफ तौर पर चले गए हैं, मालदीव्स, माले में हैं, दुबई जाने की खबर है, और राजपक्षे का ही एक्सटेंशन लोग मानते हैं विक्रम सिंघे को। विक्रम सिंघे को एक्सटेंशन मांगते हैं। लोगों का कहना है कि विक्रम सिंघे भी उन्हीं की तरह हैं, उन्हीं की तरह हैं और उन्हीं की तरह भ्रष्टाचार करेंगे। तो बड़ी बात यह है कि अब जनता सड़कों पर आ गई है, सवाल पूछ रही है और कह रही है कि सत्ताधीशों को बदलो, जो सत्ता पे सवार रहे हैं, जिन्होंने अपनी भलाई की है, सिर्फ जनता की भलाई नहीं की, जनता के लिए कुछ नहीं किया, वो जवाब दें और जवाब देकर सिंहासन को खाली करें, ये कह रही है जनता। और यही वजह देखिए लगातार, अबे तस्वीरें दिखाइए, फिर से टियर गैस का इस्तेमाल, लोग भाग रहे हैं, लोग उल्टी तरफ आ रहे हैं क्योंकि टियर गैस का इस्तेमाल लगातार हो रहा है, रुक नहीं रहा है। देखिए लगातार ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं, लगातार ये धुएं का गुब्बार जो देख रहे हैं आप, ये टियर गैस का इस्तेमाल यहाँ लगातार हो रहा है। मिलिट्री लोगों को रोक रही है, लेकिन लोग रुकने वाले नहीं हैं। लोगों ने तय कर लिया है कि अब यहाँ पर सत्ता बदलेगी, सत्ता करने का तरीका, सत्ता हासिल करने का तरीका बदलेगा। और ये
These are the live visuals that we are getting to you. You can see it's an ocean of protesters on the streets of Sri Lanka protesting against Rajapaksa and his family. In fact, tear gas shells that are constantly being fired as we speak. A massive protest there that is being staged against Rajapaksa and his family. So people there demanding a change in system, saying that this day will go down in history because as you can see, unprecedented crisis that is unfolding.
की कोशिश हो रही है। देखिए यहाँ अंदर भी धुएं का गुब्बार आप देख पा रहे हैं और वहाँ सड़क पर अब है, तस्वीरें दिखाइए, सड़क पर भी किस तरह से बार-बार आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े जा रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री का आंसू गैस का इस्तेमाल किया गया, बहुत बुरी तरह से स्थिति बहुत खराब है। हम लगातार आप तक हर तस्वीर पहुंचाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बाहर निकल रहे हैं अब, क्योंकि बहुत बुरी तरह से प्रधानमंत्री दफ्तर पर आंसू गैस का इस्तेमाल किया गया है और हम पूरी तरह से भीग चुके हैं क्योंकि हम लगातार अपने चेहरों को धुल रहे हैं, बोलने की भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं। विजय अभय आप तक हर तस्वीर पहुंचा रहे हैं कोलंबो श्रीलंका से। सलोनी श्रीवास्तव विजय अभय के साथ कोलंबो श्रीलंका, रिपब्लिक टीवी के लिए। ये देखिए और आंसू गैस के गोले, पूरी सड़क को खाली कराया जा रहा है। प्राइम मिनिस्टर का दफ्तर कैसे पूरा खाली हो, इसकी कोशिश हो रही है। और अभी मैं देख नहीं पा रही हूँ, लेकिन लोगों की काफी भीड़ है और लोग लगातार तितर बितर होने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि आप तक तस्वीर पहुंचाएं, लेकिन देखिए लगातार चेहरे को पानी से धुला जा रहा है। लगातार ये तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं, आप तक पहुंचा रहे तस्वीरें। लोगों के लिए मुश्किल खड़ी हो गई है। आप देखें अगर तो दूर दूर तक आपको लोगों को भारी भीड़ नजर आएगी। लोगों की आंखें लाल हो गई हैं। हम तस्वीरें दिखा रहे, चेहरा जल रहा है, लोग अपने चेहरे धुल रहे हैं। लगातार हमारी भी स्थिति वैसी ही है, क्योंकि आप तक तस्वीरें पहुंचाने की जिम्मेदारी हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं। रिपब्लिक कोशिश कर रहा है कि आप तक जो हालात है श्रीलंका के, जो इकोनॉमी की हालत है, जो जनता की हालत है, जो सड़कों की हालत है और जो प्रदर्शन का दौर है, वो आप तक बखूबी पहुंचा पाए। देखिए लोगों ने अपने मुंह को ढकने की कोशिश की है, जिससे कि अभी भी तस्वीरें दिखाएं, अभी भी आंसू गैस का इस्तेमाल पूरी तरह से भीड़ को वहां से तितर बितर करने के लिए। वैसी तस्वीरें हम आपको लगातार दिखा रहे हैं। माफ कीजिएगा, कुछ प्रदर्शनकारी यहाँ पर लगातार चिल्लाते हुए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, रानिल सिंघे, विक्रम सिंघे के खिलाफ ये प्रदर्शन चल रहा है और प्रदर्शन रुकेगा नहीं। धुएं का जो गुब्बार आप देख रहे हैं, दरअसल वो यहाँ के लोगों का रोष है, जो कुछ इस तरह से सामने आ रहा है। हम लगातार हर तस्वीर आप तक पहुंचाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि काफी भीड़ है यहाँ पर और आंसू गैस का लगातार इस्तेमाल। थोड़ा बोलने में तकलीफ हो रही है, दिखने में दिक्कत हो रही है। देखिए यहाँ शोरगुल लगातार जारी है। लोग हैं वो डटे हुए फिर से वापस जा रहे हैं लोग। ये हम आपको तस्वीरों में दिखा रहे हैं, फिर से लोग वापस जा रहे हैं। और देखिए प्रेस के लोग जो है, कई लोगों ने ऐसे मास्क लगाए हुए हैं जिससे कि उनको बेहतर तरीके।
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
A group of nearly 8 terrorists tried to sneak in via the Poonch line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. An infiltration attempt was witnessed during the midnight along the line of control. Indian Army has neutralized 3 terrorists on the spot in heavy firing. Now, this comes just days ahead of the Amarnath Yatra. The AIADMK's interim General Secretary EPS and ousted party leader OPS moved the Madras High Court against the sealing of the party headquarters by the Tamil Nadu government on the 11th of July. The High Court is likely to hear the matter today. In a heart-wrenching incident in Pune's Kher Taluka, 3 children have lost their lives after falling into a huge pothole. As per the complaint that has been given by the father of these children, his children lost their lives after falling into a huge pothole in Ambethan area of Kher Taluka of Pune. The Mumbai Police Commissioner Vivek Falsalkar has the Mumbai Police Commissioner Vivek Falsalkar has revoked a circular which mandated that no FIR needs to be filed for molestation or under the POSCO Act should be registered without the Zonal Deputy Commissioner of Police's permission.
A quick roundup of news in brief. Congress High Command. Back-to-back breaking updates coming in on the Sri Lanka crisis. Latest update that is coming in, Sri Lanka speaker will be making an announcement very shortly, so stand by for that important briefing as well by the Sri Lankan speaker. So as the administration seems to be in a state of paralysis when we talk about Sri Lanka, an important announcement that is likely to be made by the Sri Lankan speaker very soon. Remember, the Prime Minister has as per reports, has been made the acting president while we speak, as the president has now fled to Maldives as per reports. So stand by for that important briefing which will take place by the Sri Lankan speaker, who will be making a very important announcement very soon. And slipping into a very short break, we'll continue with a live coverage from ground zero from Sri Lanka on the crisis unfolding in the country.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
And here's a look at some more news in brief. The National Investigating Agencies conducted searches of 9 locations in Rajasthan's Udaipur district in connection with the killing of a Hindu tailor, Kanhaiya Lal, last month. Now, the NIA has seized all digital devices and other incriminating materials, which will further help in the probe. Further investigations in the case are underway. Shocking footage shows the Coast Guard's flag and the Indian flag dumped in Kochi's Irupanam. The police have registered a case in the matter while further investigation is underway. Apart from the tricolour, Coast Guard helmets, uniforms and other accessories were also found in the dump. Karnataka's Home Minister has announced that he will reduce jail term for prisoners if they reveal whether other inmates are using
Viewers, once again we are cutting across to the visuals that we are tracking from Sri Lanka, where thousands of citizens have thronged the streets and have carried out angry protests over the past few months, protesting against the politicians of Sri Lanka, namely the President and the Prime Minister as well, claiming that these are the politicians who did not do anything to save the citizens, save the electorate of Sri Lanka from this growing economic crisis that Sri Lanka finds itself in today. And we are tracking for you all that is happening on the ground with respect to the visuals that are coming to light in our newsrooms as well, viewers. There are several thousands of protesters that are still out on the streets. Authorities are also on the ground trying to pacify these protesters, trying to make sure that there is no more untoward incident, law and order situation that can be escalated as well. And there is, of course, a military presence that has also been increased on the ground. And we are, in fact, also tracking for you all that is happening with respect to the political fraternity also reacting to this kind of a growing situation on the ground as well. And our reporters are on the ground. My colleague Saloni has been getting us all the ground updates, ground reports from Sri Lanka itself. Let's listen in to one such report filed by her.
जानकारी मिल रही है कि मालदीव चले गए हैं और वहां से दुबई भी जा सकते हैं, जो जानकारियां मिल रही है। इस वक्त हम खड़े हैं प्रेसिडेंट की सेक्रेटरी ऑफिस के बाहर और देखिए यही वो जगह है जहां से संघर्ष शुरू हुआ और उसके बाद प्रेसिडेंट हाउस को पूरी तरह से घेर लिया प्रदर्शनकारियों ने, प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स ऑफिस पर कब्जा कर लिया। और अभी भी अगर हम आपको दिखाएं, अभय से मैं कहूंगी दिखाएंगे किस तरह से लोग यहाँ अपना पूरी तरह से बैठे हुए हैं और प्रदर्शन दिन हो या रात 24 घंटे ये जगह खाली होती नजर नहीं आ रही है। आप देखिए, अगर देखें लोगों में नाराजगी है और हम आपको आगे भी दिखाएंगे। ये देखिए, ये जो एरिया है यहाँ आर्मी ने, ये मेन एंट्रेंस है, प्रेसिडेंट की सेक्रेटरी ऑफिस का मेन एंट्रेंस है और आर्मी डिप्लॉयड यहाँ पर आपको दिखाई दे रही है। इस देश में अभी कोई सरकार नहीं है, आर्मी के हाथ में है सब कुछ। देश की जो अर्थव्यवस्था है पूरी तरह से चौपट हो चुकी है और लोगों के लिए मुश्किल ये है कि वो जो बुनियादी जरूरतें हैं वो तक पूरी नहीं कर पा रहे। आपको हम दिखाएंगे किस तरह से ये जो ऑफिस है इसकी जो सीढ़ियां हैं वो खचाखच लोगों से भरी हुई हैं और यहीं से कुछ ही कदम की दूरी पर अनामिका और अंजलि प्रेसिडेंट हाउस है, जहां पर लोग कतारबद्ध आपको नजर आए थे। देखिए, ये वो ऑफिस है, सेक्रेटरी ऑफिस, जहां से शुरुआत हुई और बैंड्स लगाए हुए हैं लोग, गो गोटा होम, गोटा राजपक्षे को के लिए ये जो तमाम बैंड्स लगाए हुए लोग यहाँ पर आपको नजर आ रहे हैं, गो गोटा होम और गो गोटा गो, इस तरह के नारे भी यहाँ पर लगते नजर आते हैं। तस्वीरें जो आप देख रहे हैं, ये तस्वीरें कहानी बयां कर रही हैं राष्ट्रपति का किस तरह से पतन हुआ। यहाँ पर लोगों की निगाहों में ये जो झंडा है ये लेकर लोग पहुंचे हुए हैं। देखिए, बड़ी बात ये है, राजपक्षे परिवार ने लंबा राज किया है, पूरा परिवार यहाँ पर राज करता रहा और लंबे समय तक राज करता रहा, जिसके बाद लोगों के लिए समस्या खड़ी हो गई, परेशानी खड़ी हो गई। ये जो भीड़ आप देख रहे हैं, अगर आप पूरी तरह से देखें, यहाँ पर जो ये हाथ में तख्ती लिए हुए, दरअसल सिंगली भाषा में लिखा हुआ है। बाकी भीड़ है यहाँ पर, मौजूद है, देखने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ मैं, लेकिन देखिए तुरंत ही एक व्यक्ति को लगाया गया आपात स्थिति में, क्योंकि जो आंसू गैस के गोलों का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है उससे लोग मूर्छित होकर गिर जा रहे हैं, आंसू निकल रहे लोगों के। हमारी भी स्थिति वैसी है, क्योंकि आंसू गैस के गोले जब इस्तेमाल किए जा रहे थे, लोग लगातार अपना मुंह पानी से धुल रहे हैं। हमने भी कोशिश की, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं उसका असर रह रहा है, जिसकी वजह से लोग घायल हो रहे हैं। अभय तक मैं पहुंचने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ। अभय, हर तस्वीर पब्लिक पर आप दिखाने की कोशिश करें। देखिए, भीड़ एक बार फिर भाग रही है, लगातार आंसू गैस के गोलों का इस्तेमाल है। जो हालात है वो बद से बदतर श्रीलंका में हो गए हैं। आपातकाल तो लागू कर दिया है, आपातकाल लागू कर दिया है, लेकिन जनता सवाल पूछने से रुक नहीं रही है और साफ तय किया हुआ है जनता ने। ये देखिए, व्यक्ति चोटिल हो गया है, ये व्यक्ति चोटिल हो गया, खून रिस रहा है, लगातार खून रिस रहा है, इसे ले जाया जा रहा है अस्पताल, मेडिकल एड के लिए ले जाया जा रहा है। कई लोग चोटिल हुए हैं, कई लोग घायल हुए, इस तरह से जो प्रदर्शन रोकने की कोशिश की गई है। देखिए, तस्वीरों में हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, लोग अपना चेहरा धुलते हुए आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लगातार यहाँ हालात बद से बदतर है। श्रीलंका की जो आर्थिक स्थिति है, जो कंडीशन पूरे देश के बिखरता ये देश नजर आ रहा है और समझ नहीं आ रहा कि अब इसे समेटेगा कौन, जनता में विश्वास लाएगा कौन, क्योंकि विक्रम सिंघे पर विश्वास नहीं है, राजपक्षे गोटाबाया पर विश्वास नहीं है। और देखिए, लोग लगातार कह रहे हैं कि आगे बढ़ो, आगे बढ़ने का नारा दे रहे हैं। लगातार लोग कह रहे हैं कि रुकना नहीं है, प्रदर्शन का हिस्सा बने रहना है, और लोग वापसी भी कर रहे हैं। देखिए, लोगों को मोटिवेट किया जा रहा है, उन्हें इस संघर्ष में बने रहने के लिए अपील की जा रही है। हर तस्वीर रिपब्लिक आप तक पहुंचाने की कोशिश कर रहा है।
Well, viewers, we're also cutting across to some more breaking updates that we are getting for you from Sri Lanka, where in fact reports have suggested that a new president will be elected on 20th in the parliament. And Sri Lankan media has quoted the speaker and said that the president informed him that he will send his resignation letter within today and a new president will be elected on 20th in the parliament as per the constitution of Sri Lanka as well. Remember, viewers, we had been tracking that story for you with respect to how Article 40 was being discussed about to be activated, under which the new president has to be appointed. But now Article 37 in fact has been activated to appoint a replacement till he is not able to discharge the responsibility as well. We had been tracking all the movements of the presidents as well who had fled the country. Of course, multiple reports suggesting that he has gone to Maldives, and that might just be a stopover as well. Apart from that, we had seen how the Prime Minister had also was going to be the sit-in president as well, but as of now we are learning the latest that is coming from the Speaker's office, that a new president will be elected on 20th in the parliament, and the Sri Lankan media has in fact quoted the Speaker himself and said that the president has informed the speaker that he will send his resignation letter within today. That is by today itself that we will have some more answers as to the trajectory of Sri Lanka going forward in the backdrop of this political instability that the country has also been seeing. And we have our team of correspondents on the ground. Our colleague Saloni, in fact, has been on the ground getting us all the updates and the situation that is unraveling out of Sri Lanka. Let's take a look at this one report.
हम लगातार कोलंबो श्रीलंका से लाइव रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, हर तस्वीर आप तक पहुंचाएंगे। और देखिए, एक बार फिर भीड़ वापस जाती हुई क्योंकि संघर्ष यहाँ पर श्रीलंका के लोगों ने, धधकती लंका ने, अब गुस्से से जो धधक रही है लंका, वो सड़कों पर उतरकर संघर्ष करने का फैसला ले चुकी है और ये संघर्ष रुकने वाला नहीं है। चाहे आपातकाल लागू हो जाए, चाहे कर्फ्यू लगा दिया जाए, चाहे आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े जाए, ये समझ में आ रहा है। देखिए लगातार, और एम्बुलेंस लाई गई है। कई लोग क्योंकि कई लोग घायल हुए हैं, उन्हें ले जाने के लिए, उन्हें राहत पहुंचाने के लिए देखिए एम्बुलेंस लाई गई है। एम्बुलेंस के जरिए लोगों को ले जाया जा रहा है। तस्वीरें हम आपको तक लगातार पहुंचाने की कोशिश करें क्योंकि यहाँ आपाधापी की स्थिति लगातार बनी हुई है, हालात खराब हो रहे हैं। थोड़ा हमारे लिए भी बोलना मुश्किल हो रहा है क्योंकि लगातार आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े जा रहे हैं और उसका असर हमारे ऊपर भी हो रहा है। हर तस्वीर रिपब्लिक नेटवर्क आप तक पहुंचा रहा है। विजय भैया के साथ सलोनी श्रीवास्तव, रिपब्लिक भारत, कोलंबो, श्रीलंका। और ये प्रधानमंत्री के दफ्तर की तस्वीरें, रिपब्लिक भारत पहुंच चुका है इस जगह पर जहां पर लगातार आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े जा रहे हैं। जनता नीचे और आर्मी ऊपर। देखिए कैसे वहां पर आर्मी के तमाम जो जवान हैं उन्हें तैनात किया गया है। वो लोगों को रोक रहे हैं क्योंकि जनता मुहाने तक आ गई है, चढ़ गई है जनता उस दीवार पर जो कि प्राइम मिनिस्टर का दफ्तर है और यहीं से लगातार आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े जा रहे हैं। हम बिल्कुल करीब पहुंच चुके हैं आपको वो तस्वीर दिखाने के लिए जो श्रीलंका के ताजा हालातों को बेहतर तरीके से बता रही है। श्रीलंका की जनता हट नहीं रही है और लगातार वहां से आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े जा रहे हैं। लोग मुंह धुलकर भी लगातार उसके असर को कम कर यहाँ पर डटे रहने को तैयार हैं, लेकिन हटने को नहीं तैयार हैं। जनता ने साफ संदेश दिया है, हटना है तो अब सिर्फ विक्रम सिंघे को हटना है या गोटाबाया राजपक्षे को हटना है। नारेबाजी की तस्वीरें भी आपको दिखा रहे हैं, देखिए लोग डटे हुए हैं। यहाँ पर आप ये जो बॉटल्स की ये खाली शीशियां देख रहे हैं, चप्पलें देख रहे हैं, लोग चप्पलें छोड़ के भागे हैं, बॉटल की शीशियां छोड़कर भागे हैं क्योंकि बहुत आपाधापी की स्थिति, ये पूरी सड़क उस पानी से भरी हुई है जिससे लोगों ने अपने चेहरे धोए हैं क्योंकि यहाँ पर संघर्ष चल रहा है, सत्ता बदलने का संघर्ष, और लोग उस संघर्ष का हिस्सा बन रहे हैं। लोग ये तारीख याद रखने के लिए हमेशा यहाँ पर जुटे हुए हैं कि किस तरह से श्रीलंका में इतनी बड़ी तब्दीली लाने के लिए जनता सड़कों पर आई। ये बता दिया यहाँ की जनता ने कि जब जनता चाहेगी तो हटना पड़ेगा सत्ताधीशों को। जनता ही चुनती है, जनता ही सत्ता पर बैठाती है, तो जनता हटाने का भी हक रखती है। जनता ये बता रही है श्रीलंका की कि अब बहुत हुआ भ्रष्टाचार, बहुत हुआ परिवारवाद, बहुत हुआ जिस तरह का अत्याचार किया गया, बहुत हुआ फूड सप्लाईज ना होना, बहुत हुआ इस तरह से तेल ना मिलना, कतारों में खड़े रहना, लोगों के लिए ये समस्या बनी हुई थी। और लोगों ने, जनता ने बता दिया है कि अगर वो सत्ता पर बैठाने का हक रखते हैं तो सत्ता से हटाने का भी हक।
Well, viewers, we are tracking for you all the breaking updates that are coming to light from Sri Lanka, and now we have the latest update where reports are suggesting that a new president will be elected on 20th in the parliament, is what we are picking up. And Sri Lankan media has in fact quoted the speaker and said that the president informed him that he will send his resignation letter within the day and a new president will be elected on 20th in the parliament itself. So some clarity coming to light with respect to the political trajectory of Sri Lanka as to who really will be there making the decisions when it comes to getting the country out of this growing economic crisis. And now in the latest that we are picking up, that a new president will be elected on 20th in the parliament itself as per the procedure. Let's listen in first as to what the speaker had to say about this entire procedure. And we'll listen into the speaker in just a few seconds. But viewers, this is the latest that we are picking up with respect to how a new president will be elected on 20th in the parliament. Remember, we had been picking up all the details when it comes to the resignation of the president and the prime minister that was expected to happen today as well. And now we are learning that as per the procedure, the Prime Minister will not be the interim president, but there will be a new president that will be elected as per the constitutional procedure in the parliament itself. And the Sri Lankan media has in fact quoted the speaker itself. And we are also getting in the soundbite of the speaker who has talked about how the president has informed him that he will be sending his resignation letter in 24 hours of period as well. And now in the latest that as per the parliamentary procedure, a new president will be elected on 20th of this month itself. We were expecting some kind of developments when it comes to who really will be making the decisions. And on that note, let me also bring in our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor on the broadcast. Abhishek, as we had been talking about this earlier as well in the day, some kind of development seems to be happening in Sri Lanka that will give some clarity as to who is in the political fraternity that will be making the decisions going forward, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. And as you rightly mentioned, the speaker has announced July 20 as the date. Also, we are getting reports, Priyanka, that finally, Gotabaya Rajapaksa has sent in his resignation, which would be announced by the speaker. And no, the speaker has already announced it, and they said that he has sent in a resignation. So the physical copy of resignation perhaps is not yet with the speaker, but the speaker has been informed, perhaps over phone, by Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who has fled the country, that he will, by the end of the day, send in his resignation, and in the interim appointing Ranil Wickremesinghe as the acting prime president till the time that the parliament, according to Article 40 of the Constitution, appoints a new president. So that's the information coming in, and yes, this is the information we are getting, that the speaker has said that he has been informed over phone by Gotabaya Rajapaksa that he would be sending in his resignation papers by today evening, and formal announcement to happen day after tomorrow in Parliament, Priyanka, when the Parliament convenes. And the Parliament convenes again on July 19th, and July 20th is the day when the election happens. So finally, Speaker Mahinda Yapa Abeyawardena announcing that she has received a call from Gotabaya Rajapaksa from Maldives, and according to that phone call, Gotabaya Rajapaksa has promised that he would be sending in his letter of resignation by today, and that a new president can then be elected on July 20th. That's Speaker Mahinda Yapa Abeyawardena, Priyanka. So fast-paced developments taking place. I think Gotabaya Rajapaksa finally doing the right thing, wisdom prevailing. If he had not resigned, he would have angered the protesters even further. And this development really important, and hopefully the protesters now also would see that stability and calm has to prevail.
Well, all right, Abhishek, they're getting us all the updates when it comes to the political trajectory of Sri Lanka going ahead. And we are also tracking for you viewers the kind of announcement that the speaker has also made about the phone call that has transpired, an assurance of a phone call that has taken place from Gotabaya Rajapaksa. In fact, he has stated that he will be resigning under 24 hours, and as per the procedure, a new president will be elected on 20th of July. And he has also said that therefore I urge all the persons to act peacefully. Now this is being said by the speaker, appealing to the electorate, appealing to the people of Sri Lanka to keep calm, even during the time that they are hitting this protest on a crescendo, the anger really mounting on the streets of Sri Lanka by the citizens. And we are tracking for you viewers in the backdrop of this kind of a chaos on the streets of Sri Lanka as to what's really happening in the power corridors of Sri Lanka, as well as the president now has fled the country. And of course, we are seeing that And viewers, we are getting for you more and more visuals coming to light from across Sri Lanka as well.
And the latest visuals that we're putting out for you right now is that of the protesters also in the president's residence and otherwise as well. There are hundreds of protesters that have come to light in the streets and the anger really mounting for them as well.
A quick roundup of news in brief. Congress High Command is reportedly unhappy with Congress MP Manish Tiwari, who is part of the Consultative Committee for Defence in the Parliament after he refused to sign the opposition's memorandum seeking withdrawal of the centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme. There is an outrage within the Congress against Manish Tiwari, we are told, who has openly supported the Agnipath scheme contrary to Congress stand. Despite heavy rains in Kedarnath in Rudraprayag district of Uttarakhand, the journey to the sacred temple has resumed. Starting today, the rain has caused slight drop in the number of devotees as well travelling to Kedarnath. However, despite the rains and the roads that have been damaged as a result of these rains, pilgrims are enthusiastically seen continuing with their journey to the temple.
And here's a look at some more news in brief. The National Investigating Agencies conducted searches at 9 locations in Rajasthan's Udaipur district in connection with the killing of a Hindu tailor, Kanhaiya Lal, last month. Now, the NIA has seized all digital devices and other incriminating materials, which will further help in the probe. Further investigations in the case are underway. Shocking footage shows the Coast Guard's flag and the Indian flag dumped in Kochi's Irupanam. The police have registered a case in the matter while further investigation is underway. Apart from the tricolour, Coast Guard helmets, uniforms and other accessories were also found in the dump. Karnataka's Home Minister has announced that he will reduce the jail term for prisoners if they reveal whether other inmates are using mobile phones or any other banned substances inside the prison. Now, he further added that a reward of 2,000 rupees will be given to police personnel who cite these malpractices.
ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಪರಾಧ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಈಗ ನಾವೊಂದು ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಈ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾದಕ ವಸ್ತುಗಳು ಜೈಲು ಒಳಗಡೆ ಯಾರು ಹಿಡಿದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Now, following the Karnataka Home Minister's announcement on the reduction of the jail term, opposition has slammed him, questioning his constitutional right to do so. Opposition said that the Karnataka Home Minister has lost trust in his own police and hence is...
Welcome back, viewers. Straight away cutting across to some more exclusive visuals that we're picking up from Sri Lanka. Now inside of the premises of the president's residence, where we had seen hundreds of protesters had marched in, and they had also been claiming that this is the president who is actually responsible for not helping Sri Lanka earlier. And those are the visuals, in fact, that we're putting out from inside the president's residence as well. Over the past few months, we have seen hundreds of protesters that have come out on the streets and had been protesting against the sitting government of Sri Lanka as well, including the president and the prime minister. Now, ultimately, of course, we have seen how the president has fled the country, and the protests also continue on the streets of Sri Lanka, as well as hundreds of angry citizens stay on the streets and demand accountability, demand answers from the president, in fact, that has also fled the country, and the sitting prime minister right now, who is in Sri Lanka as well. But those are the images of complete chaos, a complete chaos that we are picking up inside of Sri Lanka, inside of the president's residence as well, as hundreds of citizens had claimed that this is actually a public property, a public place, and this is not something that belongs to the president, and that these are the citizens who are marching inside the president's residence to claim back what is yours, what is their own. So this is something that we are seeing, the kind of images that have come to light from Sri Lanka, where citizens are continuing to protest. Authorities are on the ground trying to pacify these citizens as well. We are seeing an additional number of military presence on the ground, where the IF as well, in fact the Air Force as well, has been deployed to make sure that there is no untoward incident that really takes place in Sri Lanka more than it already has. But these are the exclusive visuals of the protesters, in fact, marching inside the president's residence and carrying out their protest in the streets of Sri Lanka, demanding accountability from all the politicians of Sri Lanka.
And we are tracking for you all the latest developments as well that we are getting from Sri Lanka as well, viewers, as we track those visuals for you. And as the reports have also suggested that now some clarity coming to light as far as the political trajectory of Sri Lanka is concerned, where a new president will be elected on 20th in the parliament. And the Sri Lankan media, in fact, has also quoted the speaker saying that the president has already informed him and that he will be tendering his resignation letter under 24 hours itself. And the speaker has also appealed to the citizens of Sri Lanka to maintain peace, maintain calm, as there is some kind of procedure that will take place on 20th.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
A quick roundup of news in brief. Congress High Command is reportedly unhappy with Congress MP Manish Tiwari, who is part of the Consultative Committee for Defence in the Parliament after he refused to sign the opposition's memorandum seeking withdrawal of the centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme. There is an outrage within the Congress against Manish Tiwari, we are told, who has openly supported the Agnipath scheme contrary to Congress stand. Despite heavy rains in Kedarnath in Rudraprayag district of Uttarakhand, the journey to the sacred temple has resumed. Starting today, the rain has caused slight drop in the number of devotees as well travelling to Kedarnath. However, despite the rains and the roads that have been damaged as a result of these rains, pilgrims are enthusiastically seen continuing with their journey to the temple.
And here's a look at some more news in brief. The national investigating agencies conducted searches of 9 locations in Rajasthan's Udaipur district in connection with the killing of a Hindu tailor, Kanhaiya Lal, last month. Now, the NIA has seized all digital devices and other incriminating materials, which will further help in the probe. Further investigations in the case are underway. Shocking footage shows the Coast Guard's flag and the Indian flag dumped in Kochi's Irupanam. The police have registered a case in the matter while further investigation is underway. Apart from the tricolour, Coast Guard helmets, uniforms and other accessories were also found in the dump. Karnataka's Home Minister has announced that he will reduce jail term for prisoners if they reveal whether other inmates are using mobile phones or any other banned substances inside the prison. Now, he further added that a reward of 2,000 rupees will be given to police personnel who cite these malpractices.
ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಪರಾಧ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಈಗ ನಾವೊಂದು ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಈ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾದಕ ವಸ್ತುಗಳು ಜೈಲು ಒಳಗಡೆ ಯಾರು ಹಿಡಿದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Now, following the Karnataka Home Minister's announcement on the reduction of the jail term, opposition has slammed him, questioning his constitutional right to do so. Opposition.
And
And once again, viewers, we're cutting across straight to these exclusive images that we are picking up from Sri Lanka, from the Prime Minister's office as well, where the protesters has taken over the Prime Minister's office, and they were also seen just a few minutes back. They were unfurling a flag as well on top of the Prime Minister's office, as we have been tracking those visuals for you very, very closely. Over the past few months as well, we have seen hundreds of protesters in Sri Lanka, the citizens, the angry citizens, in fact, thronging the streets of Sri Lanka. And now, over the past 2 days, we have seen these angry citizens also take over the President's residence and now the Prime Minister's office. Also, there were several reports of protesters taking over the private residence of the Prime Minister as well. 3 of them, in fact, had also been taken into custody for setting fire to certain parts of the Prime Minister's private residence. And those are really the kind of updates that we have picked up from Sri Lanka. And these are the visuals that we are putting out of the protesters taking over the Prime Minister's office. And you can see the kind of angry citizens, the angry protesters on the streets who are in fact continuing to protest. They are refusing to leave the streets, claiming that they are standing there to ask for accountability from their politicians. And we'll be getting you all the updates about what's really happening in Sri Lanka right after this very short break.
A group of nearly 8 terrorists tried to sneak in via the Poonch line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. An infiltration attempt was witnessed during the midnight along the line of control. Indian Army has neutralized 3 terrorists on the spot in heavy firing. Now, this comes just days ahead of the Amarnath Yatra. The AIADMK's interim General Secretary, EPS, and ousted party leader OPS moved the Madras High Court against the sealing of the party headquarters by the Tamil Nadu government on the 11th of July. The High Court is likely to hear the matter today. In a heart-wrenching incident in Pune's Kher Taluka, 3 children have lost their lives after falling into a huge pothole. As per the complaint that has been given by the father of these children, his children lost their lives after falling into a huge pothole in Ambethan area of Kher Taluka of Pune. The Mumbai Police Commissioner Vivek Falsalkar has the Mumbai Police Commissioner Vivek Falsalkar has revoked a circular which mandated that no FIR needs to be filed for molestation or under the POSCO Act should be registered without the Zonal Deputy Commissioner of Police's permission.
A quick roundup of news in brief. Congress High Command is reportedly unhappy with Congress MP Manish Tiwari, who is part of the Consultative Committee for Defence in the Parliament, after he refused to sign the opposition's memorandum seeking withdrawal of the centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme. There is an outrage within the Congress against Manish Tiwari, we are told, who has openly supported the Agnipath scheme.
प्रधानमंत्री आवास की ओर ये भीड़ बढ़ रही है, क्योंकि सुबह ही जानकारी मिल गई थी लोगों को कि महिंदा राजपक्षे और गोटाबाया राजपक्षे फरार हो गए। ये जानकारी मिल गई थी लोगों को। लोग बैरिकेडिंग हटा रहे हैं यहाँ पर। देखिए जिस तरह से रोका जा रहा था लोगों को बर्दाश्त नहीं कर रहे, बैरिकेडिंग हटा रहे हैं और पीछे तक ले जा रहे हैं। लोगों ने दरअसल ये तय कर लिया है कि ये प्रदर्शन रुकने वाला नहीं है। यहाँ पर टीयर गैस छोड़ी जा रही है, तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं। लगातार यहाँ पर देखिए अब लोगों को तितर बितर करने के लिए टीयर गैस छोड़ी जा रही है। बड़ी बात यह है कि हालात बद से बदतर हो गए श्रीलंका में।
Hello and welcome viewers. Let's straight away get you all the news that is happening at Superfast 50. Ranil Wickremesinghe has officially taken oath as the acting president. This comes after Gotabaya Rajapaksa fled the country early this morning amid devastating conditions in Sri Lanka. Wickremesinghe will remain in the top post till July 20th. In the recent development, in fact, Rajapaksa to officially quit from the post today itself. Now remember, if Ranil Wickremesinghe resigns from the top post, Sri Lanka is expected to dive in an anarchy with no top leader ruling the economically hit country.
Kissing Vani.
The president. We are living our own life. It's a freedom.
Now in the recent development, angry protesters stormed the national TV station in Sri Lanka as violent protesters continue to throng the economically hit state. Now the protesters went live on the TV station. This comes in the backdrop of the state of emergency which continues in Sri Lanka. The president of Sri Lanka, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, fled the country early Wednesday, days after the protesters stormed his home and office and the official residence of his prime minister amid a month-long economic crisis that triggered severe shortages of food and fuel. Now, the Sri Lankan president Gotabaya Rajapaksa fled the country on Wednesday, hours before he was due to step down from the top post after Sri Lanka's demonstration over a devastating economic crisis and Rajapaksha's mishandling of the economy that has bankrupted the country. The Sri Lankan protesters continue to storm into the presidential palace on Wednesday. A growing line of people waited to enter the residence, many of whom had travelled from outside Colombo on public transport. Meanwhile, police retaliated to the protesters with firing tear gas shells. Now, thousands of Sri Lankan marched towards the Prime Minister's office from the presidential palace. This comes after the President Rajapaksa, fled the country allegedly to Maldives. Meanwhile, heavy military was deployed at Sri Lankan Prime Minister's residence as protesters spark again.
Who do you want as a president? Who do you want?
Who's the Aragala? Some people is asking who's the take sometime Sajid, sometime Antakumar Disana, I don't know. Everybody is like that people after some time this Prime Minister is the president. After that good country. No petrol, no gas, no like that. Already that's not a problem Sri Lanka.
The Prime Minister's office has declared a state of emergency in the economically hit Sri Lanka. This comes after thousands of protesters took to the streets after Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa fled to Maldives when Lankans continue to bear the severe brunt of unprecedented crisis. Security forces have been deployed to manage the violent protests in Sri Lanka, and this comes amid the violent protests exploding in Sri Lanka after the president has fled the country. Visuals on the screen show protesters thronging the streets of Sri Lanka, and the protesters have been on the streets all across Sri Lanka with the banners saying "Go Gotabaya, Go." With the deteriorating conditions in Sri Lanka, several protesters were reportedly injured amid the violence on the streets of Sri Lanka. Now, the dramatic visuals show hundreds thronging on the streets, chanting slogans, and police has also fired tear gas on the protesters while military continuously tries to disperse the protesters from the streets. And now Lankans could also be seen removing the barricades in angry, making way for the unstoppable protesters. The US Embassy in Colombo on Wednesday cancelled its consular services as a precaution for the next 2 days amidst the deepening political turmoil and economic crisis in Sri Lanka. The embassy announced the cancellation of the consular services in a tweet. And also getting you all the updates of how after Riya Chakrabarti has been charged for buying narcotics for the late actor Sushant Singh Rajput, who died in 2020, a charge sheet filed by the NCB named her and 34 others as accused in the high-profile case. Following the NCB's charge sheet against Riya Chakrabarti in the high-profile case, BJP leader Ram Kadam said that the charge sheet against Riya Chakrabarti in drugs case must be presented in the court, and Kadam further accused Maharashtra government for allegedly protecting Riya Chakrabarti earlier.
चक्रवर्ती के ड्रग के मामले में जो चार्जशीट अदालत में प्रस्तुत हुई है, बहुत सारी गंभीर बातें अब देश के सामने आई हैं। सवाल यह उठता है कि उस समय की तत्कालीन महाराष्ट्र की सरकार रिया चक्रवर्ती का बचाव करने के पीछे क्या कारण था? वे रिया के पक्ष में वकालत के रूप में सामने आए थे, उसके प्रवक्ता बन चुके थे। इन सब के पीछे क्या कारण था? यह सवाल आज भी महाराष्ट्र की उन 3 दलों की सरकार को ये देश की जनता पूछना चाहती है। और रहा मामला ड्रग का, जो भी दोषी है उन्हें सजा मिलनी चाहिए, पर अब भी ऐसे कुछ चेहरे पर्दे के पीछे छुपे हैं। क्या वर्तमान में आज भी वो ड्रग का सेवन कर रहे हैं?
Now, in the recent development, the Supreme Court assures hearing on Karnataka's hijab row next week. The apex court to hear the pleas challenging the Karnataka High Court verdict refusing to lift the ban on wearing hijab in educational institutions. Now, Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramanna said that an appropriate bench will hear the matter next week. Ahead of the presidential elections, Congress leader Ajay Kumar claimed that the NDA president candidate Draupadi Murmu represents a very evil philosophy of India. He further said that she shouldn't be made a symbol of Adivasis.
Represents a very evil philosophy of India. So we should not mistake we should not make Draupadi Murmu ji as a symbol of Adivasi.
Now, shocking footage shows Coast Guard flag and Indian flag dumped in Kochi's place as well. Now, police has registered a case in the matter while further investigation is underway. Apart from the tricolour, Coast Guard helmets, uniforms and other accessories were also found in the dump. Former Chief Minister and Jammu Kashmir PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti said that the situation in J&K has been deteriorating since 2019. Now, further raising questions on Amarnath cloudburst, Mufti said that the reasons behind the recent cloudburst, which claimed nearly 16 lives, were unknown.
की तादाद में वहां लोग भेज दिए, नतीजा ये हो गया कि जब क्लाउड बर्स्ट हो गया, अभी तक मालूम नहीं हमें, क्योंकि ये बता नहीं रहे हैं सच्ची बात। ये सिर्फ 15-16 लोगों की बात कर रहे हैं, मगर जितने लोग गायब हैं, जिस तरह मोटरसाइकिल वहां से निकलते हैं, जिस तरह घोड़ों की लाशें निकलती हैं, खच्चरों की लाशें निकलती हैं, और जितने लोग गायब हैं, उससे लगता है कि नुकसान जानी बहुत ज्यादा हुआ है, जितना ये बताते हैं।
Now, National Congress spokesperson Gagan Bhagat hits out at Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha on administration over the Amarnath Yatra tragedy. Further hitting out at Manoj Sinha, he said that the National Congress demands probe panel into the Amarnath tragedy.
भारी बारिश थी, भारी बारिश का अनुमान हमें हो जाता है। क्लाउड बर्स्ट जो होती है एक नेचुरल कैलामिटी है। ये लोग एक एक्सीडेंट नहीं था, ये जानबूझ के कराई हुई चीज थी। आपको पता था बारिश आने वाली है, पहाड़ खिसकते हैं, पस्सियां गिरती हैं, ऊपर से स्लज आता है। आपने वहां टेंट लगवा दिए, लंगर लगवा दिए, 25 टेंट लगवा दिए, 3 लंगर लगवा दिए वहां।
Now, a female teacher allegedly thrashed a girl student brutally for making noise in the classroom in a government school in Unnao district of Uttar Pradesh. The teacher was suspended after a video of her thrashing a minor girl student went viral.
जी, ऐसा एक वीडियो संज्ञान में आया है। कल काफ़ी वायरल हुआ वीडियो, तो हम लोग खुद जांच करने गए थे। आज मैं भी था वहाँ विद्यालय में, और जांच करने पे पाया गया है कि उस वीडियो में सत्यता है, वहाँ घटना घटी है और शिक्षा मित्र का उसमें पूर्णतः दोष पाया गया है और शिक्षा मित्र पे कार्रवाई की गई है। विभागीय कार्रवाई करते हुए उनके ऊपर मुकदमा दर्ज कराया गया है, साथ ही उनका मानदेय रोक दिया गया है। और वहाँ की जो प्रधान शिक्षिका है, उनका भी दायित्व बनता है इसमें कि उनके संज्ञान में जैसे मामला आया हो उन्हें उच्च अधिकारियों को सूचित करना चाहिए था, जो उनके द्वारा नहीं किया गया, तो उसको देखते हुए उनका निलंबन भी किया गया है।
Now, the National Investigating Agency conducted searches at 9 locations in Rajasthan's Udaipur district in connection with the killing of the Hindu tailor Kanhaiya Lal last month. NIA has seized all the digital devices and other incriminating materials which will further help in the probe. Now, further investigation in the case is underway. India has reported more than 16,000 fresh cases with 45 deaths in the last 24 hours. The daily positivity rate currently stands at 3.68% in the country. Now, West Bengal Governor Jagdeep Dhankar on the state's law and order situation said that there is an extortion in every corner of the states by goons. He further said that the state has been communalized with the empowerment.
State has serious problems of governance that are open secret, that are known to one and all. But because of fear, intense fear, Not even media is able to speak about them. I appeal to the civil society, the intelligentsia, to rise to the occasion and speak about
Now, the BJP state president Satish Punia on the Udaipur killing said that Rajasthan's Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot should answer on who is responsible for the state's situation and not divert from the main issue. Now, Punia further compared Gehlot with Mughal Emperor Bahadur Shah Jafar, who erased Congress' existence, saying that Ashok Gehlot is the same like the emperor.
देश के मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत जी को देख रहा हूं, वो पहली बार इतने असहज और असुरक्षित लगे हैं और व्यक्ति इस तरीके की विचलित करने वाली बातें इसलिए करता है कि मस्तिष्क में जब ऑक्सीजन का और रक्त का प्रवाह सामान्य नहीं होता है तो वो कुछ भी आरोप लगाते हैं। उनके आरोपों को न कोई गंभीरता से लेता है और इस तरीके के बयान देके उन्होंने गृह मंत्री की नैतिक जिम्मेवारी को भी गिराया है। यदि उनमें नैतिकता होती तो पहले तो ये जवाब देते कि प्रदेश की कानून व्यवस्था इतनी विकृत क्यों है, उसका जिम्मेवार कौन है।
Karnataka Home Minister Araga Jananendra announced that he will reduce the jail term of prisoners if they reveal other inmates using mobiles or any other banned substances inside the cell. Now, he further added that a reward of Rs 2,000 will be awarded to the police personnel who will catch hold of the malpractice inside the prison. Following Karnataka Home Minister Araga Jananendra's announcement on the reduction of the jail term, opposition slammed him, questioning his constitutional rights to do so, and the opposition said that the Karnataka Home Minister has lost trust in his own police and henceforth seeking the help of the prisoners to catch their inmates involved in illegal activities. Now, in a heart-wrenching incident in Pune's Khed Taluka, 3 children lost their lives after falling into a huge pothole. As per the complaint given by the father of the kids, said that his children lost their lives after falling into a huge pothole in the Khed Taluka in Pune. Now, the Mumbai Police Commissioner has also revoked a circular which mandated that no FIR for molestation or the offences under the POSCO Act should be registered. We are also learning that there is in fact a circular that has been released by the Mumbai Police Commissioner, in fact revoking that circular which mandated that no FIR for the molestation or offences under the POSCO Act should be registered without the Zonal Deputy Commissioner of Police's permission. Group of nearly 8 terrorists tried to sneak in via the Poonch area of control, line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. An infiltration attempt was witnessed during the midnight along the line of control. Now, the Indian Army neutralized 3 terrorists on the spot amid heavy firing. This comes days ahead of the Amarnath Yatra in Poonch, and meanwhile, further search operations are underway. AIADMK Interim General Secretary EPS and outside party leader OPS moved to the Madras High Court against the sealing of the party headquarters by the Tamil Nadu government on July 11. The High Court is likely to hear the matter today itself. Punjab's Advocate General A.G. Sidhu was attacked by the unidentified people while he was travelling via train. Some unidentified people pelted stones at the train near Panipat. Now, A.G. Sidhu filed the complaint to the police for further investigation, and the Punjab Advocate General appeared in the Supreme Court in the Lawrence Bishnoi case yesterday itself. Now, in another jolt to the Uddhav camp, Yuva Sena leader Vikas Gogavale joins the Eknath Shinde camp, and Vikas was seen at the Chief Minister's residence late last night, formally extending support on the occasion of Guru Purnima. He also claimed that more than 50 office bearers of Yuva Sena will join the Shinde camp this week itself. Amid incessant rains all across Maharashtra, the Andheri subway in Mumbai continues to remain submerged under the rain waters. Now, the Regional Meteorological Centre predicted moderate to heavy rain in the city and suburbs. Isolated places may face very heavy rainfall as well. In Maharashtra, an incident of landslide was reported in Vasai area of the Palghar district. Now, the collector of the area informed that 4 people have been rescued, but many are feared trapped in the damaged houses. 13 NDRF teams along with 4 SDRF teams have been deployed at the spot while the search operation is underway. Amid severe rain in Maharashtra, severe waterlogging was seen in Mumbai's Mankud Railway Bridge Road. Due to the incessant rains in Mumbai, the traffic speed has also slowed down. With no respite in heavy rains all across Maharashtra, a red alert has been issued by the IMD in Pune. The city has been overflowing with no respite in the rain. Vehicular movement has been stopped at the Baba Pire Bridge as the water level of the rivers increase. An incident of landslide was reported in Uttarakhand's Chamoli area as well. The Indian Meteorological Department has predicted a possibility of heavy rains all across Uttarakhand, and Uttarakhand has been receiving incessant rains with incident of landslides reported in several districts of the state. Now, following incessant rains in Uttarakhand, Badrinath Highway has been closed due to a landslide at the various places in Chamoli district. Now, remember, the IMD has predicted heavy rains in several districts of Uttarakhand, including Dehradun and isolated places for the next 2 days. Amidst incessant rainfall in the western state of Gujarat, several waterlogging images have come to light in several parts of Ahmedabad on Wednesday. Meanwhile, with the roads submerged and rainwater inundating residential premises alike, the flood situation in the Navsari district remained grim. IMD has issued a red alert in Gujarat till July 16th. A flash flood triggered by the cloudburst has been reported in Himachal Pradesh's Manali area, and contractors were engaged in civil works when flash flood caused the damages to the machines. Till now, no lives have been reportedly lost in the incident as heavy rainfall continues to lash Himachal. The state has been put on high alert by the weather department. Incessant rains continue to lash Madhya Pradesh, causing severe flood situation in the district with more than 70 houses have been submerged, and the highway connecting the Bhopal-Betul has also been closed for the second time in 24 hours due to the overflowing Mancha river. Long queues of vehicles could be seen on both sides of the highway. With no respite in heavy rains, the Indian Meteorological Department has once again issued the third alert in Telangana, giving the rising water level of Godavari River. Now, Twitter has sued the billionaire Elon Musk for violating over $44 billion takeover deal. This comes after Musk announced that he was walking away from his proposed $44 billion takeover of Twitter on July 8. Now, Musk further claimed Twitter had not given information about the number of fake and spam accounts on the platform. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on Tuesday hailed the decision to allow Ukraine to become an associate member of the multilateral interoperability program, and the program known as MIP is not formal NATO program but is made up of alliance members with the aim of sharing command and control information. In Ukraine's Kharkiv region, a network has been set up to help evacuate people from the territories occupied by Russian forces. Now, small vans carrying these evacuees deliver them to a meeting area in the Kharkiv region and thereafter taken to a registration center. US Vice President Kamala Harris assured Pacific Island leaders of more US engagement. This comes after Harris acknowledged that the US has previously not provided diplomatical attention to the deserved as well, and Harris has virtual address to the Pacific Island Forum meeting in the Fijian capital Suva comes as China strives for more influence in the Indo-Pacific region. And Mexican president visited the White House to call for rejecting the status quo of the border and discuss trade. The Mexican president has also praised the relationship it's had with the US and insisted on stronger ties. US President Joe Biden took off from the joint base Andrews bound for Israel, where disorganized politics have left a caretaker government in charge until elections this year. Now, Biden is expected to US relationships in the Middle East during the first trip to the region since taking office. 8 candidates are left in the race to lead to the Conservative Party in United Kingdom and become the next Prime Minister after former Health Secretary Sajid Javid pulled out of the contest. Now the first round of voting will take place on Wednesday, and any candidate who gets less than 30 votes from their fellow MPs will have to drop out. The House committee probing January 6 attacks on the US Capitol revealed details of an unhinged late-night meeting at the White House with Donald Trump outside lawyers, and the outside lawyers reportedly suggested seizing voting machines in a last-ditch effort to pursue Trump's false claims as the voter fraud.
To speak with the president by himself for some time until White House officials learned of the meeting. What ensued was a heated and profane clash between this group and President Trump's White House advisors, who traded personal insults, accusations of disloyalty to the president, and even challenges to physically fight.
Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese held bilateral talks with the Solomon Island counterpart in Fiji on Wednesday regarding concerns about the recent China-Solomon Security Pact. Speaking at a press conference shortly after arriving in Suva for the Pacific Islands Forum, Albanese informed that Australia's views on the pact were already very clear.
Discussion with the Prime Minister. We've already had a discussion by phone, and we know, of course, that Minister Wong, our Foreign Minister, has already had discussions on a personal basis.
Now, Ukraine's Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba said that the security must be guaranteed for the ship owners, cargo owners, and Ukraine as a country before grain can safely be exported again, while the delegations from Ukraine, Russia, and Turkey were due to meet with the United Nations representatives in Turkey on Wednesday itself to discuss the export of the Ukrainian grain.
Only outstanding issues are related to security, so they have to fix them. If they do, voila, we will be happy to see ships coming to our ports and leaving our ports safely for all, for both shipping companies and owners of the grain, but also for our ports.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
A quick roundup of news in brief. Congress High Command is reportedly unhappy with Congress MP Manish Tiwari, who is part of the Consultative Committee for Defence in the Parliament after he refused to sign the opposition's memorandum seeking withdrawal of the centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme. There is an outrage within the Congress against Manish Tiwari, we are told, who has openly supported the Agnipath scheme contrary to Congress stand. Despite heavy rains in Kedarnath in Rudraprayag district of Uttarakhand, the journey to the sacred temple has resumed. Starting today, the rain has caused slight drop in the number of devotees as well travelling to Kedarnath. However, despite the rains and the roads that have been damaged as a result of these rains, pilgrims are enthusiastically seen continuing with their journey to the temple.
प्रधानमंत्री आवास की ओर ये भीड़ बढ़ रही है क्योंकि सुबह ही जानकारी मिल गई थी लोगों को कि महिंदा राजपक्षे और गोटाबाया राजपक्षे फरार हो गए। ये जानकारी मिल गई थी लोगों को। लोग बैरिकेडिंग हटा रहे हैं यहाँ पर। देखिए जिस तरह से रोका जा रहा था लोगों को बर्दाश्त नहीं कर रहे, बैरिकेडिंग हटा रहे हैं और पीछे तक ले जा रहे हैं। लोगों ने दरअसल ये तय कर लिया है कि ये प्रदर्शन रुकने वाला नहीं है। यहाँ पर टीयर गैस छोड़ी जा रही है, तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं। लगातार यहाँ पर देखिए अब लोगों को तितर बितर करने के लिए टीयर गैस छोड़ी जा रही है। बड़ी बात यह है कि हालात बद से बदतर हो गए श्रीलंका में।
And viewers, now we're cutting across to some more breaking updates that we are picking up from Sri Lanka, where the visuals continue to arrive as the emergency declared in Sri Lanka has been declared, in fact, and the anger spills on the streets. Massive fresh protests have broken out. Tear gas shells have been fired as the president flees the country. Now, the Lankan speaker has said that the new president will be elected by July 30th. He's also said that Rajapaksa will send his resignation by today itself, is what we are learning. But viewers, we have been tracking for you all that is happening on the streets of Sri Lanka with respect to how the angry citizens have been refusing to leave the streets as well. Let's take a look at this ground report filed by my colleague Saloni, who's been getting us all the updates from Sri Lanka.
और तस्वीरें आपको दिखाई, देखिए जो बैरिकेडिंग है उसे हटाया जा रहा है, लोग बैरिकेडिंग हटा रहे हैं। देखिए लगातार ये तस्वीरें हम आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं, लोग बैरिकेडिंग हटा रहे हैं। यहाँ पर देखिए जिस तरह से रोका जा रहा था लोगों को बर्दाश्त नहीं कर रहे, बैरिकेडिंग हटा रहे हैं और पीछे तक ले जा रहे हैं। लोगों ने दरअसल ये तय कर लिया है कि ये प्रदर्शन रुकने वाला नहीं है, यहाँ पर इस तरफ प्रधानमंत्री का दफ्तर है, यहाँ पर लोगों की भीड़ इकट्ठा है। आंसू गैस के गोलों का इस्तेमाल किया। देखिए एम्बुलेंस जा रही है अब, क्योंकि कई लोग घायल हुए। हमने वो तस्वीरें भी आपको दिखाई दी। हम और आगे बढ़ेंगे, आपको आगे ले जा रहे हैं, जहाँ पर देखिए लगातार लोगों का प्रदर्शन चल रहा है। देखिए एम्बुलेंस यहाँ आ चुकी है, क्योंकि आंसू गैस के गोलों का इस्तेमाल यहाँ लगातार हो रहा था। नारेबाजी हो हंगामा सड़कों पर नजर आ रहा है, क्योंकि लोग अब तय कर चुके हैं। राष्ट्रपति ने जैसे ही ये जानकारी मिली कि मालदीव जा चुके हैं, वैसे ही लोगों का गुस्सा बढ़ गया। देखिए लोग अब कानून अपने हाथ में ले चुके हैं। पहले लोग शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे, बैरिकेड्स हटाए जा रहे हैं। देखिए अब है ये तस्वीरें दिखाइए, बैरिकेड्स आम लोग लेकर जा रहे हैं, बैरिकेड्स आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। रानिल विक्रम सिंघे का ये दफ्तर, और उससे पहले देखिए अनाउंसमेंट आगे करते जा रहे हैं, आगे बढ़ते जा रहे हैं ये लोग। तस्वीरें हम आपको लगातार दिखाने की कोशिश करें। ये श्रीलंका की सड़कें इस वक्त लोगों के हुजूम से भरी हुई, और प्रदर्शन का ये दौर थमने वाला नहीं है। जो जज्बा है लोगों का वो कमजोर होता नहीं नजर आ रहा है। प्रदर्शन रुकना नहीं है, ये तय किया हुआ है लोगों ने, क्योंकि 9 तारीख से जब आपने देखा होगा कि प्रेसिडेंट का जो सेक्रेटरी ऑफिस जो था, सेक्रेटरी का ऑफिस, वहां के बाद से लगातार देखिए फिर आंसू गैस का इस्तेमाल। देखिए यहाँ से दूर से वो धुएं का गुब्बार, आप देखिए प्रेसिडेंट का जो सेक्रेटरी ऑफिस था, वहां से स्ट्रगल, इस संघर्ष की शुरुआत हुई, और उसके बाद राष्ट्रपति भवन पर कब्जा, प्रधानमंत्री भवन पर कब्जा, और अब प्रधानमंत्री के दफ्तर से भी हटने को तैयार नहीं है लोग, और लगातार आंसू गैस का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है। ये हम आपको तस्वीरों के जरिए दिखा रहे हैं। ये ताजा हालात है श्रीलंका के। श्रीलंका में इमरजेंसी लागू है, कर्फ्यू लागू है, लेकिन लोग अब हटने वाले नहीं हैं। आर्मी यहाँ पर लगातार उन पर कोशिश कर रही है, उनको हटाने की कोशिश कर रही है। देखिए यहाँ उद्घोष किया जा रहा है कि आगे चलिए, थमिए मत, रुकिए मत, आगे चलिए। देखिए लोग अपील कर रहे हैं। अब वो तस्वीरें दिखाइए, जो वो समर्थक यहाँ पर हैं, जो लोग यहाँ पर हैं, जो प्रोटेस्टर्स हैं, वो लोगों से अपील कर रहे हैं कि आगे बढ़िए, रुकिए नहीं, आगे बढ़िए, लगातार आगे बढ़िए और समर्थन दीजिए उस प्रदर्शन को जिसमें जनता की आवाज लगातार उठाई जा रही है। देखिए ये गाड़ियों में भरकर पानी की बोतल्स प्रोवाइड की जा रही हैं लोगों के समर्थन, दोनों का, लोगों को समर्थन देने के लिए, लोगों को बल देने के लिए, लोगों की इच्छा शक्ति बढ़ाने के लिए लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं, पानी की बोतल्स लगातार पहुंचा रहे हैं।
Well, viewers, we were listening in to Saloni getting us the ground reports, and she's joining us live right now. Saloni, we have been looking at your reports. You've been showing us all the images of what's really happening in Sri Lanka. But give us an update. Give us an update as to what's really happening now on the ground, because there has been some kind of development when we look at the political trajectory going forward of Sri Lanka.
बिल्कुल देखिए अभी जो है प्रधानमंत्री के दफ्तर पर लोगों का कब्जा हो चुका है, और अब लोग यहां से रवाना हो रहे हैं। अब लोगों को इंतजार है, स्पीकर ने क्योंकि ये कह दिया है कि राजपक्षे आज इस्तीफा देंगे, तो अब लोगों को इंतजार है कि स्पीकर अब इस्तीफा देने का आधिकारिक ऐलान करें राजपक्षे की तरफ से, और उसके बाद राष्ट्रपति कौन बनता है इस पर लोगों की निगाहें हैं। विक्रम सिंघे, रानिल विक्रम सिंघे का ये जो दफ्तर था, जब लोग यहाँ पहुंचे और लोगों ने यहाँ पर अंदर घुसकर कब्जा कर लिया, तो आप समझिए कि कार्यकारी राष्ट्रपति के तौर पर विक्रम सिंघे को भी ज्यादा वक्त तक लोग और जनता बर्दाश्त नहीं करने वाली है। ये मैसेज जनता ने साफ तौर पर दे दिया। तस्वीरें अभी भी हम आपको दिखा सकते हैं, सड़कों से अब लोग वापस जा रहे हैं क्योंकि जो मंशा थी प्रधानमंत्री के दफ्तर पर कब्जे की, वो मंशा पूरी हो चुकी है और अब लोग इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि अधिकारी का ऐलान हो कि राष्ट्रपति गोटाबाया राजपक्षे अब इस्तीफा दे रहे हैं। उसी का ऐलान का इंतजार यहाँ पर लोगों ने, जो स्टेट का टीवी, जो सरकारी चैनल है, उस पर भी कब्जा किया गया है, जो रेडियो है उस पर भी कब्जा प्रोटेस्टर्स की तरफ से किया गया है। जनता लगातार जवाब मांग रही है अब राजपक्षे परिवार से, क्योंकि बहुत लंबा संघर्ष रहा है। 9 जुलाई से हमने वो तस्वीरें देखी, लेकिन 2-3 महीने से ऐसे हालात थे यहाँ श्रीलंका में जहाँ फ्यूल प्राइसेस हाइक हो रही थी, लोगों को फ्यूल मिल नहीं रहा था, खाने पीने की बुनियादी चीजों की दिक्कतें लोगों के सामने खड़ी थी एक चुनौती बनकर। लेकिन लोगों ने जब सत्ता से सवाल पूछा तो सत्ताधीश फरार हो गए और जिस तरह से जीत हुई है उसका जश्न यहाँ पर लोग अभी मनाते हुए वापस लौट रहे हैं, क्योंकि अभी बहुत लंबी लड़ाई है। ये समझना है कि सिर्फ इस प्रदर्शन से, सिर्फ सत्ता परिवर्तन से श्रीलंका का भाग्य नहीं सुधरने वाला है। श्रीलंका का भाग्य सुधारने के लिए कैसे नेता की जरूरत है, कैसे नेतृत्व की जरूरत है, जो तमाम चीजों पर ध्यान दे, किस तरह से जो ये आर्थिक संकट खड़ा है इस देश के सामने, किस तरह से जो फॉरेन रिजर्व्स पूरी तरह से ड्रेन ऑफ हो चुके हैं उनको वापस अच्छी स्थिति में लाए, क्योंकि टूरिज्म इंडस्ट्री पर पूरी तरह से करीब 70%, देखिए 100 में से 70% निर्भर करता है ये देश, और यहाँ पर 70% जो निर्भरता है वो कोविड के दौरान पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त हुई और उसके लिए कुछ नहीं कर पाया राजपक्षे परिवार भी। और जो विक्रम सिंघे थे वो जब अभी आए पावर में तो वो भी कोई बहुत ज्यादा बड़े निर्णय नहीं ले पाए। तो अब जो नेता बनेगा, जो राष्ट्रपति बनेगा, उसको ये तय करना होगा कि इस मुश्किल दौर से श्रीलंका को बाहर निकाले, चाहे वो बाहर से फंड्स लेने के, भारत लगातार मदद के हाथ बढ़ाता रहा है। $3.8 बिलियन की मदद भारत ने अब तक सबसे ज्यादा मदद श्रीलंका की इस मुश्किल हालातों में की है, क्योंकि हमारा पड़ोसी राज्य है और हमारे अच्छे संबंध भी रहे हैं। लेकिन अब क्योंकि चैलेंज ये है कि जनता को पहले तो ऐसा व्यक्ति चाहिए, ऐसा नेतृत्व चाहिए, ऐसा चेहरा चाहिए जिस पर जनता विश्वास करे, क्योंकि यहाँ पर जो लोग हैं जो अभी तक सत्ता में रहे हैं उन पर तो विश्वास जनता का खत्म हो चुका है। चाहे विक्रम सिंघे की हम बात करें, चाहे राजपक्षे की बात करें, अब कौन सा वो चेहरा होता है, क्योंकि देखिए इस्तीफा देने के बाद जो संवैधानिक प्रक्रिया हम आपको बताएं, 3 दिन के अंदर बैठक बुलाई जाती है और क्योंकि यहाँ पर अभी कोई सरकार नहीं है, ऐसे में ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग बुलाई जाएगी। अगर एक व्यक्ति आगे आता है वो जिम्मेदारी लेने के लिए तो उसे निर्विरोध राष्ट्रपति बना दिया जाएगा। लेकिन अगर 2 लोग आते हैं तो बैलेट वोटिंग कराई जाएगी, सीक्रेट बैलेट वोटिंग, और उसके जरिए ये तय किया जाएगा कि कौन राष्ट्रपति बनता है। प्रेसिडेंशियल यहाँ पर रूल रहता है, तो ऐसे में प्रेसिडेंशियल ड्रिवन रूल है, तो जो प्रेसिडेंट बनेगा उस पर बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। कांटो भरा ताज ये कौन पहनेगा, इस पर सबकी निगाहें हैं, जनता की भी निगाहें हैं और जनता चाह रही कि जो भी व्यक्ति आए
right Saloni, they're getting us all the updates. You know, Saloni, what you're telling us about Sri Lanka on the streets, really that is happening. The kind of images that we are also getting in our newsroom via you as well, we have been seeing the kind of complete chaos that has been ensuing in Sri Lanka. But Saloni, stay on with us because we're getting several voices from Sri Lanka as well. Let's get in a word from Harini Amarasuriya. I believe it's Dr. Harini Amarasuriya as well, the Member of Parliament from Sri Lanka, joining us on the broadcast as well. Ma'am, if you can hear me, I wanted to get in a word from you about the kind of chaos that we have been seeing in Sri Lanka over the past few months as well, and that there is absolutely no accountability of the politicians. There is a president that you have that has fled the country, and there is absolutely no, clarity as to who will make the decision to make sure that the Sri Lanka gets out of this crisis. All right, we'll connect that audio line in just a bit, viewers, but we are tracking for you all the latest that is coming to light from Sri Lanka. On the streets of Sri Lanka, as well as the thousands of angry citizens had been protesting, but there seems to be some kind of relief, some kind of rollback of the protest, as Saloni was also pointing out, since the entire news has come to light that Rajapaksa will be resigning, that he has in fact spoken to the speaker and that he will be tendering his resignation in under 24 hours, and that there will be an election for a new president on 20th. And now, viewers, we are cutting across to those breaking images, those exclusive visuals of the flight that had been taken by Rajapaksa as well. How we had been tracking as to where he has fled from Sri Lanka in the backdrop of this political crisis, this economic crisis that is unraveling in the streets of Sri Lanka, as well as there is no clarity going forward as to who will be making the decisions in Sri Lanka, who is there in the political fraternity of Sri Lanka as well. And now in that we are picking up the exclusive images of Rajapaksa leaving for Singapore. Now we had earlier seen how he had left for Maldives, and we were expecting it to be a stopover from another friendly country as well that would give him asylum. And now we are picking up the flight details of Rajapaksa to leave for Singapore from Maldives as well. Those are the details of the flights as well that Rajapaksa is going to take to flee from Sri Lanka and move towards Singapore via Maldives. And over the last 2 days, viewers, we had been seeing the kind of confusion that had also ensued in the power corridors of Sri Lanka, as more and more politicians had in fact stated that it was because of the inaction that had been not taken by the Sri Lankan government that they find themselves in such a crisis that is unraveling in Sri Lanka as well. And also that there was an all-party meeting that had been called for, but there was a swift resolution that had been sought for as well. But there has been no action as of now. And even now we are seeing that the president had fled the country. He had left for Maldives. We had picked up on those images as well. And now Rajapaksa in fact leaving for Singapore is what we are picking up from Maldives. Expected to leave on July the 30th, Wednesday today itself. At around in the night time is what we are picking up the details of this flight that is going to be taken by Rajapaksa to leave for Singapore. And of course, we are picking up on the procedural aspects of Sri Lanka going forward as the president has fled the country. Now, in light of that, who really will be in charge? Earlier, we were seeing that the prime minister might be looked at as the sit-in president as well. But now we are seeing that on 20th, there will be a parliamentary procedure via which a new president will be given to Sri Lanka as well. And even as we track the location of Gotabaya Rajapaksa as well, viewers, we are tracking for you all the latest that is happening in Sri Lanka. How there have been several angry protesters on the streets. They had been getting into the president's residence, the prime minister's private residence, the prime minister's office as well. And they had been mounting on top of these monuments and unfurling the Sri Lankan flag as well. Now, we had seen those images as a mark of protest against the sitting government or the president that has fled the country. And on that note, let me also bring in my colleague Niranjan, who's joining us from the Mumbai newsroom. Niranjan, it's over to you. We are picking up the details of the flights of Rajapaksa as well. He's all set to travel to Singapore now.
Well, yes, it appears that, he's facing protest even as he lands in Maldives. And in Maldives himself,
country implodes while people come out on the streets. And while people are injured, and latest we are hearing is that at least 30 people have been injured in the violence that was reported. And let me also tell you that as of this minute, we're getting in breaking news now that he's going to Singapore, and he's going to move to Singapore a little while from now. And as we wait for the latest pictures, and we will tell you more about the situation there. We've been reporting from Colombo, from the streets of Colombo. You saw those pictures of these protesters outside and inside the Prime Minister's residence. That is Ranil Wickremesinghe. There is a lot of confusion on whether he has officially resigned. The Speaker has said he has not officially resigned, will officially resign in a short while from now. And I think we have now Harini Amarasuriya, who's a parliamentarian of the National People's Power. Harini Amarasuriya. Harini, the situation that we are looking at now, and these are very, very disturbing pictures, must be really shocking for the people of Sri Lanka as well. What is happening on the ground? Why are people out on the streets, Harini?
Well, people are out on the street because A, they expected Gotabaya Rajapaksa to resign today. B, they also expected Ranil Wickremesinghe to leave office. As you know, his appointment was also controversial, so the demand has been for both these people to leave. And today, the news that broke that he has been appointed as the acting president has really disturbed people, has really upset people, because that is not what they expected. They expected a resignation from Ranil Wickremesinghe as well, and for the speaker to be acting president, and for the parliament to be to elect a president next week. But it now seems that Ranil Wickremesinghe is taking on the role of the presidency, and this is very disturbing. This is not what was agreed with the political parties when they met in parliament, and this is certainly not what the people of this country have expecting. They want Ranil out as well. And the protests now are to get Ranil to resign as well, because he is as much a part of the problem as Gotabaya Rajapaksa.
So what's the way out now, Harini? What's the way out? And do you see some sort of an outcome to this? And what is the outcome? How soon do you see a solution to this problem?
Well, it's really up to Ranil Wickremesinghe. He has to resign. The situation has to de-escalate. Tensions have to be reduced. People have to feel that they are being heard, that their voices are being heard. And the longer Ranil stays in office, the more angry people are going to get, and the more the conflict is going to increase, and the situation is going to escalate. So for there to be any resolution, Ranil Wickremesinghe must step down. There is no other way around this. He must allow for what was agreed among the party leaders to take place. That is, for the speaker to step in and for the parliament to elect a president next week. That is the only way in which the situation can be calmed down. People are really angry. Ranil Wickremesinghe has been in power previously, and people have the memory of what he did and what he is capable of doing. So they do not trust him. They believe that he is someone who is safeguarding the Rajapaksa family, and they want him to go.
Okay. That's Harini Amarasuriya, Sri Lankan parliamentarian, joining us on the phone line. Thank you, Harini. And we wish the situation, gets back to normalcy, however long or short it takes. We understand, and looking at the pictures, we're also reporting live from Sri Lanka. We've had our correspondents on the field. Saloni has been tracking the development. She's been in the thick of all the action. As people came out on the streets in the thousands, as they faced tear gas shelling, as complete chaos ensued in Colombo earlier today. Some of the pictures are also on your screens right now. On your screens, Gotabaya has fled Sri Lanka. The president, the former president, hasn't officially formally resigned. He's fled Sri Lanka. He's in Maldives. And the next stop we are hearing is in Singapore. He's been given asylum by Singapore, is what we are hearing. And these are some of the reports that we've been tracking from the streets of Colombo. Take a look at this. Looting, violent protests taking place as politicians let down the people.
Who do you want as a president? Who do you want?
Who's the Aragala? Some people is asking who's the take sometimes Sajid, sometimes Antakumar Disanayak, I don't know. Everybody is like that people after some time this prime minister is the president. After that good country. No petrol, no gas, no like that. Already that's not a problem in Sri Lanka.
Taking a short break here on Republic TV, coming back with all the latest updates right now. When we come back,
telling you more about the other big story on Narcotics Control Bureau pinning down Ria's role in the Sushant Singh Rajput drugs case.
Was in touch with peddlers. She paid for the drugs and supplied the drugs. And shocking attack by the Congress party on Draupadi Murmu, says she represents an evil philosophy. There is shock and horror about what the Congress party has tried to do in running down Draupadi Murmu.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Punjab's Advocate General A.G. Sidhu was attacked by unidentified people while he was travelling via train. Some unidentified people pelted stones at him near Panipat. The AG filed a complaint to the police for further investigation. Punjab Advocate General appeared in the Supreme Court in the Lawrence Bishnoi case yesterday. In another jolt to the Uddhav Thackeray camp, the Yuva Sena leader Vikas Gogawale has joined Eknath Shinde's camp. Vikas was seen at the Chief Minister's residence last night, formally extending support on the occasion of Guru Purnima. He also claimed that more than 50 office bearers of the Yuva Sena will join the Shinde camp this week. A group of nearly 8 terrorists tried to sneak in via the Poonch line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. An infiltration attempt was witnessed during the midnight along the line of control. Indian Army has neutralized 3 terrorists on the spot in heavy firing now. This comes just days ahead.
And getting in full details of what the NCB has charged Riya Chakrabarti and Shovik, her brother, in the Sushant Singh Rajput case. Now remember, the narrative so far was that she was innocent, etc. There was a full campaign to try and somehow make it seem like that she had no role in the entire case. But the NCB, in the charges that they are pressing against Riya Chakrabarti and Shovik, it appears that she has a huge role to play in the procurement and the sharing of the drugs with Sushant. The NCB feels and has gone on record to tell the courts that it was Riya Chakrabarti who coordinated and also gave the drugs to Sushant, is what they are saying on record now. And that's the big breaking news update that Republic TV brought you earlier today. Let's tell you, on record, the NCB has said, as far as charges are concerned, she's been charged for drug supply, saying that she was in touch with peddlers, that her brother was in touch with peddlers, that is Shovik, and that she made payments to drug peddlers, and that she received and supplied drugs, gave drugs to the late actor, and she, along with 33 others, have been named. Here are some reactions coming into the story.
रिया चक्रवर्ती के ड्रग के मामले में जो चार्जशीट अदालत में प्रस्तुत हुई है, बहुत सारी गंभीर बातें अब देश के सामने आई हैं। सवाल यह उठता है कि उस समय की तत्कालीन महाराष्ट्र की सरकार रिया चक्रवर्ती का बचाव करने के पीछे क्या कारण था? वे रिया के पक्ष में वकालत के रूप में सामने आए थे, उसके प्रवक्ता बन चुके थे। इन सब के पीछे क्या कारण था? यह सवाल आज भी महाराष्ट्र की उन 3 दलों की सरकार को ये देश की जनता पूछना चाहती है। और रहा मामला ड्रग का, जो भी दोषी है उन्हें सजा मिलनी चाहिए, पर अब भी ऐसे कुछ चेहरे पर्दे के पीछे छुपे हैं। क्या वर्तमान में आज भी वो ड्रग का सेवन कर रहे हैं? किनके द्वारा उन्हें ड्रग जा रहा है? इन सारी चीजों की जांच वर्तमान समय में देश के युवाओं को बचाने के लिए अति आवश्यक है, क्योंकि जो युवा फिल्मी सितारों को अपना आदर्श मानता है, उनके हेयर स्टाइल से लेके कपड़ों तक, बोलने के स्टाइल से लेके हर चीज को कॉपी करने का प्रयास करता है, और जब वही किरदार ड्रग की नशे में धुत हो तो कौन से आदर्शों को ये देश का युवा फॉलो करेगा? कौन सा संदेश वो ड्रग सेवन करने वाले सेलिब्रिटीज देश को देना चाहते हैं? इन बातों के भी मूल तक जाने का यह समय आ चुका है।
And Alisha is joining us with the latest updates on the phone line right now. Alisha, tell us about these charges and what these charges mean in the case of Sushant Singh Rajput's death.
Well, Niranjan, we know that it's a draft charge that has been submitted by Narcotic Control Bureau before the special NDPS court. We know that sooner than later where the trial is going to commence, and it is a procedure that is being followed by NCP, clearly stating if an accused, there are 35 accused in this case, and they have been given a particular charges. And when it comes to Riya Chakraborty, where NCP has clearly mentioned that Riya Chakraborty was in constant touch with drug peddler from March 2020 to September 2020, and there was a delivery that was made of ganja and the other drug substances that was taken from the drug suppliers, and that was handed over to actor late Sushant Singh Rajput. So this is what something mentioned, and importantly what is even mentioned that Riya Chakraborty along with Shovi Chakraborty, Deepesh Sawant, Samuel Miranda, who were in touch with drug peddlers, and there was a deal between them, and of course there was a payment that has been received, because not only the WhatsApp chat but also there is a statement of bank account which clearly
They lost the line there with Alisha. Alisha, thank you for joining us with those inputs. Taking a short break here on Republic TV, back with that comment made by the Congress party on Draupadi Murmu, the NDA's presidential candidate, calling her as someone who represents evil philosophy, saying she represents evil philosophy. How can a leader who came from tribal roots and rose all the way on the top to the top represent evil philosophy?
A quick roundup of news in brief. Congress High Command is reportedly unhappy with Congress MP Manish Tiwari, who is part of the Consultative Committee for Defence in the Parliament after he refused to sign the opposition's memorandum seeking withdrawal of the centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme. There is an outrage within the Congress against Manish Tiwari, we are told, who has openly supported the Agnipath scheme contrary to Congress stand. Despite heavy rains in Kedarnath in Rudraprayag district of Uttarakhand, the journey to the sacred temple has resumed. Starting today, the rain has caused slight drop in the number of devotees as well travelling to Kedarnath. However, despite the rains and the roads that have been damaged as a result of these rains, pilgrims are enthusiastically seen continuing with the journey to the temple.
And here's a look at some more news in brief. The National Investigating Agencies conducted searches of 9 locations in Rajasthan's Udaipur district in connection with the killing of a Hindu tailor, Kanhaiya Lal, last month. Now, the NIA has seized all digital devices and other incriminating materials, which will further help in the probe. Further investigations in the case are underway. Shocking footage shows the Coast Guard's flag and the Indian flag dumped in Kochi's Irupanam. The police have registered a case in the matter while further investigation is underway. Apart from the tricolour, Coast Guard helmets, uniforms and other accessories were also found in the dump. Karnataka's Home Minister has announced that he will reduce jail term for prisoners if they reveal whether other inmates are using mobile phones or any other banned substances inside the prison. Now, he further added that a reward of 2,000 rupees will be given to police personnel who cite these malpractices.
ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಪರಾಧ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಈಗ ನಾವೊಂದು ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಈ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾದಕ ವಸ್ತುಗಳು ಜೈಲು ಒಳಗಡೆ ಯಾರು ಹಿಡಿದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Now, following the Karnataka Home Minister's announcement on the reduction of the jail term, opposition has slammed him, questioning his constitutional right to do so. Opposition
Waterlogging reported in Mumbai's Sign area as higher than usual. Tide was witnessed near the Marine Drive for a second day. Situation in Gujarat's Navsari after a heavy bout of rainfall seemed close to that of a flood, with the Met Department predicting heavy rains across several districts of South Gujarat, Saurashtra and Kutch for the next few days. Severe damage reported from Karnataka as at least 9 houses collapsed due to torrential rains in Hubli. An MLA from Maharashtra's Dharwad East, Prasad Abhaya, complained about the distribution of compensation for damages, urging the government to come forward and help owners of the damaged house. As heavy rains batter Pune, rising water levels in the Mula Muta river brought traffic to a standstill over the Baba Bhide bridge near the city. Buses of the Himachal Road Transport Corporation were seen damaged as a flash flood was witnessed in Himachal Pradesh's Manali. A dam had earlier overflown near the hill station in Rajkot, resulting in an inundation of severe parts of the town. Complete chaos in Colombo, state of emergency declared by Ranil Wickremesinghe. NCB or the Narcotics Control Bureau pins down Ria's role, says she was in touch with peddlers, supplied drugs, paid for them.
A group of nearly 8 terrorists tried to sneak in via the Poonch line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. An infiltration attempt was witnessed during the midnight along the line of control. Indian Army has neutralized 3 terrorists on the spot in heavy firing. Now, this comes just days ahead of the Amarnath Yatra. The AIADMK's interim General Secretary EPS and ousted party leader OPS moved the Madras High Court against the sealing of the party headquarters by the Tamil Nadu government on the 11th of July. The High Court is likely to hear the matter today. In a heart-wrenching incident in Pune's Kher Taluka, 3 children have lost their lives after falling into a huge pothole. As per the complaint that has been given by the father of these children, his children lost their lives after falling into a huge pothole in Ambethan area of Kher Taluka of Pune. The Mumbai Police Commissioner Vivek Phansalkar has the Mumbai Police Commissioner Vivek Phansalkar has revoked a circular which mandated that no FIR needs to be filed for molestation or under the POSCO Act should be registered without the Zonal Deputy Commissioner of Police's permission.
A quick roundup of news in brief. Congress High Command is reportedly unhappy with Congress MP Manish Tiwari, who is part of the
Complete chaos in Colombo, state of emergency declared by Ranil Wickremesinghe. Law and order gone for toss, thousands hit streets, massive protesters break out. Country in mess. Lankan outgoing President Gotabaya Rajapakse flees to Maldives. Next stop, Singapore. Narcotics Control Bureau pins down Ria's role, says Ria was in touch with peddlers, supplied drugs. 3-layered mega Ria role in drugs case. She procured, she was in touch, she funded and she supplied drugs. The Lutyens' campaign to save Ria is now officially flopped. Shocking attack by Vadra Congress on Draupadi Murmu, says she represents evil philosophy. BJP retorts, says attacked for tribal background. Starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in. Kerala Chief Minister has attacked RSS and SDPI, saying that both RSS and SDPI are trying to disturb
the law and order situation in the state and has blamed the two groups for the rise in violence in the state. Let's take a look at more details now coming in. Chief Minister essentially indicating that RSS and SDPI cannot destroy the law and order of Kerala. Both these forces are trying to destroy the peace of our state. Encouraging any communal force is not good for our state now. You should see what is happening in other states. Let me also bring in my colleague Ashwin, who's been tracking this very closely. This comes just a day after when there was an SFI video that was accessed by my colleague Ashwin, raising questions about why no action despite the kind of threats that were being issued. Now you have the Kerala Chief Minister targeting RSS and SDPI. Ashwin, what was the context in which the Chief Minister made this kind of a statement?
The context was, Shravan, an adjournment motion was today introduced by one of the members of the House in the Assembly, stating an incident that had happened on July 6th where two migrant workers had, who were collecting scrap. They collected a bomb accidentally and it exploded and led to the death of these two migrant workers. So this was raised as an adjournment motion talking about the bomb explosions that are happening in Kerala by the opposition. Now, as a response to that, Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan went on to say the area where this explosion took place is a stronghold of both the SDPI and RSS, and then went on to say that it is these communal forces like RSS and SDPI and the Popular Front which is causing problems for the harmonious living in the Kerala society. This is what the criticism of the Chief Minister has been against the RSS. He has now painted off the whole incident, in a different way altogether, that too in the floor of the House, Shravan.
Well, just one more quick question, Ashwin, with regards to the role of the RSS and the SDPI. What the Kerala Chief Minister was trying to indicate that there are certain cases in the state where he's alleging that the role of RSS workers and the SDPI has come into the picture. What more are you picking up?
In the floor of the House, there was intense argument over the slew of violence that is taking place. The opposition had constantly raised questions about the law and order situation, especially the kind of bomb explosions that are taking place in the state, and the opposition was raising various queries on why the investigation in all these cases are reaching nowhere. And the Chief Minister during the question hour was responding to these allegations, Shravan, and it was then he suddenly shifted the whole blame as if that the whole incident, the incident like this is happening only because of the presence of the RSS, and then equated it with the same level as the SDPI. So he painted RSS and SDPI in the same broad stroke, stating that these two forces are creating communal havoc in the state. Now, the opposition, in fact, then went on to question, the leader of opposition then went on to question the audacity of the Chief Minister to put the blame on someone else. When in 1977, when he was want to become an MLA, he had in fact asked the votes of the same RSS. That was the allegation which was raised by the opposition leader V.D. Satishan as well. But all in all, the Chief Minister was evasive in all the pointed questions, but he did, paint it in such a manner that all the issues like bomb explosion that are happening in Kerala is only because of the RSS and the SDPI. Shravan.
Joining us on the broadcast is Mr. George Kurian. Mr. Kurian, the kind of comment that has now been made by the Chief Minister, this at a time when we have seen RSS workers being attacked in the state of Kerala, what are we to really make of it? We'll try and reconnect with Mr. Kurian in a short while from now. Ashwin, till the time Mr. Kurian comes back on the broadcast. Now, what is it that the opposition parties are essentially saying right now? Because it seems that the Congress must have also been caught on the wrong foot.
Yes, RSS is a national organization and SPGI is a terrorist organization. So you can compare these two organizations. And in 1963, the RSS participated in the Republic Day parade. Then what is the comparison? They want to get out of this
Mr. Kurian.
Terrorist. Yes. Hello? Hello?
Mr. Kurian, the question that I was asking you was that at a time when RSS workers are being hacked to death, you have the Chief Minister basically coming on the floor of the Assembly and essentially saying the RSS and the SDPI are the same and they are responsible for creating communal havoc in the state. Are we to really believe that?
No, that is what I am saying, that this RSS is a national organization, nationalist organization, and SDPI is a terrorist organization. And this never RSS or BJP try to kill anyone or any other party people. Only the CPM and SDPI people are killing these RSS and BJP workers in Kerala.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kurian and Ashwin, for getting us the latest updates.
Following heavy rains in Maharashtra, a landslide has occurred in Maharashtra's Vasai. Rescue officials have rescued 4 people from the site while a girl is still feared to be stuck inside the debris. NDRF is at the site leading the rescue operations. No casualties have been reported so far. The incident occurred early in the morning, with the accident specifically having taken place in Poida Pada area of Vasai. While the ones rescued have been shifted to a hospital nearby, the search is still on for the ones still trapped in the debris. Meanwhile, the IMD has issued an orange alert in Mumbai, Thane and parts of Raigad and Palghar. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Sure, to focus now to the island nation where we're getting more inputs coming in. There's exclusive video from Sri Lanka where protesters are seen using the tear gas against the military in the video. A short while back, President Ranil Wickremesinghe has delivered a televised address in which he has basically ordered the military to do whatever is necessary to restore the order. This comes at a time when reports are essentially suggesting that President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who is currently in Maldives, is now headed to Singapore. Remember, he is already appointed Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe as the President of Sri Lanka, as he's not in a position to discharge the duties. A while back, we gave it to understand that Ranil Wickremesinghe has already ordered the military to step in. He's called on the protesters who have occupied his office and other state buildings to leave them and cooperate with the authorities. What you see right now on your screens are the clashes that are taking place on the streets of Colombo. Protesters using a tear gas, throwing this just next to the Prime Minister's residence. The Prime Minister essentially also indicating right now he's rather appealed to the protesters to cooperate with the authorities. In fact, I'm quoting from the televised address that he's made a short while back, where he says that we can't tear up our constitution, we can't allow fascists to take over, we must end this fascist threat to democracy. That's what Ranil Wickremesinghe had to say a short while back in a televised address. We're also getting in some more breaking news right now. Sri Lankan speaker has urgently convened a party leaders meeting in the evening. Remember, the speaker who's essentially indicated that President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has already indicated that he would be handing over his resignation. We're also putting out details of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's flight itinerary. What you see right now on your screens is the Singapore Airlines, which would be flying Gotabaya Rajapaksa to Singapore, expected to reach Singapore around 8 o'clock this evening is what we're given to understand. Remember, the protesters essentially demanding not just Rajapaksa but also Ranil Wickremesinghe to hand over his resignation, and many protesters essentially demanding that an election should be conducted. But given the current circumstances, it seems quite unlikely. Sri Lankan Speaker has now basically called in for an urgent meeting that's going to take place perhaps later in the evening. This comes at a time when multiple images coming in from Colombo, where the protesters can be seen lounging on sofas, and snapshots in the Prime Minister's office. What you see right now on your screens is the military on the streets. This after the acting president Ranil Wickremesinghe has ordered the military to step in. We've seen some clashes that are taking place between the protesters and the military also. Let me quickly bring in our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, who's been tracking the story very closely. Abhishek, with the Sri Lankan Speaker convening an urgent all-party meeting, is that the way out? Do you really think that that's going to cut the ice with the protesters? Because it seems the protesters are demanding nothing less than fresh elections.
Well, yes, and also protesters are very unhappy with Ranil Wickremesinghe for having given a free pass to the Rajapaksa. So obviously, if he's the acting president now and if he has the chances to be the president, the protesters won't like. I think that's why this meeting convened by Speaker. Also, Shawan, we are told that the meeting is also aimed at bringing in a consensus on an all-party government, irrespective of who leads it. And so this is to take place. We are told officially the Parliament convenes on Friday, that is day after tomorrow. So this could be also about setting up the agenda for the session, which is going to culminate with the July 20th election of the president from among members of the Parliament. So I think important meeting there, but this is just the beginning of a process. It's going to be long time. It's not easy that Sri Lanka is going to come out soon of this huge crisis created by its leadership over a period of last more than few years, Shawan. But this Sri Lankan Speaker's all-party meet essentially to set the agenda for the session that has been called beginning Friday.
Abhishek, I'll request you to stay on with us as we also bring in our correspondent on the ground, Lahiru, is getting us the ground report. Lahiru, first tell us where you broadcasting from. What's the current situation like? We'll try and connect you with Lahiru in a short while from now. Abhishek, if I can also bring you once again, as you were pointing out, there is absolutely no doubt about the fact that there would be growing anger, especially given the fact that Ranil Wickremesinghe, who's an ally of Gotabaya Rajapaksa, has largely allowed the Rajapaksas to escape from the country without being accountable for the current mess. And that is exactly what some of the opposition parties, they've also been airing. We're just getting in some more ground reports right now. Let's just play out one report filed by my colleague Saloni, and then we'll also bring in Lahiru and Abhishek in a short while from now.
रानिल विक्रमसिंघे का ये दफ्तर, और उससे पहले देखिए अनाउंसमेंट आगे करते जा रहे हैं, आगे बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, आगे बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, आगे बढ़ते जा रहे हैं ये लोग। तस्वीरें हम आपको लगातार दिखाने की कोशिश करें। ये श्रीलंका की सड़कें इस वक्त लोगों के हुजूम से भरी हुई, और प्रदर्शन का ये दौर थमने वाला नहीं है। जो जज्बा है लोगों का वो कमजोर होता नहीं नजर आ रहा है। प्रदर्शन रुकना नहीं है, ये तय किया हुआ है लोगों ने, क्योंकि 9 तारीख से जब आपने देखा होगा कि प्रेसिडेंट का जो सेक्रेटरी ऑफिस जो था, सेक्रेटरी का ऑफिस, वहां के बाद से लगातार देखिए फिर आंसू गैस का इस्तेमाल। देखिए यहां से दूर से वो धुएं का गुब्बार, आप देखिए धुएं का गुब्बार देखिए। प्रेसिडेंट का जो सेक्रेटरी ऑफिस था वहां से स्ट्रगल, इस संघर्ष की शुरुआत हुई, और उसके बाद राष्ट्रपति भवन पर कब्जा, प्रधानमंत्री भवन पर कब्जा, और अब प्रधानमंत्री के दफ्तर से भी हटने को तैयार नहीं है लोग, और लगातार आंसू गैस का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है। ये हम आपको तस्वीरों के जरिए दिखा रहे हैं। ये ताजा हालात है श्रीलंका के। श्रीलंका में इमरजेंसी लागू है, कर्फ्यू लागू है, लेकिन लोग अब हटने वाले नहीं हैं। आर्मी यहाँ पर लगातार उन पर कोशिश कर रही है, उनको हटाने की कोशिश कर रही है। देखिए यहाँ उद्घोष किया जा रहा है कि आगे चलिए, आगे चलिए, थमिए मत, रुकिए मत, आगे चलिए। देखिए लोग अपील कर रहे हैं। अभी वो तस्वीरें दिखाइए, जो वो समर्थक यहाँ पर हैं, जो लोग यहाँ पर हैं, जो प्रोटेस्टर्स हैं, वो लोगों से अपील कर रहे हैं कि आगे बढ़िए, रुकिए नहीं, आगे बढ़िए। लगातार आगे बढ़िए और समर्थन दीजिए उस प्रदर्शन को जिसमें जनता की आवाज लगातार उठाई जा रही है। देखिए, ये गाड़ियों में भरकर पानी की बोतल्स प्रोवाइड की जा रही हैं लोगों के समर्थन दोनों का, लोगों को समर्थन देने के लिए, लोगों को बल देने के लिए, लोगों की इच्छा शक्ति बढ़ाने के लिए लोग यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं, पानी की बोतल्स लगातार पहुंचा रहे हैं। Do you want as a president? Who do you want?
Who's the Aragal? Some people is asking who's the take sometime Sajid, sometime Antakumar Disana, I don't know. Everybody is like that people after some time this prime minister is a president. After that good country. No petrol, no gas, no like that. Already that's not a problem Sri Lanka.
ये देखिए, ये है गुस्सा लोगों का। कुछ इस तरह से इसे मिमिक किया गया है, दिखाया गया है। सबसे बीच में आप गोटाबाया राजपक्षे को भी देख पा रहे हैं, गोटाबाया राजपक्षे को भी देख रहे हैं। और अनाउंसमेंट जो हो रही है, क्या व्हाट आर यू अनाउंसिंग दादा, व्हाट आर यू अनाउंसिंग, व्हाट आर यू अनाउंसिंग दादा?
Today is, I can't explain very well for English. Okay, I am very sorry. But today I come, my family I come today. Okay, today, oh, do or die.
खाने पीने की जो चीजें हैं वो 3 गुना से 4 गुना दामों में बिकती हैं, लोगों को खरीदनी पड़ती हैं क्योंकि उनका घर परिवार है, नौकरी नहीं है, रोजी रोटी नहीं है, तो वो कैसे अपना सब कुछ चलाएं, कैसे अपना सब कुछ मैनेज करें, ये उनके सामने चुनौती बनी हुई है। आपने सुना कि विक्रम सिंघे के लिए, रानी ने विक्रम सिंघे के लिए भी कह रहे थे कि ये लोग बुरे हैं, ये लोग बुरे हैं और इन्होंने सिर्फ अपनी जेबें भरी हैं, सिर्फ अपनी जेबें भरी हैं। देखिए, अगर हम बात करें यहाँ पर राजपक्षे की, तो राजपक्षे तो साफ तौर पर चले गए हैं, मालदीव्स माले में हैं, दुबई जाने की खबर है और राजपक्षे का ही एक्सटेंशन लोग मानते हैं विक्रम सिंघे को, विक्रम सिंघे को राज एक्सटेंशन मांगते हैं। लोगों का कहना है कि विक्रम सिंघे भी उन्हीं की तरह है, उन्हीं की तरह है और उन्हीं की तरह भ्रष्टाचार करेंगे। तो बड़ी बात यह है कि अब जनता सड़कों पर आ गई है, सवाल पूछ रही है और कह रही है कि सत्ताधीशों को बदलो, जो सत्ता पे सवार रहे हैं, जिन्होंने अपनी भलाई की है, सिर्फ जनता की भलाई नहीं की, जनता के लिए कुछ नहीं किया, वो जवाब दें और जवाब देकर सिंहासन को खाली करें, ये कह रही है जनता। और यही वजह देखिए, लगातार अबे तस्वीरें दिखाइए, फिर से टियर गैस का इस्तेमाल, लोग भाग रहे हैं, लोग उल्टी तरफ आ रहे हैं क्योंकि टियर गैस का इस्तेमाल लगातार हो रहा है, रुक नहीं रहा है। देखिए लगातार ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं, लगातार ये धुएं का गुब्बार जो देख रहे हैं आप, ये टियर गैस का इस्तेमाल यहाँ लगातार हो रहा है। मिलिट्री लोगों को रोक रही है लेकिन लोग रुकने वाले नहीं हैं। लोगों ने तय कर लिया है कि अब यहाँ पर सत्ता बदलेगी, सत्ता करने का तरीका, सत्ता हासिल करने का तरीका बदलेगा और ये वक्त आ गया है परिवर्तन का। लोग ये संदेश लगातार दे रहे हैं और तस्वीरें आपको दिखाई, देखिए जो बैरिकेडिंग है उसे हटाया जा रहा है, लोग बैरिकेडिंग हटा रहे हैं। देखिए लगातार ये तस्वीरें हम आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं, लोग बैरिकेडिंग हटा रहे हैं। यहाँ पर देखिए जिस तरह से रोका जा रहा था लोगों को बर्दाश्त नहीं कर रहे, बैरिकेडिंग हटा रहे हैं और पीछे तक ले जा रहे हैं। लोगों ने दरअसल ये तय कर लिया है कि ये प्रदर्शन रुकने वाला नहीं है, ये प्रदर्शन रुकने वाला नहीं है। यहाँ पर इस तरफ प्रधानमंत्री का दफ्तर है, यहाँ पर लोगों की भीड़ इकट्ठा है, आंसू गैस के गोलों का इस्तेमाल किया। देखिए एम्बुलेंस जा रही है अब क्योंकि कई लोग घायल हुए। हमने वो तस्वीरें भी आपको दिखाई दी। हम और आगे बढ़ेंगे, आपको आगे ले जा रहे हैं जहां पर देखिए लगातार लोगों का प्रदर्शन चल रहा है। देखिए एम्बुलेंस यहाँ आ चुकी है क्योंकि आंसू गैस के गोलों का इस्तेमाल यहाँ लगातार हो रहा था। नारेबाजी हो हंगामा सड़कों पर नजर आ रहा है क्योंकि लोग अब तय कर चुके हैं। राष्ट्रपति ने जैसे ही ये जानकारी मिली कि मालदीव जा चुके हैं, वैसे ही लोगों का गुस्सा बढ़ गया। देखिए लोग अब कानून अपने हाथ में ले चुके हैं। पहले लोग शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे, बैरिकेड्स हटाए जा रहे हैं। देखिए अब है ये तस्वीरें दिखाइए, बैरिकेड्स आम लोग लेकर जा रहे हैं, बैरिकेड्स आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
The largest reporting team on the ground right now after Saloni. Let's also go across to my colleague Lahiru, who's joining us from Colombo. Lahiru, just tell us where you are right now and what's the situation like?
I'm right in the suburb of Colombo, and we've got to know that people and protesters are now actually leaving the premises after the security forces started cracking down on protesters. the emergency laws and the curfew that has been declared is now being enforced by the security forces. The Prime Minister has delegated to control the situation for the security forces. He has appointed a committee consisting of the Police Chief of Sri Lanka, the Chief of the Army, Navy, Air Force, and also the Joint Chief of Staff. He said that there will be no political interference in the crackdown on the protesters who are trying to cause anarchy. He also specifically called them as a group of fascists. He's saying that they have hijacked their protest, the entire protest movement, and trying to cause a revolution in Sri Lanka, and also to cause destruction to public property, and also to destroy other people's houses as well. He has said, he has urged the people to support the military and the police to quell the uprising.
Well, thank you very much, Lairu, for getting us the latest details. We'll keep coming back to you for what's really happening on the ground, as the situation still appears to be quite volatile, with the military now stepping in. The clashes have certainly intensified.
Twitter has sued Elon Musk for violating the $44 billion deal to buy the social media platform. Twitter has asked a Delaware court to order Musk to complete the merger at the agreed $54.2 per dollar Twitter share. Few days back, Musk announced that he was terminating the Twitter deal as the social media violated the agreement by failing to respond to requests or information regarding fake accounts. Meanwhile, the lawsuit has accused Musk of a long list of violations of the merger agreement that has impacted Twitter business. Meanwhile, Twitter shares also tumbled after the deal failed to go through. According to sources, Twitter has asked a Delaware court to schedule a 4-day trial in mid-September. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Waterlogging was reported in Mumbai's Sion area as a higher than usual tide was witnessed near Marine Drive for the second day. Situation in Gujarat's Navsari after a heavy bout of rainfall seemed close to that of a flood, with the IMD predicting heavy rains across several districts of South Gujarat, Saurashtra and Kutch for the next few days. Severe damage was reported from Karnataka as at least 9 houses collapsed due to torrential rains in Hubli. A legislator from Maharashtra, Dharwad East, Prasad Abaya, complained about the distribution of compensation for damages, urging the government to come forward and help owners of the damaged house. As heavy rains batter Maharashtra's Pune, rising water levels in the Mula Mutta river brought the traffic to a standstill near the city. Buses of the Himachal Road Transport Corporation were seen damaged as a flash flood was witnessed in Himachal Pradesh's Manali. A dam had earlier overflowed near the hill station in Rajkot, resulting in an inundation of several parts of the town. Three-layered mega Ria role in drugs case. She procured, she was in touch, she funded and supplied drugs. Lutyens' campaign to save Ria has officially flopped. Shocking attack by Vadra Congress on Draupadi Murmu, says she represented evil philosophy. BJP retort says attacked for tribal background.
And here's a look at some more news in brief. The National Investigating Agencies conducted searches at 9 locations in Rajasthan's Udaipur district in connection with the killing of a Hindu tailor, Kanhaiya Lal, last month. Now, the NIA has seized all digital devices and other incriminating materials, which will further help in the probe. Further investigations in the case are underway. Shocking footage shows the Coast Guard's flag and the Indian flag dumped in Kochi's Irupanam. The police have registered a case in the matter while further investigation is underway. Apart from the tricolour, Coast Guard helmets, uniforms and other accessories were also found in the dump. Karnataka's Home Minister has announced that he will reduce jail term for prisoners if they reveal whether other inmates are using mobile phones or any other banned substances inside the prison. Now, he further added that a reward of 2,000 rupees will be given to police personnel who cite these malpractices.
ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಪರಾಧ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಈಗ ನಾವೊಂದು ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಈ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾದಕ ವಸ್ತುಗಳು ಜೈಲು ಒಳಗಡೆ ಯಾರು ಹಿಡಿದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Now, following the Karnataka Home Minister's announcement on the reduction of the jail term, opposition has slammed him, questioning his constitutional right to do so. Opposition said that the Karnataka Home Minister has lost trust in his own police and hence is seeking help from prisoners to help them cite other inmates involved in illegal activities. Punjab's Advocate General A.G. Sidhu was attacked by unidentified people while he was travelling via train. Some unidentified people pelted stones at him near Panipat. The AG filed a complaint to the police for further investigation. Punjab Advocate General appeared in the Supreme Court in the Lawrence Bishnoi case yesterday. In another jolt to the Uddhav Thackeray camp, the Yuva Sena leader Vikas Gogawale has joined Eknath Shinde's camp. Vikas was seen at the Chief Minister's residence last night, formally extending support on the occasion of Guru Purnima. He also claimed that more than 50 office bearers of the Yuva Sena will join the Shinde camp this week. A group of nearly 8 terrorists tried to sneak in via the Poonch line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. An infiltration attempt was witnessed during the midnight along the line of control. Indian Army has neutralized 3 terrorists.
Drug truth in Sushant case finally out. NCB says Ria supplied drugs to Sushant. Watch this is exclusive at 6 p.m.
In Bihar's Bhojpur, clashes broke out between 2 villages over a song. People from the 2 villages had an altercation over songs being played on a tractor in the area. A tussle over the song being played led to the use of sticks and stones as more and more gathered from both the villages.
भाई एक लड़का था, वो अपने ट्रैक्टर पे गाना बजा रहा था, तो अभी तक प्राइमा फेसी यही बयान दिया उसने कि गाना बंद करने के लिए लोकल लोग जो है उसको बोले, और उसी में मारपीट शुरू हो गई. यही विवाद है में.
Dozens were injured in the incident, with 4 people, including 3 policemen, seriously injured. The crowds were dispersed with a lathi charge by the police. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A quick roundup of news in brief. Congress High Command is reportedly unhappy with Congress MP Manish Tiwari, who is part of the Consultative Committee for Defence in the Parliament after he refused to sign the opposition's memorandum seeking withdrawal of the centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme. There is an outrage within the Congress against Manish Tiwari, we are told, who has openly supported the Agnipath scheme contrary to Congress stand. Despite heavy rains in Kedarnath in Rudraprayag district of Uttarakhand, the journey to the sacred temple has resumed. Starting today, the rain has caused slight drop in the number of devotees as well travelling to Kedarnath. However, despite the rains and the roads that have been damaged as a result of these rains, pilgrims are enthusiastically seen continuing with their journey to the temple.
And here's a look at some more news in brief. The National Investigating Agencies conducted searches of 9 locations in Rajasthan's Udaipur district in connection with the killing of a Hindu tailor, Kanhaiya Lal, last month. Now, the NIA has seized all digital devices and other incriminating materials, which will further help in the probe. Further investigations in the case are underway. Shocking footage shows the Coast Guard's flag and the Indian flag dumped in Kochi's Irupanam. The police have registered a case in the matter while further investigation is underway. Apart from the tricolour, Coast Guard helmets, uniforms and other accessories were also found in the dump.
Welcome back, viewers. Our top focus remains the current tumult in Sri Lanka. And to elucidate more and to tell us exactly what's going on, we are being joined right now by a Sri Lankan Member of Parliament, Shanakyan Rajputhiran. Welcome to Republic TV and thank you for speaking to the viewers in India. Now, Shanakyan, what I think most people want to know is what is the current situation with regards to the public's happiness or unhappiness with Ranil Wickremesinghe. He has currently taken over as acting president. Where is the tumult now and what will assuage the public?
Well, we need to look at what happened on the 9th of July when President Gotabaya Rajapaksa promised that he will resign after a large number of Sri Lankans stormed into his president's office and his official residence. And along with the resignation of the president, the people of Sri Lanka demanded that Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe should also resign along with President Rajapaksa, because otherwise Ranil Wickremesinghe will become the acting president, which seems to be happening right now. So the protest is against both Rajapaksa and Wickremesinghe. It's not that people wanted to protest to get rid of Rajapaksa to bring Wickremesinghe in. They're both seen as people that who destroyed this country at some point, and especially Ranil Wickremesinghe, who stepped in to save the Rajapaksas when the protests intensified on the 9th of May after the government unleashed the state terrorism on innocent protesters who were demanding that Gotabaya Rajapaksa must resign. So the protests have intensified today, and a large number of people have again today they have taken over the Prime Minister's office. And I don't think it should be allowed to go any further. So I don't think the protesters are going to stand down. I don't think the people are going to stand down and accept Ranil Wickremesinghe as the president even for a minute or for an hour. So the only way forward is that Ranil Wickremesinghe should resign immediately, and the speaker will have to then take over and then be the acting president for the next 7 days, so that parliament can choose somebody who the people support. The leader of the country should be supported by the people.
Right.
So therefore, I would like to urge, especially India, I'd like to urge India. India has been very helpful to Sri Lanka. We're thankful to the people of India and the government of India and the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin for the assistance they've given to the... I would like to urge India right now and the international community to intervene to ensure that this crisis is resolved and that Ranil Wickremesinghe resigns, because I don't think India would want to see unstable Sri Lanka as well.
We appear to be having, viewers, a couple of network issues connecting with Shanakyan Rajputhiran there from Sri Lanka. We'll try and get him back. Shanakyan, can you hear us once more? We appear to have a bit of disturbance while you were concluding over there, but we heard most of what you said, that there is a demand for Ranil Wickremesinghe also to resign. Now, our follow-up question to that is, if this process has already been set in motion, he is acting president. From what we are told, on July the 20th, the parliament will convene and elect another president in any case. Is there any use for this current protest to demand his ouster as well?
Which is why I said that the country is not happy to accept Ranil Wickremesinghe even for an hour as president, acting president. So we don't want to see him, the country doesn't want to see him sit on the president's chair, because that is why the people are protesting. Because if he doesn't resign today, he will be the acting president and he will push to be elected as the president in parliament. And he was not even elected to parliament by the people. He came on the national list to parliament. So the people are not happy, and that is why the protests are continuing, because they don't want to see Ranil Wickremesinghe heading the country. That's why the protests are continuing today.
Right. Even as you speak to us, Shanakyan, I'm told we have visuals that we have accessed of protests against Ranil Wickremesinghe, or rather Gotabaya Rajapaksa's presence even in the Maldives. So that is where he is. We have accessed visuals of this protest that is ongoing in the Maldives, viewers. There you are, even as Shanakyan, the MP from Sri Lanka, stays live with us. These are visuals that have come, and you can see that the posters that are in play have the same slogans. It's the Sri Lankan flag over there. So the same protest that you saw in Colombo, it appears to have migrated completely organically now to the Maldives, to Mali, where late last night, in a surprise move, Gotabaya Rajapaksa took off from Sri Lanka. He was given support by the Air Force. His presence there and his transport there was cleared, and then he landed in Malé, and he's now currently at a resort. He is to go to Singapore is what we are hearing. Meanwhile, Shanakyan Rajputerin, Sri Lankan Member of Parliament, remains with us, and he's been telling us that there is a demand for Ranil Wickremesinghe to quit. Now, in all of this, we spoke also, Shanakyan, to Azad Sali, a former provincial governor of Sri Lanka, who blamed the opposition. He says that now finally there is an element of the opposition also playing politics over this. Is there an element such as this? Is there now a point of friction? Is the opposition not willing to come on board this all-party government?
Well, all-party government should not, the main ruling party that has caused this economic chaos and this destruction should not be part of the all-party government. And when I say they shouldn't be the ones who are leading the all-party government, they should be, if they can be part of it, but they shouldn't be the ones who, the president or the prime minister shouldn't be from that party. So I think the main government party still has not understood that, and I think they're finding ways to elect a prime minister from their party. So there is no point in blaming the opposition, because the opposition only has minority numbers in parliament. So if parliament numbers are needed, naturally the main government party will be able to muscle their way through the numbers test in parliament. So it's important that the main government party either sits back because they caused this destruction and allow the opposition to form a minority government, and also they should not hope, or they should not try to become a president and prime minister. And we are being told that they are also trying to elect a president or a prime minister that is suitable for them. So what the country needs right now is a president and a prime minister that is suitable for the Sri Lankan public and the protesters, not for Ranil Wickremesinghe, not for the ruling party. So thank you very much for having me on the show, and and we urge the international community to intervene, because it's important that the international community intervenes to stop this crisis from getting worse. Because if Ranil and Gota don't want to resign, it's a job of the international community to convince them to avert a crisis of this nature. So thank you for having me on the show. Thank you so much.
Right, that was Shanakyan Rajputeran, Sri Lankan Member of Parliament, speaking to us on Republic and making 2 points very clear. One is there is a demand for Ranil Wickremesinghe also to not remain president, acting president, or otherwise for even a single more day. And also the opposition does not want the current ruling party to be part of this all-party government in any leadership capacity. This, viewers, even as we have accessed visuals like we just showed you from the Maldives, where there is a protest against Gotabaya Rajapaksa's presence. He is set to depart later today to Singapore, is what our sources tell us, that he has been granted asylum over there, and upon reaching his final destination, Singapore, is where he is likely to send in his resignation papers. Viewers, we'll be back with this after a short break. Take a look at this report meanwhile.
Security forces have foiled a major infiltration attempt from the terrorists across the border. This is in the Poonch district's area of Khari, the general area where a group of 7 to 8 terrorists tried to sneak into the Indian territory. One of the terrorists stepped on a landmine that was planted there, which triggered the blast and alerted the troops on ground, after which an ambush was laid and the terrorists were fired upon. Even the Pakistani army came to the rescue of these terrorists as they violated ceasefire to give cover to these terrorists to escape. But what we are getting to know from our sources that 2 to 3 terrorists have been hit spot on, and the searches have been launched in the entire area. This major infiltration attempt from Pakistan comes days ahead of Buddha Amarnath Yatra, which is a holy pilgrimage of Hindus in the Poonch district, and it seems an attempt of Pakistan to vitiate peace. With Sir Jeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
We have seen how in the last few days Yashwant Sinha's candidature for becoming the president has come under threat because no party, opposition or otherwise, wants to back him. We saw after the Shiv Sena yesterday, there are a number of parties, the TDP included, that have backed Draupadi Murmu. But amid this, the Vadra Congress has resorted to insult politics against the NDA's candidate Draupadi Murmu. Congress leader Dr. Ajay Kumar made a shocking comment. He said that Draupadi Murmu represents an evil philosophy and that she should not represent Adivasis and tribals. The BJP has come down heavily on Dr. Ajay Kumar and the Congress party for this comment. BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla spoke to Republic and said that the Congress's mindset is exposed and that this is an attack on tribals. We have Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, joining us. Abhishek, with Yashwant Sinha's campaign collapsing, why do you think the Congress feels that it is necessary now to denigrate who is likely to become our next president?
Well, we wonder if Ajay Kumar is actually speaking for the Congress party, and if he is in right mind, would the Congress party, take action against him? Remember, Ankit, if BJP is evil, is Shiv Sena evil? Is TDP evil? Is YSRCP evil? Is BJD evil? Is Mamata Banerjee evil for having said that had BJP come to them with the specific name of Draupadi Murmu during consultations, they would have themselves thought about Draupadi Murmu. Now, I could say it's very preposterous that someone in the Congress party has made that comment and the Congress party has not taken any action when opposition parties from within the Congress ecosystem, they are falling one over each other to really announce that they would be backing Draupadi Murmu's candidature, including Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, which is running an alliance government with the Congress party in the state. So I think Ajay Kumar really made a mistake there. Out of spite, he has ended up harming the cause of the Congress party itself. And as I said, it is not for the BJP or the other parties supporting Draupadi Murmu to pick it up. It's for the Congress party to really reprimand someone who has made a comment unbecoming of the dignity of the office of the president.
Right. Abhishek, let's just listen once again to what was said by Dr. Ajay Kumar of the Congress and also then in response by Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP.
A very evil philosophy of India. So we should not mistake Draupadi, we should not make Draupadi Murmu ji as a symbol of Adivasi. She represents a very evil philosophy of India. So we should not mistake Draupadi, we should not make Draupadi Murmu ji as a symbol of Adivasi.
The language used by the Congress party, particularly by Ajay Kumar, its official spokesperson, saying that Draupadi Murmu ji represents a very evil philosophy and that she does not symbolize the Adivasi community, is not just an insult of Draupadi Murmu, her struggles in life, the manner in which she has risen from the grassroots to go up to become the Jharkhand governor and is now the first woman tribal president candidate of India, but it is also an insult of the entire Adivasi community. And time and again, the Congress party has always insulted the scheduled castes, the scheduled tribes and the OBCs.
And so there, viewers, you heard the back-to-back responses, or rather the cause and the effect. And you've seen how Dr. Ajay Kumar of the Congress said that Draupadi Murmu represents an evil philosophy simply by her association with the NDA. And then the BJP responding that this is just the mindset of the Congress and it's their feelings for the tribals that are being exposed.
As IMD predicts heavy rainfall and red alert in few of the districts including Nirmal, Adilabad, Asifabad, and also we see that many other districts have been issued orange alert, where now as we continue to report from the banks of Godavari river in Bhadrachalam, where we see that the water inflow has gone up from last 2 days, and now the low-lying areas of the area has also been evacuated. People from low-lying areas have been moved to safer zones, and also at the same time, now once again, third warning also has been issued by the collector as the water mark has been crossing the 53 feet, and it's a danger zone is what it has been said, and third flood warning also has been issued by the collector. And so we have been seeing massive rainfall in the state of Telangana since last few days, and IMD continues to predict that there are heavy rainfall in the state of Telangana for next 2 days. And so we have been seeing many other districts including Nirmal have been witnessing severe waterlogging. Roads have been cut down, but as we continue to report from Bhadrachalam, from the Godavari river, where we see that the water inflow has increased, and which is a cause of concern as well.
for the low-lying areas, and so the NDRF teams also have been put on standby. If any untoward situation takes place, all the rescue operations will be taken up immediately, whereas the collector of Bhadrachalam also has been reviewing the situation time by time. But as of now, third alert, flood warning alert, has been issued at the Godavari River in Bhadrachalam. This is Aniri Shah with video journalist Chandra for Republic TV.
Viewers, you just saw that report from Telangana, and here are some other visuals and updates of the rain and the monsoon. Amidst incessant rains across Maharashtra, the Andheri subway in Mumbai continues to remain submerged under rainwaters. The regional meteorological center predicted moderate to heavy rain in the city and its suburbs. Isolated places may face very heavy rainfall as well in Mumbai. Also in Maharashtra, an incident of landslide was reported in the Vasai area of Palghar district. The collector of the area informed that 4 people have been rescued, but many are feared trapped in the damaged houses. The NDRF is already at the spot while the search operations are underway. Amid severe rains in Maharashtra, waterlogging was seen on Mumbai's Mankhurd Railway Bridge Road. Due to the incessant rains in Mumbai, the traffic speed has also slowed down to a crawl. With no respite in heavy rains all across Maharashtra, a red alert has been issued by the Indian Meteorological Department in Pune. The city has been overflowing with no respite from the rains. Vehicular movement has been stopped at the Baba Bhide Bridge as the water level of the rivers has increased. An incident of landslide was reported in Uttarakhand's Chamoli. The Indian Meteorological Department has predicted a possibility of heavy rains all across Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand has been receiving incessant rains with incidents of landslides reported in multiple districts of the state. Following the non-stop rain in Uttarakhand, Badrinath highway has been closed due to a landslide at various places in the Chamoli district. Remember, the IMD has predicted heavy rains in several districts of Uttarakhand, including Dehradun, and in isolated other places for the next 2 days. The rains have also continued to batter Gujarat. Severe waterlogging was reported in several parts of Ahmedabad on Wednesday. Meanwhile, with the roads submerged and rainwater inundating residential premises, the flood situation in the Navsari district remained grim. The IMD has issued a red alert in Gujarat till July the 16th. A flash flood triggered by a cloudburst has been reported in Himachal Pradesh's Manali. Contractors were seen engaged in civil works when flash floods caused damage to the machines. Till now, no lives have been lost, however, in the incident, thankfully. As heavy rainfall continues to lash Himachal, the state has been put on high alert by the weather department.
In a shocking incident coming to light from Madhya Pradesh, a government official can be heard mocking the democracy. Listen again, where the additional collector is heard calling democracy a mistake.
मैं तो वोट डालना मैं तो समझता हूँ कि बात में बहुत बड़ी गलती है लोकतंत्र हमारे देश की सबसे बड़ी गलती है एक कुर्सी से अलग बात करें सबसे बड़ी गलती है कुछ नहीं करते
A government official in MP mocking the constitution on tape has drawn massive outrage.
मैंने कहा ना वोट सारे वोटों के लिए नहीं आपने वोट डाल के ऐसे क्या किया और हमने डाल के क्या किया
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
मैं तो वोट डालना मैं तो समझता हूँ कि बात में बहुत बड़ी गलती है लोकतंत्र हमारे देश की सबसे बड़ी गलती है एक कुर्सी से अलग बात करें सबसे बड़ी गलती है
Drug truth in Sushant case finally out. NCB says Rhea supplied drugs to Sushant. Watch this is exclusive at 6 p.m.
This also seems to be an attempt of ISIS to prove that they are active in Kashmir and they have their terrorists active even in the Srinagar. Those terrorists who were involved in this killing, they have been zeroed in by the Jammu and Kashmir police.
In Uttar Uttar Pradesh's Unnao, a female teacher was suspended after she was seen thrashing a student inside the classroom. The teacher has now been booked and suspended by the school authorities.
जी ऐसा एक वीडियो संज्ञान में आया है, कल काफ़ी वायरल हुआ वीडियो, तो हम लोग खुद जांच करने गए थे। आज मैं भी था वहाँ विद्यालय में और जांच करने पे पाया गया है कि उस वीडियो में सत्यता है, वहाँ घटना घटी है और शिक्षा मित्र का उसमें पूर्णतः दोष पाया गया है और शिक्षा मित्र पे कार्रवाई की गई है।
While thrashing a student comes under a punishable offence, further investigation has been ordered into the incident. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Welcome back, viewers. There have been dramatic developments in Sri Lanka all day today, starting with the imposition of emergency and curfew, to Gotabaya Rajapaksa emerging to have transported himself and his wife to Maldives and now heading consequently to Singapore, and finally to Ranil Wickremesinghe being appointed as the acting president. And in light of all this, Ranil Wickremesinghe is the person towards whom the ire of the Sri Lankan protesters is directed right now, because these visuals, viewers, on your screens are of the protesters inside the Prime Minister's office in Colombo. We had earlier seen how the President's Secretariat and President's residence was broken into and stormed into, and the protesters had gathered there. Now this is from the Prime Minister's office, and we have accessed sensational visuals of the kind of crowd that had gathered outside. Despite the presence of the security officials, the crowd had gathered in such large numbers that the aerial view of the residence was completely inundated in people's heads. And so now you can see that they're inside the office as well. Viewers, we are tracking this very, very closely. Chaotic developments in the Sri Lankan turmoil. Let's take a look at some other top international stories. Wildfires continue to ravage Portugal and Spain amid a heat wave. The weather forecasters have warned could last at least until the weekend. Spain's meteorological agency said southern cities such as Cordoba and Sevilla could reach 42 degrees temperature earlier. Over 2,000 firefighters in Portugal continue to battle fires in the country as well. In Ukraine's Kharkiv region, a network has been set up to help evacuate people from the territories occupied by Russian forces. Small vans carrying these evacuees deliver them to a meeting area in Kharkiv region, and thereafter they are taken to a registration center. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on Tuesday hailed the decision to allow Ukraine to become an associate member of the Multilateral Interoperability Program. The program, known as MIP, is not a formal NATO program but is made up of an alliance of members with the aim of sharing command and control information. The police in Mexico City engaged in a shootout with more than a dozen gunmen armed with sniper rifles, grenades and machine guns. The shootout took place in Mexico's Topilillo region, injuring 4 officers. Surveillance footage captured the gunman in the Uvalde school shooting entering the building with his AR-15 rifle. Later, the footage also showed officers being seen in body armor milling in the hallway outside the classrooms in Texas, where 19 children and 2 teachers were eventually killed.
Twitter has sued Elon Musk for violating the $44 billion deal to buy the social media platform. Twitter has asked a Delaware court to order Musk to complete the merger at the agreed $54.2 per dollar Twitter share. Few days back, Musk announced that he was terminating the Twitter deal as the social media violated the agreement by failing to respond to requests or information regarding fake accounts. Meanwhile, the lawsuit has accused Musk of a long list of violations of the merger agreement that has impacted Twitter business. Meanwhile, Twitter shares also tumbled after the deal failed to go through. According to sources, Twitter has asked a Delaware court to schedule a 4-day trial in mid-September. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, a lot more news coming up on Republic. The Narcotics Control Bureau (NCB) has pinned down Riya Chakrabarti's role. Says Riya was in touch with drug peddlers and supplied drugs as well. And also a shocking attack by the Vadra Congress on the NDA's presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu. The Congress says she represents an evil philosophy. The BJP retort says she's been attacked for her tribal background. More on this after a short break. Stay with Republic.
प्रधानमंत्री आवास की ओर ये भीड़ बढ़ रही है क्योंकि सुबह ही जानकारी मिल गई थी लोगों को कि महिंदा राजपक्षे और गोटाबाया राजपक्षे फरार हो गए। ये जानकारी मिल गई थी लोगों को। लोग बैरिकेडिंग हटा रहे हैं यहाँ पर। देखिए जिस तरह से रोका जा रहा था लोगों को बर्दाश्त नहीं कर रहे, बैरिकेडिंग हटा रहे और पीछे तक ले जा रहे। लोगों ने दरअसल ये तय कर लिया है कि ये प्रदर्शन रुकने वाला नहीं है। यहाँ पर टीयर गैस छोड़ी जा रही है, तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं। लगातार यहाँ पर देखिए अब लोगों को तितर बितर करने के लिए टीयर गैस छोड़ी जा रही है। बड़ी बात यह है कि हालात बद से बदतर हो गए श्रीलंका में। ये श्रीलंका के सड़कों का हाल है। जो प्रेसिडेंट हाउस पर जो भीड़ थी वो अब प्रधानमंत्री आवास की ओर बढ़ती हुई नजर आ रही है। और ये देखिए गाड़ियों में भरकर लोग झंडा श्रीलंका का लेके आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और सड़क पूरी तरह से लोगों से भरी हुई है कि आर्थिक हालात बद से बदतर हो चुके हैं और स्थिति दिन पर दिन खराब होती जा रही है। अभी भी लोग लाइन लगाकर खड़े हैं। पीछे देखिए यहाँ पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं। गो माता होम बार बार यहाँ पर कहा जा रहा है। नारेबाजी की आवाज आप तेजी से सुन सकते हैं। गैस के गोले छोड़े गए और लोगों की आंखों से लगातार आंसू गिरे। लोगों के लिए खड़ा होना मुश्किल हो गया है। यहाँ पर इस जगह पर ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर का दफ्तर जहाँ लगातार प्रदर्शन श्रीलंका में चल रहा है। पूरे श्रीलंका में इमरजेंसी प्रधानमंत्री उन्होंने लागू करके लोगों की हालत खराब हो रही है। लोगों को ले जाया जा रहा है। हालात बद से बदतर हो गए श्रीलंका के। लोग
Drug truth in Sushant case finally out. NCB says Rhea supplied drugs to Sushant. Watch this is exclusive at 6 p.m.
Complete chaos in Colombo, a state of emergency declared by Ranil Wickremesinghe. Law and order gone for a toss, thousands hit the streets, massive protests break out, open large-scale loot, tear gas shells fired, all in Sri Lanka. The country in a mess. Lanka's outgoing president Gotabaya Rajapaksa flees to the Maldives. Next stop, Singapore. The Narcotics Control Bureau pins down Rhea Chakrabarti's role, says Rhea was in touch with peddlers and supplied drugs as well. Three-layered mega Rhea role in the drugs case. She procured, she was in touch, she funded and she supplied drugs. The Lutyens campaign to save Rhea Chakrabarti has now officially flopped. Shocking attack by the Vadra Congress on Draupadi Murmu, says she represents an evil philosophy. The BJP retorts saying that she is being attacked for her tribal background. Welcome back, viewers. There has been a big setback to the backers of Rhea Chakrabarti. The NCB, the Narcotics Control Bureau, has charged Rhea Chakrabarti for the supply of drugs. She has also been accused of being in touch with the drug peddlers. Her brother has also been accused of being in touch with drug peddlers. And this is the culmination of the NCB's investigation into Rhea Chakrabarti, arising 2 years ago from the Sushant Singh Rajput death case. And in that we had followed, viewers, how Rhea Chakrabarti had been taken to jail. She had spent over a month there, and now clearly in the charge sheet there has been a big setback that has been dealt to her. Her role and her activities have been outlined and a number of charges have been leveled against her. There is also key mentions regarding her brother's activities. He was also covered and also arrested during the investigation into the case. It's been some time now, but the NCB has come back strong with a clear set of charges with which it has outlined Riya Chakrabarti's role in drugs. There are a number of mentions, viewers, which you are seeing in your screens right now. In fact, the various charges mentioned by the NCB have been mentioned in clear words, and the acts and the charges that relate to them as well. We have Alisha joining us for more. Alisha, if you can tell us what stage is this investigation at, and what are the charges that the NCB has outlined against Riya Chakrabarti?
Well, Ankit, all we can say that at this point of time where Narcotic Control Bureau filing a draft charges is something will set a tone for the court to make a charges, to frame a charges against all 35 accused when the trial will begin. But yes, if talking about the draft charges that has been already filed and clearly shows the stage and specifically all 35 accused that has come under the NDPS Act, the relevant act that has been invoked against the accused, and the specific role if we talk about Riya Chakrabarti, because NCB has clearly stated that Riya Chakrabarti was getting a deliveries for late actor Sushant Singh Rajput. She was in touch with drug peddlers, and of course there was a payment that was made which has reflected in a statement of a bank account. So and that payment was done in instant to Shovik and later actor Sushant Singh Rajput from month March 2020 till September 2020. So this is what have been mentioned, and clearly the role of 35 accused, because at this point of time while NCB has been filing the draft charges is really going to take a to set a tone for the court to frame charges. But of course what we have been told that the discharge application that has already been filed with by some of the accused before the court, that is what the court is going to hear, and sooner or later where the trial is going to begin, there could be according to the procedure that there will be the statement that will be recorded of witnesses, there will be cross-examination, all the accused statement will be recorded before the magistrate court under section 164. So that is something very important. But yes, NCB at their position has clearly mentioned that these are the accused, why they were arrested for not only the WhatsApp chat but also the statement of the bank account that has been mentioned, and that is why it's not only about the people, because there are 35 people who were connected to each other or in groups, whether they were there was a procurement or a sell or even purchase or distribute among society and Bollywood is what mentioned in the draft charges. So this was put in front of the court. Now court have to decide what other framing of charges will be set for the accused, or whether they will be convicted of the charges, or whether they will be acquitted. Is something where trial will commence, and at that point of time there will be decision. But yes, the NCB at this final stage is what we know, that before the trial has already submitted, has already filed a draft charges, and there are relevant sections, and of course the role of Riya Chakrabarti and Shovik Chakrabarti has also been displayed, and clearly stated that Riya Chakrabarti was making a delivery of ganja and the other drug substances to late actor Sushant Singh Rajput.
Right, Alisha, stay with us. Alisha, basically sharing all the details of these draft charges that the NCB has filed with the court. There was a campaign at that time, Alisha, you'll also remember it, to attempt to exonerate Riya Chakrabarti, and this is really egg on the face of all those campaigners who on her behalf said that there was nothing there, that this was a witch hunt, because Alisha, the NCB has named, like you said, 35 people who are accused in this case, and she is one among them, and a number of the other people who also were at that time picked up by the NCB, they have also been mentioned. So could you take us through the scope of this charge sheet that has been filed? How many people does it relate to, and what is likely to happen next?
Well, Ankit, we know the charge sheet was filed last year itself by the then NCB Director, Zonal Director Samir Wankhede, and there were other investigation officers who had already filed a charge sheet. So this is something, a procedure that has been followed, because as we know that the trial is going to commence soon before the court, and which is why the draft charges has been submitted, has been filed before the court, stating that what is the role of the accused. Because at that point of time, and Ankit, you remember that we have minutely followed this case, each and every, whether it is a WhatsApp chat or whether it was a statement of the bank account which clearly reflected the amount that was debited from Sushant, whether from the Sushant Singh Rajput account or whether from the other bank account, because at that point of time NCB was moving to each and every corner. They were checking each and every, even a bank account of each and every accused. The phone was checked. The time they were arrested, their phone was confiscated, and the phone was the WhatsApp chat that we showed that there was a clear conversation of Riya Chakravarti with the other drug peddlers as well. So this is something has been reflected now in the draft charges as well, because in the draft charges it clearly mentioned that Riya Chakravarti was in contact with drug suppliers from March 2020 till September 2020. There was a payment that was made, and of course there are some code word that was used. It was used as a puja samagri to make a deliveries, to make a payment to the drug suppliers. So this is something was used, and that has been reflected in the statement of the bank account. And this is information. The charge sheet has already been submitted, and all this evidence has been produced before the court. Why it is necessary at this point of time to give the draft charges is just because there are important charges, including section 27 and 28 of the NDPS Act, which also reflect the illicit financial transaction, that is the trafficking, financial trafficking, that also include in the act, and the conspiracy, because every accused has been entered into the criminal conspiracy as per the draft charges that has been filed by NCB. And it is something like each of the either person, all the accused, whether in a group or connecting to each other, they were procuring, or they were a sale or a purchase or distribution of drugs into the society, and Bollywood is both mentioned. So this is going to take up before the court, because once the trial will start, because what we have been told that in the next 10 to 15 days there is going to be trial that is going to begin. So of course all the witness statement that has already been mentioned in the charge sheet, they have been called before the court. The accused statement will be recorded before the court, and once it recorded, it will be the final call that will be taken by the court, because it is something, as I told earlier, this draft charges is something will give a tone to court to frame charges. But yes, there are the discharge application that has already been filed by the accused before the court. The court has to first listen to it, and then only the decision will be taken, because it will be very important to see what will be the statement and whose statement will be recorded before the magistrate.
Right. Alicia, thank you for that information. Viewers, let's also take a look. There has been a political response to this development. It's come in from Maharashtra MLA of the BJP, Ram Kadan. Take a look at this.
रिया चक्रवर्ती के ड्रग के मामले में जो चार्जशीट अदालत में प्रस्तुत हुई है, बहुत सारी गंभीर बातें अब देश के सामने आई हैं। सवाल यह उठता है कि उस समय की तत्कालीन महाराष्ट्र की सरकार रिया चक्रवर्ती का बचाव करने के पीछे क्या कारण था? वे रिया के पक्ष में वकालत के रूप में सामने आए थे, उसके प्रवक्ता बन चुके थे। इन सब के पीछे क्या कारण था? यह सवाल आज भी महाराष्ट्र की उन 3 दलों की सरकार को ये देश की जनता पूछना चाहती है। और रहा मामला ड्रग का, जो भी दोषी है उन्हें सजा मिलनी चाहिए, पर अब भी ऐसे कुछ चेहरे पर्दे के पीछे छुपे हैं। क्या वर्तमान में आज भी वो ड्रग का सेवन कर रहे हैं? किनके द्वारा उन्हें ड्रग जा रहा है? इन सारी चीजों की जांच वर्तमान समय में देश के युवाओं को बचाने के लिए अति आवश्यक है, क्योंकि जो युवा फिल्मी सितारों को अपना आदर्श मानता है, उनके हेयर स्टाइल से लेके कपड़ों तक, बोलने के स्टाइल से लेके हर चीज को कॉपी करने का प्रयास करता है, और जब वही किरदार ड्रग की नशे में धुत हो, तो कौन से आदर्शों को ये देश का युवा फॉलो करेगा? कौन सा संदेश वो ड्रग सेवन करने वाले सेलिब्रिटीज देश को देना चाहते हैं? इन बातों के भी मूल तक जाने का यह समय आ चुका है।
In Uttar Pradesh, Unnao, a female teacher was suspended after she was seen thrashing a student inside the classroom. The teacher has now been booked and suspended by the school authorities.
जी ऐसा एक वीडियो संज्ञान में आया है, कल काफ़ी वायरल हुआ वीडियो, तो हम लोग खुद जांच करने गए थे। आज मैं भी था वहाँ विद्यालय में, और जांच करने पे पाया गया है कि उस वीडियो में सत्यता है, वहाँ घटना घटी है और शिक्षा मित्र का उसमें पूर्णतः दोष पाया गया है और शिक्षा मित्र पे कार्रवाई की गई है।
While thrashing a student comes under a punishable offence, further investigation has been ordered into the incident. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, there is breaking news coming in. There appears to be further strife within the Mahavikas Aghadi because the Congress party has now taken on the Shiv Sena for taking a U-turn on the support to Draupadi Murmu. Remember, Uddhav Thackeray had nominated initially Yashwant Sinha. Sanjay Raut was there at the press conference where Yashwant Sinha's name was suggested for presidential candidate, and now yesterday he has declared that the Shiv Sena faction that remains with Uddhav Thackeray will support Draupadi Murmu. Meanwhile, former Congress Member of Parliament Milind Deora has said that he doesn't know why the Shiv Sena has backed Draupadi Murmu. Perhaps Sanjay Raut can answer the question. Let's listen in to what Milind Deora had to say on the Shiv Sena's decision.
I am not aware why Shiv Sena took a U-turn suddenly. They must have their own compulsions, and that is for them to clarify. But a party which is in a coalition must adhere to coalition dharma. And it's unfortunate if, whether it's a presidential election, whether it's the redrawing of constituencies in Mumbai, that a party is veering away from its coalition dharma.
She represents a very evil philosophy of India. So we should not mistake Draupadi, we should not make Draupadi Murmu ji as a symbol of Adivasi.
The language used by the Congress party, particularly by Ajay Kumar, its official spokesperson, saying that Draupadi Murmu ji represents a very evil philosophy and that she does not symbolize the Adivasi community, is not just an insult of Draupadi Murmu, her struggles in life, the manner in which she has risen from the grassroots to go up to become the Jharkhand governor and is now the first woman tribal president candidate of India, but it is also an insult of the entire Adivasi community. And time and again, the Congress party has always insulted the scheduled castes, the scheduled tribes and the OBCs.
But she represents a very evil philosophy of India. So we should not mistake Draupadi, we should not make Draupadi Murmu ji as a symbol of Adivasi.
Is not just an insult of Draupadi Murmu, her struggles in life, the manner in which she has risen from the grassroots to go up to become the Jharkhand governor and is now the first woman tribal president candidate of India, but it is also an insult of the entire Adivasi community.
जब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू को राष्ट्रपति पद का उम्मीदवार घोषित किया, ऐसे में कांग्रेस का उनको ईवल यानी दुष्ट कहना दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है.
Is not just an insult of Draupadi Murmu, her struggles in life, the manner in which she has risen from the grassroots to go up to become the Jharkhand governor and is now the first woman tribal president candidate of India, but it is also an insult of the entire Adivasi community.
Right now, we are at that very place. This is the temple, and the locals are here. They are staging protest. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals of the temple that has been vandalized. See, Sarjeevan is showing you. This is the place where the idol of Bhagwan Hanuman was placed, and they have entered this place and they barged into this, vandalized this, and after that, the idol of Hanuman was vandalized by those persons, those miscreants. Police has now registered FIR.
देखिए, ये बड़े अफसोसनाक घटना की है और यहाँ पर कम्युनल राइट्स करवाने की कोशिश है और जिस तरीके से जम्मू पूरे खित्ते में जैसे जम्मू में भी हुआ, उसके बाद राजौरी में हुआ, और ये जो सारा कोशिश है कि किसी तरीके से जम्मू प्रोविंस के हालात को ख़राब किया जाए, इसके पीछे पाकिस्तान है, वहाँ के टेररिस्ट हैं, ये सारा
So this is an attempt to vitiate the peace process here in the Katwa district of Jammu, and the locals are anguished over this.
Viewers, after the uprising that was witnessed in Sri Lanka, there appears to have been a spike today. An emergency has been declared. Protesters have stormed the prime ministerial residence. Ranil Wickremesinghe has been appointed the acting president, and Gotabaya Rajapaksa has fled to the Maldives. In the midst of this, the protesters are out running amok essentially in Colombo. There is not a street where there are not a chock-a-block full of protesters there. And in light of this, Republic has accessed a number of visuals that have come in, most notably from the Prime Minister's residence, where the protesters have broken into and now they are in command over there. Meanwhile, that's not to say that the law and order situation is being allowed to spiral out of control uncontrollably. That is because Ranil Wickremesinghe has now appointed a committee. He says it will comprise the Chief of Defence Staff, the Chief of Police and the Chiefs of the Army, Navy and the Air Force to restore normalcy on the island nation. At this point, viewers, we have joining us Muhammad Inha from Sri Lanka. He has been speaking to us, and now I think it's time to ask him a couple of new questions. Muhammad, if you're with us, this imperative that has been issued by Ranil Wickremesinghe, he has appointed a committee now to bring the law and order situation under control. And he's also choosing his words differently. He's calling the incidents here the fascist takeover of the country. So do you think that there is any truth behind this? Why is he suddenly using different words? And how soon do you think it will take before this committee can start to enforce some kind of normalcy in Sri Lanka?
Yes, President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has informed the Speaker of Parliament that Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe has been appointed as the acting President of Sri Lanka. Speaker Mahinda Yapa Abeyewardene announced this is a brief statement made to the media today. Early today, the PM office said that Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe, as the acting president, has ordered to impose curfew in the Western Province, which immediately affect and impose emergency law in Islandwide. And Wickremesinghe has also ordered to security forces to arrest those engaging in unruly behavior and to take into custody to the vehicle they are travel in the PM office. The police officers are, tear gas attacked to the peaceful protesters. Sri Lankan youth, that's a people, very sad condition now.
Mohammed, another question. The speaker, I believe, summoned an emergency all-party meeting at 5 p.m. We are now at that time. Has that meeting been held, and are all parties likely to attend, or is there still some disagreement between the opposition parties and the ruling parties?
Yes, Speaker called for all parties to discuss select president, but July 20, that's fixing a new president, selecting.
Okay, so it will happen on the 20th of July. That is when the new president will be elected from among the members of the parliament of Sri Lanka. That's what Muhammad is telling us. Muhammad and I thank you for joining us from Colombo. Viewers, that was Republic's live report from Colombo there. We have a number of reporters on the ground, and the situation there remains as tumultuous as it has been every day this week. Meanwhile, viewers, here is another report filed by my colleague Saloni, who is on ground there in Sri Lanka. Take a look at what's happening in the midst of the protest.
Who do you want as a president? Who do you want?
Who is the Aragal? Some people is asking who is the take sometime Sajid, sometime Antakumar Dishanak, I don't know. Everybody is like that people after some time this Prime Minister is a president. After that good country. No petrol, no gas, no like that. Already that's not a problem in Sri Lanka.
से 4 गुना दामों में बिकती हैं, लोगों को खरीदनी पड़ती हैं क्योंकि उनका घर परिवार है, नौकरी नहीं है, रोजी रोटी नहीं है, तो वो कैसे अपना सब कुछ चलाएं, कैसे अपना सब कुछ मैनेज मैनेज करें, ये उनके सामने चुनौती बनी हुई। आपने सुना कि विक्रम सिंघे के लिए, रानी ने विक्रम सिंघे के लिए भी कह रहे थे कि ये लोग बुरे हैं, ये लोग बुरे हैं और इन्होंने सिर्फ अपनी जेबें भरी हैं, सिर्फ अपनी जेबें भरी हैं। देखिए, अगर हम बात करें यहाँ पर राजपक्षे की, तो राजपक्षे तो साफ तौर पर चले गए हैं, मालदीव्स माले में हैं, दुबई जाने की खबर है और राजपक्षे का ही एक्सटेंशन लोग मानते हैं विक्रम सिंघे को। विक्रम सिंघे को एक्सटेंशन मांगते हैं। लोगों का कहना है कि विक्रम सिंघे भी उन्हीं की तरह है, उन्हीं की तरह है और उन्हीं की तरह भ्रष्टाचार करेंगे। तो बड़ी बात यह है कि अब जनता सड़कों पर आ गई है, सवाल पूछ रही है और कह रही है कि सत्ताधीशों को बदलो, जो सत्ता पे सवार रहे हैं, जिन्होंने अपनी भलाई की है, सिर्फ जनता की भलाई नहीं की, जनता के लिए कुछ नहीं किया, वो जवाब दें और जवाब देकर सिंहासन को खाली करें, ये कह रही है जनता। और यही वजह देखिए, लगातार अबे तस्वीरें दिखाइए, फिर से टीयर गैस का इस्तेमाल, लोग भाग रहे हैं, लोग उल्टी तरफ आ रहे हैं क्योंकि टीयर गैस का इस्तेमाल लगातार हो रहा है, रुक नहीं रहा है। देखिए लगातार ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं, लगातार ये धुएं का गुब्बार जो देख रहे हैं आप, ये टीयर गैस का इस्तेमाल यहाँ लगातार हो रहा है। मिलिट्री लोगों को रोक रही है, लेकिन लोग रुकने वाले नहीं हैं। लोगों ने तय कर लिया है कि अब यहाँ पर सत्ता बदलेगी, सत्ता करने का तरीका, सत्ता हासिल करने का तरीका बदलेगा और ये वक्त आ गया है परिवर्तन का। लोग ये संदेश लगातार दे रहे हैं।
The stories in relation to Sri Lanka, viewers. With the flight tickets accessed via sources, Republic has confirmed that former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa is scheduled to leave for Singapore now. The Maldives Foreign Ministry had earlier refused to comment on the president's presence in the Maldives, but that is now all but assured. The army has taken over amid the chaotic situation in Sri Lanka. With the unanticipated exit of the country's former president Gotabaya Rajapaksa, the forces have been seen using tear gas to disperse protesters. As per a Sri Lankan official, it was former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa who appointed Ranil Wickremesinghe as the acting president once he left the country. Wickremesinghe had earlier left the country just hours before he was meant to step down amid the pressure from the protests.
A brazen misuse of power has come to light from Tamil Nadu. Watch how a Tamil Nadu mantri was seen hitting a woman in the state's Palavantham district. The video was posted by Tamil Nadu BJP chief Annamalai. Following the incident, the BJP demanded an immediate sacking of the minister. The BJP has issued a demand for 48 hours for the minister to be sacked. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Drug truth in Sushant case finally out. NCB says Rhea supplied drugs to Sushant. Watch this is exclusive at 6 p.m.
Viewers, a lot more news coming up. The Narcotics Control Bureau has pinned down Rhea Chakrabarti's role, says that Rhea was in touch with drug peddlers and also supplied drugs. And also, viewers, a shocking attack by the Vadra Congress on Draupadi Murmu. The Congress says she represents an evil philosophy. The BJP has hit back, saying that she's being attacked for her tribal background. More on this after a short break. Stay with Republic.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
In Uttar Pradesh, Unnao, a female teacher was suspended after she was seen thrashing a student inside the classroom. The teacher has now been booked and suspended by the school authorities.
जी ऐसा एक वीडियो संज्ञान में आया है, कल काफ़ी वायरल हुआ वीडियो, तो हम लोग खुद जांच करने गए थे। आज मैं भी था वहाँ विद्यालय में और जांच करने पे पाया गया है कि उस वीडियो में सत्यता है, वहाँ घटना घटी है और शिक्षा मित्र का उसमें पूर्णतः दोष पाया गया है और शिक्षा मित्र पे कार्रवाई की गई है।
While trashing a student comes under a punishable offence, further investigation has been ordered into the incident. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In Bihar's Bhojpur, clashes broke out between two villages over a song. People from the two villages had an altercation over songs being played on a tractor in the area. A tussle over the song being played led to the use of sticks and stones as more and more gathered from both the villages.
भाई एक लड़का था, वो अपने ट्रैक्टर पे गाना बजा रहा था, तो अभी तक प्राइमा फेसी यही बयान दिया उसने कि गाना बंद करने के लिए लोकल लोग जो है उसको बोले और उसी में मारपीट शुरू हो गई। यही विवाद है मेन।
Dozens were injured in the incident, with 4 people, including 3 policemen, seriously injured. The crowds were dispersed with a lathi charge by the police. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And a lot more news coming up, viewers. His country in a mess. Sri Lanka's outgoing president Gotabaya Rajapaksa flees to the Maldives. His next stop is Singapore and asylum. More on that after a short break. Stay with us on Republic.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
श्रीलंका के सड़कों का हाल है। जो प्रेसिडेंट हाउस पर जो भीड़ थी वो अब प्रधानमंत्री आवास की ओर बढ़ती हुई नजर आ रही है और ये देखिए गाड़ियों में भरकर लोग झंडा श्रीलंका का लेके आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और सड़क पूरी तरह से लोगों से भरी हुई है। क्या आर्थिक हालात बद से बदतर हो चुके हैं और स्थिति दिन पर दिन खराब होती जा रही है। अभी भी लोग लाइन लगाकर खड़े हैं। पीछे देखिए यहाँ पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं। डोंट गो होम बार बार यहाँ पर कहा जा रहा है। नारेबाजी की आवाज आप तेजी से सुन सकते हैं। आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े गए और लोगों की आंखों से लगातार आंसू गिरे। लोगों के लिए खड़ा होना मुश्किल हो गया है। यहाँ पर इस जगह पर ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर का दफ्तर जहाँ लगातार प्रदर्शन श्रीलंका में चल रहा है। पूरे श्रीलंका में इमरजेंसी। प्रधानमंत्री
Drug truth in Sushant case finally out. NCB says Rhea supplied drugs to Sushant. Watch this is exclusive at 6 p.m.
All right. Narcotics Control Bureau pins down Rhea's role, says Rhea was in touch with peddlers, supplied drugs. Three-layered mega Rhea role in drugs case. She procured, she was in touch, she funded and she supplied drugs. The Lutyens' campaign to save Rhea has now officially flopped. Shocking attack by Vadra Congress on Draupadi Murmu, says she represents evil. BJP retorts, says attacked for tribal background. Complete chaos in Colombo, state of emergency declared by Ranil Wickremesinghe. Law and order gone for a toss. Thousands hit streets. Massive protests break out. Open large-scale loot. Tear gas shells fired. Alright, country in mess. Lankan outgoing President Gotabaya Rajapaksa flees to Maldives. Next stop, Singapore. All those who were supporting Riya Chakrabarti must be red-faced with a charge sheet being filed by the Narcotics Control Bureau in a Mumbai court. It is clear that she was, according to the charge sheet, involved not just in procuring drugs but funding the process and supplying it to end users, possibly Sushant. We don't know. The charge sheet says it brings out the drug truth in the Sushant case. The money was withdrawn, the money was given. Riya and her brother Shovik and accomplice Pitani, they are all found guilty of drug trade effectively by the NCB. Alisha is on phone with us. Alisha, you access the charge sheet. Please share the details. This must have left Riya's backers in Lutyens, Delhi red-faced because they thought that she was someone who couldn't do this and that she was being targeted. Now what?
If you remember, there was many of the application that was filed before court where Riya Chakrabarti, or whether it is her legal team saying that she was invalidly, her arrest was something illegal. There was no involvement of Riya Chakrabarti, but now NCB has who filed a draft charges. So this will set a tone for the charges when the trial will commence. Because what is important, and this is something, a procedure that has been followed by Narcotic Control Bureau. We know the charge that has already been filed last year by the then NCB Zonal Director Samir Wankhede and his team. And later there were many charges that was come in front and that was showed before the court how the accused, all accused, there are 35 accused, and that has also been mentioned in the draft charges. So what is mentioned, and importantly when it comes to the Riya Chakrabarti, NCB has clearly mentioned that Riya Chakrabarti has received deliveries of drugs for late actor Sushant Singh Rajput, and there was a payment that was made in instant of Shovik and Sushant Singh Rajput. So even Riya Chakrabarti, who was constant in touch with drug suppliers from the month March 2020 till September 2020. So this is the time, this is the period where NCB has clearly claimed that Riya Chakrabarti was in constant touch and she used to deliver, she used to hand over the deliveries to Sushant Singh Rajput, she used to make the payment, and that has reflected in a statement of a bank account. So all that has been mentioned, and most importantly, this something, the draft charges is something very important when the trial will commence, because the relevant section of the NDPS Act is what going to be mentioned before the court, and the statement that is going to be recorded. Yes.
Right, Alisha. Swapnil Kothari, in fact, joins us over the phone. Swapnil, all those alibis that were created to shield Riya, that she is a woman being targeted, there is misogyny, there is media trial, everything has come undone. In fact, it seems that in the charge sheet there is a statement given by Riya herself where she admits to letting Shovik use her debit card for procuring, among other things, marijuana, hash. and whatever. So, drugs procured by Riya Chakravarti, supplied to Sushant Singh Rajput, statements there. What would you say to the Lutyens gang now that the truth is out?
Well, Abhishek, this is something which the other media channels or anybody else who was looking into it need to look at it more appropriately now since the charge sheet has been filed. If there are statements, confessional statements of that nature, where she herself is admitting to certain things, then those statements will have to be taken as truth unless she controverts them when it actually comes down to an appropriate trial. But the point is that these all point in one direction, that the charge sheet has been filed. The NCB, of course, has to prove those charges, or alternatively, at many times under the NDPS Act, which is a draconian legislation, you have to show, the burden of proof lies on you equally, that you did not procure drugs, you did not consume them, you were not trafficking them, to whatever sections that have been levied from. The sections that I understand is Section 8, read with Section 20, which is consumption, procurement, Section 27, which is trafficking, Section 29, which is abetment. So all of those sections are a little bit draconian there, especially the 27 one. So that is something which, obviously that burden of proof will lie as far as trafficking is concerned on the NCB. But the remaining ones like consumption, etc., that is something which those are very more sort of minor sections. But that is something where, again, she'll have to show that, well, it was just consumption, not really a big amount, etc. So these things, that the NCB has come out now to say all these things, that witch hunt, misogyny, the words that you pointed out, that it was just some sort of a media trial, and all of those things really do not hold any water in a court of law, simply because none of those arguments can ever be said. Ultimately, the court will decide upon the fact whether those banned substances were there in your possession, whether you consumed them, and if you did not consume them, then what were they doing in your possession? And if, assuming that the possession has been proved. Now, if that is the case, then all those things, all those other hollow arguments, you've seen that in several other cases also, not only the NDPS, but even other cases that we've been doing all the debates so far, but none of these, hold any water in a court of law. Sometimes most of the defense advocates do not even argue this, Abhishek, knowing fully well that, when they put these sort of arguments, that tends to damage their case all the more, because then the court assumes that you don't have any valid, solid defense. That's the reason why you're going to these tangential arguments. So the burden of proof
Swapnil, but
eventually lies on
reports coming out of the charge sheet. Reports coming out of the charge sheet clearly show, Swapnil, that the siblings Riya and Shovik, they were confronted with their chats, and they are admitting that those chats are right. They are admitting that these are about procuring drugs. They admit that the money was paid for so and so date, which has been correlated with the entries in their accounts. So I believe there is damning evidence and there is corroborative evidence to prove what is coming out in the charge sheet.
I agree with you, Abhishek. I agree with you on all of those things. But the point is that, there is always a discussion in the Supreme Court, and these kind of debates are going on whether confessional statements made before NCB are admissible in evidence, or how different they are than what they are made before the police. So the ones that have been made before the police are not admissible, but the ones that are made before the NCB are admissible. So there is some debate going on of those sorts. There are some contrasting judgments on that issue. So the reason why I'm going a step ahead is because there is a strong possibility that whatever you confronted with the chats and that you have admitted there before the NCB, when you go to trial, you say that these are not admissible, and the lawyers are there to argue that point. So that is the point that I'm trying to make. So I would not want to go too much rely on those confessional statements, because those can be easily controverted by saying that, no, I never made them, or I made them under duress, and all of those things. So eventually what happens is the trial is more important. So I don't want to tell your viewers that yes, these are damning statements. Of course, these point towards guilt, and sections that all the sections that are mentioned by the NCB are attracted. But when it comes to trial, that is the time what you say that is what matters. And this is where all the lawyers then tend to say, you have seen in Aryan Khan's case, where, he made some confessional statement, and then before the court of law he said, no, these were, not made by me or attracted or made out of me from duress, etc. And then eventually the court goes on different arguments altogether. So that is what I'm trying to tell you and your viewers.
Understood. Understood, Swapnil. Point taken that this is only a beginning of a judicial process. Trial would go on, and it would be up to the NCB to prove the substantive portions of the charge sheet before the court of law. Thank you so much, Swapnil, for joining us, as also Alisha. Let's listen in to how BJP reacted at that time in opposition, now in power. BJP's Ram Kadam. Listen in.
रिया चक्रवर्ती के ड्रग के मामले में जो चार्जशीट अदालत में प्रस्तुत हुई है, बहुत सारी गंभीर बातें अब देश के सामने आई हैं। सवाल यह उठता है कि उस समय की तत्कालीन महाराष्ट्र की सरकार रिया चक्रवर्ती का बचाव करने के पीछे क्या कारण था? वे रिया के पक्ष में वकालत के रूप में सामने आए थे, उसके प्रवक्ता बन चुके थे। इन सब के पीछे क्या कारण था? यह सवाल आज भी महाराष्ट्र की उन 3 दलों की सरकार को ये देश की जनता पूछना चाहती है। और रहा मामला ड्रग का, जो भी दोषी है उन्हें सजा मिलनी चाहिए, पर अब भी ऐसे कुछ चेहरे पर्दे के पीछे छुपे हैं। क्या वर्तमान में आज भी वो ड्रग का सेवन कर रहे हैं? किन के द्वारा उन्हें ड्रग जा रहा है? इन सारी चीजों की जांच वर्तमान समय में देश के युवाओं को बचाने के लिए अति आवश्यक है, क्योंकि जो युवा फिल्मी सितारों को अपना आदर्श मानता है, उनके हेयर स्टाइल से लेके कपड़ों तक, बोलने के स्टाइल से लेके हर चीज को कॉपी करने का प्रयास करता है, और जब वही किरदार ड्रग की नशे में धुत हो तो कौन से आदर्शों को ये देश का युवा फॉलो करेगा? कौन सा संदेश वो ड्रग सेवन करने वाले सेलिब्रिटीज देश को देना चाहते हैं? इन बातों के भी मूल तक जाने का यह समय आ चुका है।
In an unfortunate incident from Kama Reddy in Telangana, where we see that 4 people died after they came in contact with an electric fuse. Well, what is it? The police officials have been saying that the family members used to use a GI wire to dry their clothes at their residence, but that wire came in contact with an electric fuse, leading to this incident where 4 people have now now died after the incident took place. Well, the police officials also further stated that after they got the information, they rushed to the spot, and also further they were shifted to the hospital, but the hospital authorities stated that they were brought dead. However, a case is being registered under suspicious death. So further we'll have to see how this investigation goes forward. However, the 4 people who have died in this incident after they got electrocuted includes 2 children of age 4 and 6 years. So definitely a shocking incident coming in from Kama Reddy in Telangana. This is Anili Shavit, video journalist for Republic TV.
Some national wrap-up stories from across the country ahead of presidential elections on July 18. Congress leader Ajay Kumar said that NDA president candidate Draupadi Murmu represents evil philosophy of India. He further claimed that she should not be made a symbol for Adivasis.
Evil philosophy of India. So we should not mistake Draupadi. We should not make Draupadi Murmu ji as a symbol of Adivasi.
On the occasion of Guru Purnima, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde paid floral tributes to the founder of Shiv Sena, Bal Thackeray. He said that it was because of Bal Thackeray's blessings that he was Chief Minister today. Ahead of the monsoon session of Parliament, Chairman M. Venkaiah Naidu of the Rajya Sabha has called for a meeting of the House floor leaders on July 17 to discuss the agenda for the upcoming session. On the same day, an all-party meet will also be held. The Supreme Court today agreed to hear pleas against the Karnataka High Court's order which upheld the state government's decision to ban wearing hijab in schools and college classrooms. The bench informed that they would list the matter next week. The Supreme Court will hear pleas challenging the Agnipath recruitment scheme on July 15. The plea submitted asked the central government to reconsider the scheme. Agnipath led to massive protests across multiple states due to short-term duration of the scheme of Indian Army for 4 years and future uncertainties for Agniveers. Alright, short break. But on the other side, Kerala Chief Minister blames the RSS and SDPI for the rise in political violence in their state. Also, complete chaos in Colombo, state of emergency declared by Ranil Wickremesinghe.
प्रधानमंत्री आवास की ओर ये भीड़ बढ़ रही है क्योंकि सुबह ही जानकारी मिल गई थी लोगों को कि महिंदा राजपक्षे और गोटाबाया राजपक्षे फरार हो गए। ये जानकारी मिल गई थी लोगों को। लोग बैरिकेडिंग हटा रहे हैं यहाँ पर। देखिए जिस तरह से रोका जा रहा था लोगों को बर्दाश्त नहीं कर रहे, बैरिकेडिंग हटा रहे और पीछे तक ले जा रहे। लोगों ने दरअसल ये तय कर लिया है कि ये प्रदर्शन रुकने वाला नहीं है। यहाँ पर टीयर गैस छोड़ी जा रही है, तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं। लगातार यहाँ पर देखिए अब लोगों को तितर बितर करने के लिए टीयर गैस छोड़ी जा रही है। बड़ी बात यह है कि हालात बद से बदतर हो गए श्रीलंका में। ये श्रीलंका के सड़कों का हाल है। जो प्रेसिडेंट हाउस पर जो भीड़ थी वो अब प्रधानमंत्री आवास की ओर बढ़ती हुई नजर आ रही है। और ये देखिए गाड़ियों में भरकर लोग झंडा श्रीलंका का लेके आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और सड़क पूरी तरह से लोगों से भरी हुई है कि आर्थिक हालात बद से बदतर हो चुके हैं और स्थिति दिन पर दिन खराब होती जा रही है। अभी भी लोग लाइन लगाकर खड़े हैं। पीछे देखिए यहाँ पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं। गो गोता होम बार बार यहाँ पर कहा जा रहा है। नारेबाजी की आवाज आप तेजी से सुन सकते हैं। आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े गए और लोगों की आंखों से लगातार आंसू गिरे। लोगों के लिए खड़ा होना मुश्किल हो गया है। यहाँ पर इस जगह पर ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर का दफ्तर जहाँ लगातार प्रदर्शन श्रीलंका में चल रहा है। पूरे श्रीलंका में इमरजेंसी प्रधानमंत्री उन्होंने लागू करके लोगों की हालत खराब हो रही है। लोगों को ले जाया जा रहा है। हालात बद से बदतर हो गए श्रीलंका के। लोग प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं और रुक नहीं रहे हैं।
Well, with monsoon active in various parts of the country, the situation is particularly difficult in Telangana. Chief Minister KCR has asked officials to be on their toes to keep the situation under control. And there is a warning by the IMD that next 24 to 48 hours could see moderate to heavy rains in the state. Take a look at this report filed by our correspondent Aneri Shah from Hyderabad.
As IMD predicts heavy rainfall and red alert in few of the districts including Nirmal, Adilabad, Asifabad, and also we see that many other districts have been issued orange alert, where now as we continue to report from the banks of Godavari river in Bhadrachalam, where we see that the water inflow has gone up from last 2 days, and now the low-lying areas of the area has also been evacuated. People from low-lying areas have been moved to safer zones, and also at the same time now once again third warning also has been issued by the collector as the water mark has been crossing the 53 feet and it's a danger zone is what it has been said, and third flood warning also has been issued by the collector. And so we have been seeing massive rainfall in the state of Telangana since last few days, and IMD continues to predict that there are heavy rainfall in the state of Telangana for next 2 days. And so we have been seeing many other districts including Nirmal have been witnessing severe waterlogging. Roads have been cut down, but as we continue to report from Bhadrachalam, from the Godavari river, where we see that the water inflow has increased, and which is a cause of concern as well for the low-lying areas. And so the NDRF teams also have been put on standby. If any untoward situation takes place, all the rescue operations will be taken up immediately, whereas the collector of Bhadrachalam also has been reviewing the situation time by time. But as of now, third alert, flood warning alert has been issued at the Godavari river in Bhadrachalam. This is Aneri Shah with Video Journalist Chandra for Republic TV.